Our protagonist is reincarnated as a baby and gets stronger with every single sip of milk he takes. At just 3 months old, the kid is already doing 10,000 sit-ups. By 4 months, he's crawling, and by 5 months, he's already walking and standing on his own, all thanks to a cheat code system. Any body part he trains gets infinitely stronger. By the 6th month, he's already chilling on the couch watching TV with his parents. In this world, superhumans are divided into 2 main factions: cyborgs with mechanical enhancements and mutants with genetic modifications. Cyborgs use high-tech machinery and cybernetic implants to artificially boost their physical limits. On the other hand, mutants fuse their DNA with the genes of mutated beasts to unlock all kinds of insane abilities. And humanity's ultimate uninvited enemies? The mutated beasts that overrun the Earth. Soon, a new family moves in next door to our main character. They have a little girl named Shen Qinghan, who becomes Chen Chen's very first friend in this brand new world. But at this point, he has no idea that their destinies will be locked together forever. By month 7, he's running, doing high jumps, and yes, he can even talk. By the 8th month, he's going absolutely beast mode on his sit-ups and muscle workouts. Of course, he only dares to pull off these workouts when his parents are out of the house. But secrets don't last forever, and a tiny slip-up lands him right in front of his mom. She rubs her eyes, thinking, "What in the world? Is my baby doing sit-ups?" But the second she looks back, Chen Chen is already fake snoring like a little angel. She assumes she's just been watching too many brainless TikToks lately, and that the sleep deprivation is making her hallucinate. A few days later, while giving Chen Chen a bath, she panics and screams for her husband. "Honey, get in here. Our 8-month-old baby somehow has a shredded six-pack." The dad is baffled. The kid already eats like an absolute beast, but a six-pack too? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in the dad's head. He turns to his wife and says, "Our boy is definitely a 1 in a million prodigy." He proudly adds, "His future is going to be legendary. Whether he goes for genetic mutation or cybernetic enhancement, he's going straight to the top." Chen Chen lets out a massive sigh of relief. He was just running a little cheat code and almost got busted. Luckily, his dad's overactive imagination saved the day. Having a dad who's a web novel writer definitely has its perks. But as it turns out, Chen Chen isn't the only prodigy in this world. According to the news, a 1,000-year-old martial arts family in the capital just revealed a prodigy born with monstrous strength. At just 2 years old, the kid can already lift a 20-kilogram weight. Seeing the news, his mom pats his head and smiles. "Our little Chen Chen is pretty amazing too, you know. I bet you'll grow up to be even stronger than those ancient martial arts families." Chen Chen thinks to himself, "Yep, mom always has my back." But even he wonders if he'll be able to casually toss around a 20-kilogram weight by the time he turns 2. Sure enough, by the time Chen Chen turns 2, his training pays off, and he can easily hoist a 20-kilogram weight without breaking a sweat. Just then, his mom calls out to him, "Chen Chen, where are you? Little Han Han is here to play with you. Come on out." Chen Chen rolls his shoulders and heads outside, where he is greeted by a cute little girl. She holds up a sweet slice of cake, offering to share it with him, but he just tells her to enjoy it herself. Even though he basically has the mind of an adult, he still lets her hang out with him. After all, having her sit on his back makes a perfect weighted vest for his push-ups. But there's just one tiny issue with playing with a toddler, and that's the occasional accident. Right on cue, Chen Chen has to scream for backup. "Mom, help! Han Han peed herself again." By the time he turns 3, Chen Chen can effortlessly lift weights of up to 40 kilograms. Meanwhile, that hyped-up prodigy from the capital, who is a 1.5 years older than him, can only lift 30 kilograms. But as Chen Chen stares at his system interface, he falls into deep thought. His beast grade classification is still stuck at Common Stage 1. He can't help but wonder what kind of power lies ahead at Common Stage 2. Will it break past human limits entirely? Eager for answers, Chen Chen decides to step outside his front door for the very first time. And for the first time, he gets a real look at actual cyborgs and genetic mutants roaming the streets. His very first stop? The library. Since his parents don't want him glued to screens all day, this is his best shot at learning. If he wants to satisfy his burning curiosity, hitting the books at the local library is the way to go. After diving into the archives, he uncovers some mind-blowing facts about this beast-infested world. According to ancient ruins, all life forms are categorized into 6 distinct biological ranks. They are common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. And to top it off, each rank has 9 stages. Average humans are stuck at Common Stage 1. To higher-ranking beasts, humans are basically nothing but tiny ants. If he wants to survive in this cutthroat world, he needs to speed up his leveling process as soon as possible. Ding! The system chimes in. You are reading a book. Mind power +1. Comprehension +1. Knowledge +1. Reach the milestone of reading 100 million words to unlock a unique attribute, heavenly wisdom. His current progress is 10.86 out of 1 million words. Talk about a system that truly gets him. He barely closes the book before it drops a brand new quest on him. Our protagonist. From then on, he began training both his mind and body. He would do sit-ups while reading. By the age of 4, he had already read over 43,960,000 words. Not long after, our protagonist started going to kindergarten, just like any other kid. Not long after starting kindergarten, he easily advanced to level 2 of the ordinary realm. By this time, our main lead could lift an 80-pound weight with just one hand, jump 1.2 meters high from a standstill, and run the 100-meter dash in 11 seconds. Meanwhile, Han, who kept wetting her pants, was constantly teased by her classmates and called the bedwetting queen. Seeing this, our protagonist immediately took action. He jumped onto the teacher's podium and roared, "All of you, shut the hell up! If anyone dares call her the bedwetting queen again, I'll make sure you wet your pants every single day." The other kids were absolutely terrified and burst into tears, while Han looked at our protagonist with eyes full of pure admiration. Ding! System notification. Your overwhelming dominance has terrified all your classmates. You have successfully unlocked the title, Kindergarten Boss. Achievement unlocked. Ruling over 9 years of compulsory education. The Kindergarten Boss title is unlocked, while Elementary School Boss and Middle School Boss remain locked. Our main character never expected that one loud shout would trigger a brand new quest. Before he could even complete his previous quest, a new one had already popped up. It seems multiple quests can be active at the same time, which is actually a great thing. Not long after, he successfully completed the reading quest, receiving the biological attribute reward, Celestial Wisdom. From then on, our protagonist worked incredibly hard, studying and training, to reach the peak of his life. In the blink of an eye, he and his classmates turned 7 years old and received their kindergarten graduation gifts. Later, during the summer break before entering elementary school, he trained relentlessly, pushing his physical limits until he could lift 200 pounds with just one hand. He could now jump 2 meters high, and his 100-meter sprint time dropped to just 8 seconds. Plus, with the boost from Celestial Wisdom, our protagonist easily mastered the entire elementary school curriculum in his spare time. Soon, he was finally ready to start his elementary school life. Since he was already studying middle and high school material, sweeping all the elementary school academic competitions was a total breeze. But those rewards were pretty trivial to him. Our protagonist only cared about unlocking his boss titles. At school, whenever he had some free time, he would tutor Shen Qinghan. Even though Shen Qinghan wasn't naturally gifted, she was an incredibly obedient student, and by the end of the semester, she ranked second in the class. First place, of course, went to our protagonist, to unlock his next boss title as quickly as possible. Besides studying, our protagonist also dominated the school sports events, completely shattering every single school record. Just when he thought his school days would continue to go by in a peaceful, repetitive routine, and that he would finish elementary school just like that, a very unusual transfer student joined his class. She was special because our protagonist sensed an aura from her that was definitely not human. She was assigned to sit right behind our protagonist. As the girl walked past, Shen Qinghan whispered to him, "Xiao Chen, how is her hair so beautiful? It looks just like a flower blooming in the middle of winter." At that moment, our protagonist was in no mood to answer Shen Qinghan. He was too focused on figuring out why Bai Shui carried such a non-human aura. Could she be a gene fuser? Or maybe the descendant of one? Over the next few days, as soon as class ended, Bai Shui would immediately fall asleep at her desk. Initially, everyone was super curious about her, but eventually, they stopped paying attention. That was until a month later, when Bai Shui's body began secreting a strange white fluid. No one knew exactly what it was, but it smelled terrible. As a result, she was completely ostracized by her classmates because of her body odor. One boy went way too far, pouring water all over her head, saying he was helping wash her because she smelled so bad. Everyone expected the usually cold and silent girl to explode with anger, but instead, she just burst into tears. The bullies laughed even louder. Unable to bear seeing this, Han pleaded with our protagonist to help Bai Shui. Even though our protagonist still didn't know the new student's true identity, he stepped in. He placed a hand on the bully's shoulder. "Hey, clean up the water on Bai Shui's desk, right now." The kid froze in sheer terror. No problem. I'll clean it up right away," he stammered, immediately wiping down the desk. After all, our protagonist had quite a reputation. As the school's reigning tyrant, even the 6th graders didn't dare mess with him. Then, our protagonist addressed the entire room. "Everyone who has ever bullied Bai Shui, get over here and apologize to her right now." Terrified out of their minds, the kids who had picked on her lined up to apologize. "We're so sorry. Please forgive us." Bai Shui stopped crying and thanked Han Han and our protagonist. From that day on, Shen Qinghan made an effort to get close to the white-haired girl and dragged our protagonist along to befriend her, always sharing her favorite snacks with Bai Shui first. Eventually, Bai Shui voiced the question she had been holding back. "My body smells so bad. Are you guys really not disgusted by me? Seriously?" She took the initiative to explain, "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's just that ever since I was a kid, everyone around me has hated me. So, having someone by my side for the first time, it feels unreal, like a dream." Shen Qinghan replied, "This is not a dream. I have been through exactly what you went through, so I will absolutely never hate you. Besides, as long as you want to, we will be friends forever." Having gone through the same thing, the bedwetter completely understood how Bai Shui felt. Bai Shui hugged Qinghan tightly, her tears flowing non-stop. Thank you guys." She then took off the necklace around her neck. "Qinghan, Xiao Chen, you guys always give me delicious food and stay by my side, so I want to give you something too. This is a beast tooth my mom gave me last year as a birthday gift. Now, I want to give it to you. I hope you two do not mind it. Also, I hope we can be friends forever." Qinghan accepted the beast tooth with both hands and happily said, "We will be best friends forever." Just when Shen Qinghan thought their friendship would last forever, the unexpected happened. A cyborg helped Bai Shui process her school transfer. What is more, our main character also overheard the principal saying her records were classified, proving that Bai Shui was no ordinary girl. From that day on, the main character never saw Bai Shui again. Maybe she was just a passing stranger in his life, but compared to Bai Shui leaving, the events that unfolded next caught his attention even more. The capital prodigy he had been keeping an eye on had successfully fused genes at the age of 12 and could now lift half a ton with just one hand. This shocked our main character. Fusing genes at such a young age? Before this, the prodigy could only lift 100 pounds with one hand, but right after the gene fusion, he could lift 500 pounds. His strength multiplied 5 times. However, our main character was only 8 years old, and even before fusing his genes, he could already lift 300 pounds with a single hand. This meant his potential was far greater. Having this in mind, the main character felt extremely confident about his future, until he saw the news and finally understood what it felt like to be ruled by fear. A neighboring country was attacked by mutated beasts, according to the footage captured by a cameraman. This monster attack was caused by giant mutated rats. A girl was caught in the beast's claws and swallowed whole. Furthermore, investigations revealed that a group of cultists was backing this beast attack. The Japanese spokesperson pleaded for help from other countries on camera, hoping they could team up to wipe out this cult. This so-called cult was actually an anti-human organization formed by certain people. For their own benefit, they became the lackeys of mutated beasts, launching attacks on the human world. Fortunately, our main character was born in a powerful nation, providing him with a relatively stable environment to grow. But just then, he heard an explosion outside his window. He rushed to the window to check, only to see a massive fleet of government cyborgs flying through the air. The next morning, the main character waited to walk Qinghan to school. Right at that moment, he noticed that the gift Bai Shui gave them was glowing. He figured it must be a mutated beast's tooth. No wonder Bai Shui had an inhuman aura, it probably came from this tooth. Then, the two went to school. However, yesterday's flying cyborgs, combined with the glowing tooth, gave him a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. As they walked by, a red-haired woman suddenly stopped them. "Hello, little ones. Do you want to play some fun games with Big Sister?" She even asked if they were siblings. Qinghan, completely off guard, blurted out the truth. The woman then asked, "You guys are so young, yet you're walking to school all by yourselves? Where are your parents?" The main character dragged Qinghan away, saying, "We're going to be late, let's not waste our time here." Once they got to school, he told Qinghan, From now on, when strangers ask you questions, don't just answer them so easily. Chinghan said she understood. After school, the main character took Chinghan home using a different route. But as they passed through a small alley, they bumped into the same woman from this morning. Even though he had changed their route, she had still managed to stalk them here. She spoke up. "Hey kids, I've got delicious treats at my place. Want to come over and play with me?" Behind her stood a man. Without saying a word, the man lunged forward, trying to kidnap them, but our main character threw himself into a fighting stance and unleashed a punch, hitting the man square in the chest, sending him flying like a cannonball 100 meters away. The woman was shocked. How is this possible? How could an elementary school kid blow an adult away like that? Before she could process what was happening, the main character rushed right up to her and punched her square in the face. Then, he picked up a brick and walked toward them. With no cameras around, he decided to finish them off once and for all to avoid any future trouble. Even though our MC didn't want it to come to this, if those guys blabbed about what happened today, his secret powers would be completely exposed. His whole plan of laying low to quietly build up his strength would go down the drain. But right at that moment, the ground began to violently shake, accompanied by the terrifying roar of a mutant beast. 2. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged right in front of his eyes, a giant, mutated rat beast. The beast lunged forward with its massive jaws wide open, biting the woman's upper body clean in half. It then snatched the man, holding a victim in each claw as it slowly devoured them alive. Without wasting a single second, our MC rushed over to Han Han, scooped her up, and ran for his life. Luckily, before they could get far, a cyborg warrior descended from the sky. She soared toward the mutated rat, hovering directly above its head. She raised her arm, prepping her high-tech weapon. Once fully charged, she locked onto the giant rodent and unleashed a devastating cannon blast. The mutated rat took the blast head-on, triggering a massive explosion that left the beast completely dazed and disoriented. Seizing the moment, the cyborg girl delivered a swift, lethal slash, instantly putting the monstrous rat down for good. Back home, our MC analyzed the battle. He figured that cyborg girl's rank probably wasn't all that high. She had to use a heavy cannon blast just to stun the rat, and then spent 7 whole minutes in close combat just to finish it off. Still, mutated rats are no joke. An adult can grow up to 4 meters long, ranking as a Tier 5 common beast. He was just lucky that the cyborg showed up when she did, allowing him to get away completely unscathed. But deep down, he knew that relying on his own strength was what truly mattered. With that in mind, our MC kicked his training into overdrive. The system chimed in, weighted squats complete, vitality +2, leg strength +2, squat mastery +1. Before long, our MC and Han Han were celebrating their 9th birthday. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts. Our MC presented Han Han with a beautiful hairpin. He had actually stayed up all night teaching himself how to carve it, using his boosted heavenly wisdom talent. Time flew by, and soon enough, they both graduated. Just then, the system notified him that he had unlocked the elementary school boss title. If he could just unlock the middle school boss title, he would obtain a unique biological trait, survival of the fittest, to prep for middle school and quickly unlock that next title while boosting his power. Our MC pushed himself through grueling daily workouts. The system chimed again. Weighted push-ups completed, 1,000 reps. Vitality +2,000, arm strength +2,000, chest strength +2,000, push-up mastery +1,000. Finally, right before the school year kicked off, his power level broke through to Tier 3 common. With all of his physical stats massively boosted, our MC couldn't help but compare himself to that famous prodigy from the capital. At just 14 years old, that kid can lift 2,000 pounds with a single hand, all thanks to his genetically spliced ant genes. These genes boost his strength 4 to 8 times. So even at just a 4 times multiplier, his raw base strength is already at 400 pounds. Comparing our stats, I'm already way stronger than he is. The thought made our MC grin with anticipation. If he is this strong now, just how insane will he get once he starts fusing genes? Before long, his middle school days officially began. Since he was the city's top-scoring student in elementary school, the principal of the most prestigious school personally recruited him. Ultimately, he agreed to enroll at Shanghai Middle School. But he had one condition: Shen Qinghan had to be admitted alongside him. On orientation day, both the principal and his new homeroom teacher personally welcomed him, urging him to bring glory to the school. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, our MC made a quick excuse to slip away. The real reason he chose Shanghai was its state-of-the-art sports facilities. To celebrate their first day, he and Han Han met up on the courts for a friendly game of badminton. But they barely got started when some uninvited guests showed up to ruin the mood. An upperclassman swaggered over and sneered, "Hey, you two newbies, this court is reserved for the elite class, beat it." His sidekicks started making snide remarks about Han Han, causing our MC's face to instantly darken. He warned them coldly, "Hey, you seniors need to back off right now. It's first come, first served. Do I really need to spell it out for you?" The leader scoffed. "Who says that's a rule? Today, I don't care if God himself shows up. This court is ours." Without saying another word, our MC tossed the shuttlecock high into the air and smashed it straight at them. The shuttlecock tore through the air, creating a literal sonic boom that ripped right through the bully's racket and blew his cap away. The trio froze in sheer terror. What the hell? How is he that fast? Is he a gene-spliced human? No way he's that young. If we pick a fight with him, he'll crack our skulls open. Terrified, the bullies quickly lined up, bowed deeply, and stammered, "We're sorry, boss," before sprinting away as fast as their legs could carry them. Maybe after that, since the news spread all over the school, no one dared to pick a fight with our main character anymore. During class, because he had already mastered the entire high school curriculum, he spent his time reading advanced extracurricular books. And after his evening training, he would go online to learn all kinds of new skills. With his enhanced celestial wisdom, Shu Chen gradually picked up skills like photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness, survival, and more. To quickly unlock the high school overlord title, he did not just top every single academic subject, he also brought home major trophies for the school in math, physics, chemistry, and computer science. The only reason he did not sweep first place in absolutely everything was to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. Before long, the first semester came to an end, but surprisingly, the title still had not unlocked. However, his stellar performance did win him the hearts of thousands of girls. But he did not really care about any of that. Aside from tutoring Shen Qinghan, he focused all his energy on the school's upcoming sports events. He figured that dominating the major sports events would finally unlock that elusive high school overlord title. For this sports meet, he only signed up for the shot put, high jump, and sprinting. These three events perfectly tested his strength, endurance, and speed. Dominating these three areas meant he essentially conquered the entire athletic field. To avoid looking ridiculously superhuman, he held back a bit, but securing first place was still an absolute breeze. Right as he swept all the gold medals, he suddenly felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body. The system notified him, "Your academic and athletic achievements both rank first in the school, completely overshadowing every other student. You have successfully unlocked the title, High School Overlord, 9 years of compulsory education completed. You have acquired the attribute, Survival of the Fittest." The system description read, "Your life essence stands above all living things. Devouring the life force of other creatures will trigger your own evolution." Shu Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. What exactly did life force refer to here? Suddenly, Qinghan ran up from behind, calling out, "Shu Chen, wait for me." His eyes widened as a thought struck him. "Of course." Shu Chen gestured toward her and asked, Han Han, "Could you let me borrow that beast tooth of yours for a second?" Without a second thought, she handed the necklace right over to him. The moment he touched it, Shu Chen froze. The system notified him, "You have devoured a trace of the Abyss Giant Butterfly's life force. Abyss Giant Butterfly Codex Progress, 1%. Once the progress bar reaches 100%, you can evolve certain attributes or skills of the corresponding beast." He was stunned. This thing was actually a butterfly's tooth? Well, at least now he knew the name of the beast. Maybe he could find some information about it online. But when Shu Chen searched on his computer, the screen only read, "No results found for Abyss Giant Butterfly." He frowned in confusion. Nothing at all? It looked like if he wanted to understand this beast, he would have to figure it out on his own. Shu Chen quickly pulled another beast tooth necklace out of his backpack. Found it. "Thank goodness Bai Shu gave me 2 of these." He gripped it tightly in his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy washed over him. The system popped up. "You have devoured a trace of the Abyss Giant Butterfly's life force. Abyss Giant Butterfly Codex Progress, 2%. Shu Chen let out a sigh and muttered, "Only 2%? Looks like there is not much life force left in dead bones. If I want to fully unlock this, I will have to find another way. Before he knew it, the next day had arrived. After class, to get some extra exercise, Shu Chen started riding his bike to school, giving Qinghan a ride every day. That way, even if they ran into another giant mutated rat, he could quickly whisk her away to safety. As they were riding, a voice called out, catching his attention. "Student Shu Chen." A middle-aged man approached them and said, "I am Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. Your performance at the sports meet was the best in our school's history. So, I would like to personally invite you to join the martial arts team. Your athletic talent is even more incredible than your academic skills. I really hope you will say yes. Of course, you can check us out before making your decision." The two of them just stood there, completely dazed. Coach Guo talked so fast, he did not even give Shu Chen a chance to decline. Coach Guo quickly turned around, waved goodbye, and added, "The martial arts team headquarters is in room C of the gym. If you are free tomorrow, drop by. I will be waiting for you." A little later, as golden sunlight bathed the city, a loud clap echoed. Shu Chen looked down at the squashed bug in his hands. It seemed ordinary cockroaches and mosquitoes did not trigger his survival of the fittest attribute. Only powerful exotic beasts possessed enough life force to be devoured. With that realization, he reached out and grabbed his phone. He hopped back onto his bike and set off, with Qinghan sitting right behind him. He was determined to put his theory to the test. So, I decided to head over to the meat department at the mall supermarket first to see if they had any in stock. It didn't take long for us to arrive at the downtown supermarket. Shu Chen picked up a tray of meat, stroking his chin in deep thought. There's plenty of beast meat here, but since it's all pre-packaged, I won't be able to test my theory without actually touching it. Just as I was wondering what to do, a voice rang out, "Fresh meat carving, come get your cuts, everyone." Right in front of him was a sign, "Fresh beast meat, raw and unprocessed, completely safe to eat." He smiled to himself, absolutely thrilled. "Perfect. The butcher over there is carving right now." Shu Chen quickly made his way over, turning back to say, Han, wait for me here. I'm going over to check out that meat for a second." Left standing behind him in confusion, she could only blink and go, "Huh?" With eyes shining like stars, Shu Chen rushed toward the fresh meat. Han probably found it a bit gross, but in order to confirm his theory as quickly as possible, he didn't bother explaining it to her. Yet after all, the truth was right in front of him. The moment his hand made contact, a strange surge of energy pulsed through him. He was absolutely right. Beast meat indeed contained an incredibly rich source of life origin. Seeing him so excited, Qinghan looked on with curiosity. Is Shu Chen okay? Why is he getting so worked up over just touching some meat? She stared blankly and asked, "Shu Chen, how does beast meat feel? Is it any different from regular meat?" He scratched his head with an awkward laugh. "Nah, not really. It just feels a lot fresher. Want to give it a touch?" Qinghan waved her hands in refusal. No, I'm good. You touching it is plenty." Shu Chen then gestured in another direction. "Well, since we're already here, why don't we buy some to try?" He looked down at the trays of meat, thinking to himself, "I'm not surprised. Qinghan is shocked. Beast meat is anything but cheap. Even the cheapest option, the phantom ink squid, costs nearly 1,000 yuan a pound." Shu Chen picked up a tray of the squid. "Let's get this one this time, the phantom ink squid." Qinghan panicked slightly, whispering a gentle reminder, "Shu Chen, this is way too expensive. Why don't you ask Aunt Xin first?" Before deciding whether to buy it or not, he reached out and patted her head to reassure her. "Don't worry. My mom already told me to. She wanted me to buy a bit extra anyway." Shu Chen recalled his mother Wang Xin's instructions. "If you're buying beast meat, go ahead and get more. Get a few more pounds, then invite Han over to try it with us. I'll transfer you the money." Pointing at the meat tray, he continued, "My mom is going to whip up a massive beast meat feast for both of our families." But besides wanting to share a meal, there was another reason he bought the meat. He was worried that directly absorbing the life origin might cause the meat to spoil on the spot. Of course, this was just a theory, so Shu Chen needed to test it out on the meat he just bought. The cashier scanned his QR code. "Hello, 3 pounds of phantom ink squid. That will be 2,995 yuan. Thank you for shopping with us, and see you next time." Clutching the shopping bag, Shu Chen placed a hand over his heart and groaned. "That was insanely expensive. Who knows when I'll be able to afford the next one." By the time they finished shopping, it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. With things being a bit unstable lately, heading home early was the safest bet. So, the two of them headed straight home. As Shu Chen pedaled, He reached into the bicycle basket toward the squid tray. Even though they were on the move, he wanted to test his theory right away. Time to see some magic. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy burst from the tray. System notification. You have devoured a portion of the Phantom Ink Squid's life origin. Phantom Ink Squid Codex progress unlocked by 0.1%. He quickly pedaled down the empty street with Qinghan on the back. Shu Chen calculated as he pedaled. Devouring 1/10 of a pound of the Phantom Ink Squid's life origin only unlocked 0.1% of the codex. That means I'd have to devour 100 pounds to reach 100%. At 998 yuan a pound, that's going to cost around 100,000 yuan. The Phantom Ink Squid's ability is to dissolve in water and vanish. If I can acquire this power, 100,000 yuan is definitely worth it. Plus, this is already the cheapest meat available. It's settled. I need to figure out a way to make some serious cash next. That's a massive amount of money. There's no way I can ask my family for it. Oh right, the whole point of buying this meat was to see if the meat would spoil after its life origin was absorbed. It's been a little while now, so the results should be clear. Looks like absorbing the life origin doesn't spoil the meat at all. Awesome. Just then, the system suddenly chimed. Phantom Ink Squid progress, 3%. Noticing him completely lost in thought, Qinghan quickly called out, Shu Chen, watch out. There's someone ahead. Hearing this, he slammed on the brakes with a loud screech. Shu Chen wobbled, barely steering the bike right between a handsome young couple. He quickly apologized. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. He then scratched his head, blaming himself. I was so focused on absorbing the life origin that I forgot to look where I was going. But wait, why is the bike lane so crowded? She nudged him again. Shu Chen, look over there. It's a bride. A thug has a knife held right to her throat. Stay back. Step any closer and I'll end her. The police officers ahead aimed their guns at him, shouting warning after warning. You are completely surrounded. Calm down and lower your weapon. The captain glanced sideways and ordered, Bing, don't fire without my command. A gun. And the distance is just too close. That guy is a professional. He is using the hostage as a human shield and keeping on the move. If we just shoot blindly, we could easily hurt the hostage. He came up with a plan, but if we drag this out, the hostages will be in grave danger. Should we try using knockout gas? The captain's face darkened as he snapped back. No way, knockout gas is too obvious. If we anger him before it takes effect, he might do something extreme. Suddenly, someone bent down and picked up a stone. That person threw the stone right between the two of them, sending it flying straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, it struck the thug's hand holding the knife. The captain immediately ordered his men to charge. Now is the time. The police team moved quickly, and in no time, the suspect was pinned down. Standing in the back, Qinghan wondered, Zikan, did you throw that stone just now? Shh, let's get out of here. We'll talk when we get back. But the captain called out, Hey kid, did you throw that stone? Zikan flinched, turning around and waving his hands in denial. No, it wasn't me. Feeling guilty, the two of them bolted. The captain scratched his head, wondering why they would do a good deed and refused to take credit. Besides, acts of bravery come with a reward. The word reward instantly caught Zikan's ears, making his eyes pop. Zikan immediately turned back and rushed over to the captain. Swallowing his pride, he grinned awkwardly and said, I just remembered. Actually, I was the one who threw that stone. In his mind, he thought, I didn't want to do this, but money is just too important to me right now. Unable to keep up, Qinghan shouted, Zikan, why are you running back? Wait for me. The captain laid down his terms. Come back with me to write a statement first, and then I'll help you claim the reward money. After Zikan and Qinghan let their families know they were heading to the station to give a statement, they parked their bikes in the park and locked them up. They were about to get in the police car to claim their first bit of income. But then, out of nowhere, the kidnapper suddenly mutated. He transformed into a muscular beast, sending the police into an absolute panic. Oh no, he's a cultist. He's mutating. He's turning into a giant rat. The mutated cultist lunged at a female officer nearby. The captain grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked orders. All security personnel, focus your fire on the mutated rat. Keep the citizens safe. Calling headquarters. A giant mutated rat has appeared in the park on North Shijiang Road. Preliminary assessment. He's a cultist carrying the Rat King gene. We can't handle this alone. We need backup. Zichen grabbed both girls, pulling them close as he thought, oh, crap. He bolted at the speed of light. Sorry to drag you guys along, but right now, getting out of here alive is all that matters. Luckily, it didn't chase us, but we still need to pick up the pace. Just then, a girl clad in an armored suit flew right over their heads. Zichen skidded to a halt. The armored girl delivered a devastating kick straight into the mutated rat. The force was so massive that it sent the monster flying back several meters. She instantly conjured a purple energy source and yelled, "Laser cannon, charging!" As she yelled, "Fire!" a massive barrage of laser fire blasted straight toward the mutated rat. With no time to react, the beast took the blast head-on. In an instant, the mutated rat was completely vaporized, leaving nothing but ashes floating in the air. Zichen was stunned by the sight, thinking, "Wow, she is incredibly strong. Good thing my bike did not get blown up, or that would have been a massive loss." Strawberry let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, we are saved." Qinghan offered a nervous smile and agreed, "Yeah, we are." Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened as he thought, "Wait, has the beast meat spoiled? It seems even after the vital essence is absorbed, the meat still goes bad. It just happens at a slower rate. I need to find an explanation for why this meat spoiled. Well, looks like I'll just have to make this cultist take the blame." Furious, Zichen threw it to the ground and yelled, "This is all that cultist's fault. The attack from that armored warrior was just too powerful. It completely charred the meat." From behind, Qinghan tried to comfort him. "It's okay, Zichen. We should just be glad we made it out in one piece. They originally wanted to go home, but at the captain's request, the three of them took a security vehicle back to the police station to help write the statement. Surprisingly, even after being blasted by the laser cannon, some charred remains of the cultist still lingered. More importantly, the scent was incredibly tempting. Zichen suddenly realized, "That's right. The river fang beast from earlier still had some vital essence left, which means there must be some left in this corpse, too. So, couldn't I just absorb the Rat King gene from the corpse?" Sitting in the car, he pondered, how much of the Rat King gene could I actually devour from a fresh heretic cultist? Only one way to find out. Zichen gently reached out his finger to touch that red substance, his entire body tensing up in an instant. The system chimed, "You have devoured a small amount of vital essence from the giant mutated rat. Giant mutated rat diagram progress has reached 5%. Zichen was shocked. "That much? It seems the freshness is directly proportional to the amount of vital essence I can absorb." Sitting next to him, Ah Ping glanced over. "The fresher it is, the more vital essence I can absorb." Sitting next to him, Ah Bing rolled his eyes, pouted, and warned, "Hey, classmate, do me a favor and sit still. Hold on tight, and stop moving around." Zichen just pretended to stretch. "Don't get the wrong idea, officer. I've just been sitting for so long that I needed to stretch a bit." He was being extremely cautious, though Ah Bing seemed easier to fool. But the security captain was much smarter. Inside the security office, the captain announced, "I've already submitted the paperwork for your bravery award, but I need you to be completely honest with me. From that kind of distance and in such dim light, how could a middle schooler like you throw a stone and perfectly hit that cultist's hand, right as he was holding the knife?" Zichen quickly made an excuse. "Maybe it is because I practice with my right hand a lot." He crossed his arms, staring at the awkward smile on the boy's face. Just then, Qinghan pushed the door open and called out, "Xiao Chen, your mom is here to take us home." He turned around in shock and asked, "Mom, what are you doing here? We could have made our own way home." Wan Xin, with tears welling up in her eyes, rushed over and cried out for Xiao Chen. She hugged him tightly, asking anxiously, "Are you okay, sweetie? You scared me to death." Zichen tried to comfort her. "Mom, please don't get so worked up. See? I'm completely fine. I'm even getting a cash reward for bravery." Wan Xin immediately grabbed his hands and pleaded, "Xiao Chen, promise me that if you ever run into danger again, you'll hide somewhere safe first, okay? All I want is for you to grow up safe and sound." Zichen had no choice but to support her as they walked out, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, Mom. I promise I'll always put my own safety first." As soon as he stepped outside, he overheard two female officers talking. "Those bastards from the Rat God cult are getting more out of hand by the day. Now, they're even infiltrating colleges and universities, mostly to prey on academic students who haven't officially qualified for gene fusion yet." The guy who got shot tonight was an academic student from Guangnam University. He was completely brainwashed by the Rat God cult. Damn it. We need to drag all of those cultists out and lock them up. That's just a temporary band-aid. It won't cure the root of the problem. We have to take out the Rat King himself, the one calling himself a god. Hearing this, Zichen's expression darkened with curiosity. The Rat King? There was actually quite a bit of information about the Rat God cult online. Apparently, their headquarters is in Shanghai City. Most of their followers are just societal dropouts. But have their activities really spiked this year? Resting his chin on his hand, he stared thoughtfully at his phone screen. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened as if he had stumbled upon some useful information. He pictured a crowd of people kneeling before the Rat King as he deep dived into his thoughts. Does the Rat King want to evolve into a higher-level life form? Which is why he's having his followers gather a massive amount of evolutionary resources for him? Has this Rat King already evolved to gain human-like intelligence? A giant mutated rat. How on earth did it get that big? Could it be connected to the Rat King? Oh well, this is the South anyway. Rats as big as cats are a pretty normal sight here. Oh right, why is Han Han so quiet? Could it be that kind of thing again? Whenever Han Han gets anxious or faces a stressful situation, she acts just like she did when she was a kid, unable to control herself. But I've always felt that her condition might actually be linked to some kind of untapped potential. Not long after, Wan Xin turned pale with panic and shrieked. What? The meat is gone? He scratched his head with an awkward chuckle. It was so chaotic back then that I wasn't paying attention. I think I must have dropped it. She let out a sigh. Oh, forget it. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. What's lost is lost. Zichen let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness he managed to cover that up. He walked over to his dad to start a conversation. Dad, it's way too dangerous out there. It's really not safe over there. Yansheng reassured him. Don't worry, son. I was born to be a tough blue-collar worker. It takes a lot to kill me. Zichen quickly tried to convince him. Even if you found the meat, it would already be spoiled anyway, Dad. The father scratched his cheek, turning to him in surprise. How do you know that? The boy froze for a split second before stammering, well, I just guessed, of course. Back at the police station, the captain was puffing on a cigarette, mumbling to himself. How could a middle schooler throw a stone with that much power? He suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror. Perched on top of the cabinet was a massive rat, making the captain stumble back in panic and scream. Where did this rat come from? How is it this huge? The mutated rat locked onto its target and immediately leaped downward. Instinctively, the captain whipped out his gun and fired a barrage of bullets, leaving a fresh pool of blood on the office floor. Cut to the classroom, where Zichen was taking notes while letting out another sigh. He closed his eyes, mentally weighing the squid against the reward. Compared to that rat man and the gynoid from last night, I'm still way too weak. I need to make money, and fast. That's the only way to fill up the progress bar and unlock the new Ghost Shadow Ink. But relying solely on scholarships from competitions, both inside and outside of school, is just too slow. Maybe I should become an online academic influencer and sell my own study guides? No, that might bring in quick cash, but it's way too high profile. Wait, I'm looking at this all wrong. This world is crawling with gene-fused and cybernetically enhanced people, where martial arts are valued way more than academics. The prize money for martial arts tournaments is much higher then. As for the other clubs, looks like it's time to take action. Cut to the gym, where Coach Guo is enjoying a sip of hot tea. Ziken suddenly walks up and waves, catching him completely off guard. Coach Guo spits his tea right out as the boy says, "Hello, Coach Guo." Wiping himself off, Coach Guo excitedly asks, Zichen, are you here to officially join? Or do you just want to learn more about the martial arts team first? Leaning in close, he whispers, I was wondering if joining the team gets me into the city martial arts tournaments. Also, is the prize money good? Hearing this, Coach Guo holds up a hand to reassure him. Of course you'll get your chance. And the prize money is no joke. Even the smallest tournaments pay out at least tens of thousands. Terrified of letting this chance slip away, Ziken grabs his hand to seal the deal on the spot. Coach, I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'm officially a member of the martial arts team. Somewhat taken aback, Coach Guo welcomes him. Well, happy to have you on board. Coach Guo then calls out to the rest of the team. Gather round, everyone. We have a new member joining us today. I'm sure you all recognize Zishan here. Today, our school's sports champion is officially joining our martial arts team. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? The other members take turns, starting with one who says, My name is Zhang Kai. Make sure you remember it. I'm Tian Heng, from Class 3, 9th grade. You can just call me Ah Heng. I'm Shu Tong, from Class 6, 9th grade. Everyone calls me Xiao Li, and I honestly prefer it that way. The last one speaks up. I'm Yi Se. Just call me Brother Se. Standing before them, our protagonist politely replies, "My name is Lin Zichen. I look forward to learning from all of you." Since Zichen has zero martial arts experience, Coach Guo starts by demonstrating some basic punches and kicks. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he advises, "Don't look down on these basic moves. They are actually a lot harder than they look. Even Xiao Li, our fastest learner, took a whole week to master them. Come on, give it a shot and let me see." Zichen seriously mimics the exact sequence. As Coach Guo continues showing him more advanced moves, Zichen immediately activates his divine wisdom. The system chimes in. "You are practicing fist techniques. Vitality +1. Arm strength, arm flexibility, and fist mastery, all +1. Every move Zichen makes after that is completely flawless, and his stats keep racking up +1 over and over again." Coach Guo watches this with his jaw on the floor. No way, this is absolutely impossible. How on earth did he master everything just by watching it once? He thinks to himself, unless. This kid is a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. Before long, night falls over the bustling city. Wanxin holds up a ladle and calls out, "Zichen, come set the table. Dinner is ready." Zichen rushes over in a flash. "Coming, what are we having tonight, Mom?" Setting the dish down, she smiles. "Your favorite, of course. The phantom squid you've been craving non-stop." Taking a deep breath of the mouth-watering aroma, he gasps, "Wow, that smells absolutely amazing." Wanxin coaxes him, "Stop sniffing and dig in while it's hot." Zichen doesn't hesitate for a second, popping a piece right into his mouth. She eagerly whispers, "Well, how does it taste?" He immediately lays on the charm, "Mom, your cooking is seriously the best in the world." Wanxin rubs his head affectionately and says, "Then eat up. I bought a whole 3 kilograms of it." The system notifies him, "You have devoured a small amount of the phantom squid's life essence." The phantom squid's blueprint has reached 3.01%. Zichen is stunned. "Wait, I can actually devour it just by eating it normally? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have touched it in the first place." After finishing his meal, he heads to the living room to watch the news. The anchor is introducing a young genius girl who has shocked the entire nation. At just 14 years old, she successfully fused with an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. Once her energy core is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000-kilogram off-road vehicle with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and perform an 8-meter vertical leap from a standstill. Resting his chin in his hand, Zichen ponders. First, there was that prodigy in the capital, and now this genius girl. Who's actually stronger, genetically modified humans or cyborgs? The broadcast then shifts to a somber piece of news. Security Captain He Xuanshan was found dead in his office at 11 p.m. last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant rat that snuck into the security bureau. Recalling his encounter from the day before, Zichen is hit with a wave of shock and doubt. Wait, could it be that giant rat from last night? No way. I can't waste any time. I need to train harder than ever. After some intense training, Zichen's 100-meter sprint time reaches 4.61 seconds. His vertical leap reaches 5.51 meters, and he can now lift objects weighing around 1,000 kilograms with a single hand. He also makes sure not to slack off on his martial arts, hoping to boost his strength as quickly as possible for the upcoming tournaments. Morning arrives in the blink of an eye, and he heads to school like any other day. The next morning, Zichen goes to the gym to keep practicing and learn new martial arts techniques. Driven by curiosity, Qinghan tags along with him. Suddenly, an older girl approaches them to strike up a conversation. "Zichen, sweetie, you haven't eaten breakfast yet, have you? Here, I brought you some fresh milk." He walks right past her without stopping, replying, "No thanks, but I appreciate the thought." The other guy fumed at the sight. "Damn it, that jerk stole my championship at the school sports festival, and now he's actually turning down a gift from my goddess?" Enraged, he rushed over to block Zichen's path. "Stop right there. Don't you have any manners? If you don't want to drink it, you could at least take it and give it to someone else. Like me, for instance. Why do you have to be such a jerk and hurt people's feelings?" Zichen calmly retorted. "Isn't what you're doing right now even more impolite?" The guy stood there, completely speechless. Then you'd better drink all of it. If you don't, you're disrespecting her, and disrespecting her is rude." Zichen casually replied, "But I'm allergic to milk." Refusing to back down, he snapped, I don't believe you. Zichen, do you have the guts to fight me? If I lose, I'll never say another word to you again. But if I win, you have to drink every single drop of that milk. The system popped up an achievement for an official competition. Eliminate 1,000 different opponents using the most primitive biological method. Reward: natural selection biological attribute. Total opponents eliminated. 0 out of 1,000. A smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, I've been waiting for this. Finally, the fourth achievement quest is here. Zichin raised his hand, his eyes flashing with a hint of menace as he accepted. All right, let's do this. Two female students excitedly dragged each other along to watch. I heard Lin Zikin is going to fight one of the seniors in the gym. Her friend quickly grabbed her phone. Really? Let's go check it out right now. By then, a massive crowd had already gathered in the gym, forming a large circle. Before the match started, one of them encouraged him. Junior Zichin, I'll be cheering for you. Teach that guy a good lesson. The other girl also enthusiastically cheered him on. Good luck, Junior Zichin. I'll take tons of awesome photos of you. That harsh scene made Zhang Kai boil with anger. Did everyone seriously think he was going to lose? He smirked to himself, realizing he had to take this chance to put this unpolished genius junior in his place. He didn't care if it looked like a senior bullying a freshman. Within just 1 month, this kid's talent had grown at an insane pace. If he didn't strike now, he'd never get another chance to show off. Zikin casually chimed in. By the way, I have to get home for dinner. Can we make this quick? Zhang Kai immediately snapped back. Fine. I'll grant your wish. Coach Guo immediately lowered his hand to signal. Remember, friendship first. Everything else comes second. Start. But just as the signal was given, Zhang Kai interrupted him. Hold on a second. Zhang Kai sneered, offering a handicap. You've only been training for 1 month, while I've been doing this for nearly 2 years. To make it fair, I'll let you have 3 free moves. Zichin's reply came at the exact same moment he dashed forward. Sounds good to me. Before his opponent could even process what was happening, Zichin's fist flew straight at his face. It slammed into Zhang Kai's face with incredible force, drawing blood instantly. With just that single strike, he was foaming at the mouth, knocked out cold on the floor. Even Coach Guo gasped in utter shock. What? Just 1 punch? The guys watching were completely stunned. Holy crap, that's insane. Is it really over just like that? Only Qinghan cheered happily. He won. Zichin won. The other girls immediately joined in, squealing, Junior Zichin is so handsome. Meanwhile, he focused on the notification showing his progress. Eliminate 999 more opponents to unlock the natural selection survival attribute. He flashed an innocent smile and suggested to the crowd, Seniors, why don't we take this opportunity to spar a little? As soon as they heard that, the guys turned pale. Making up all kinds of excuses, they quickly bolted. Oh, I just remembered I have tutoring after class today. My mom told me to get home early for dinner. I really need to use the bathroom. I'll go with you. Me too, wait for me. Wait, I suddenly feel dizzy. Let me help you to the nurse's office. Zhang Kai struggled to push himself up, snarling, I don't accept this. You cheap-shotted me, you little brat. If you do that again, I'll beat you to a pulp. Coach Guo immediately warned him. Zhang Kai, you must accept your defeat. Was Zikin's punch just a lucky shot, or was it pure dominance? Having Xiao Lizi test him would reveal the truth. Hearing his name called out, the guy gasped in terror. Xiao Lizi, you're up. Having no choice, he reluctantly took a stance. Pardon me, Junior. Just please don't hit my face, okay? 10 minutes later. To avoid looking too overpowered, Zichin had intentionally just traded a few casual moves with the seniors. But other than his progress from defeating Zhang Kai, his count didn't increase after defeating any of the other seniors. He fell deep into thought. So trying to cheese it is useless? Do I absolutely have to defeat them in a real, direct fight? Coach Guo suddenly appeared behind him, giving him a fright. Zichin, you really are a genius. You've only been on the martial arts team for a little over a month, yet you've already become our ace. He was so thrilled that he pumped both of his fists in excitement. In this year's district martial arts competition, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely crush the competition and take first place. Thanks to his reminder, a sudden realization hit him. Exactly. Entering the martial arts tournament is the perfect way to directly beat a bunch of opponents. Zikin did the math. As long as he successfully defeats his opponents in these matches, it will definitely boost his quest progress. Right then, a loud voice boomed out of nowhere, cutting off his train of thought. Lin Zikin, despite losing miserably, still put on a front. Zhang Kai, I admit defeat. From now on, even if you walk all over me, I won't say a single word to you." This bizarre declaration made everyone there turn pale. Then, they all rushed away immediately, leaving him with no time to stop them. "Wait, I am not done talking. In this world, students either study martial arts or fine arts, and of course, martial arts is the absolute top choice here." Even on the track, Qinghan kept right pace with him. "Zishan, wait for me. Come on, I am almost catching up." Zishan himself realized that to get into the martial arts class, Shen Qinghan had started training with him. After a 3,000-meter run, they would practice martial arts for 1 hour to sharpen their hand-to-hand combat skills. After that, they did some sit-ups and push-ups to improve their physical strength and endurance. After every training session, he would help Shen Qinghan massage and soothe her muscles. But to prepare for the upcoming martial arts tournament, Zichen couldn't afford to rest on his laurels. To unlock the natural selection attribute as soon as possible, he had to give it everything he had. 1 month later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. It was held at a massive city arena with hundreds of millions of viewers watching. In the players' locker room, Coach Guo was reviewing the information board. "Our Shanghai Junior High is really unlucky to draw Shanghai #1 High School, the strongest team in the bracket." Having gathered a lot of information, Zhang Kai felt even more depressed. This year, the #1 school has a werewolf who can sprint 100 meters in less than 9 seconds. We are definitely going to get pulverized. While everyone else was feeling down, Zikin stepped up to volunteer. "Coach, I want to go first." Left with no choice, Coach Guo agreed. "You sure you can handle this?" "Fine, Zikin. I'll let you go first then." Right off the bat, 2 people cheered for him with all their might. Up on the stage, Zikin rolled his shoulders to get ready. "Zichen, it's all up to you. I believe in you." Qinghan jumped up and down. "Go Zichen, you can do it." On the opponent's side, a massive foot stepped forward, shaking the entire arena floor. Before the fight started, he gave Zichen a compliment. "Hey, mountain boy, I saw your name on the roster. Just a junior high schooler. Yet you are already standing on the stage of the 8-school alliance. Not bad. You are pretty talented. But this is no place for you. A junior high freshman who is barely 170 centimeters tall. Just you wait. I am going to show you the massive difference in our size and strength." Once both of them finished their greetings, the referee announced, "Let the match begin." The moment those words left the referee's mouth, he lunged forward in a flash. Unfortunately for him, that punch ended in a total shock, because Zishan easily dodged it. "What?" Zishan gently placed his hand on the guy's chest without using any force. Then he gave him a push. Even though it was just a one-handed shove, the guy was sent flying. The referee, also caught off guard, declared, "Lin Zichen wins." Overjoyed, Qinghan raised her hands to celebrate their first victory. "Zichen, you are absolutely amazing." His teammates, beaming with pride, cheered loudly. "Zichen is unstoppable." Down below, someone was grumbling, "It's way too mechanical. There is absolutely no flexibility." Turns out, the coach was scolding him. "Footwork. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't just blindly charge forward in the ring. Use your footwork. Why don't you ever listen to me?" Meanwhile, his system popped up. "You have successfully defeated an opponent. Your tournament ranking has increased. Total opponents eliminated, 2 out of 1,000. Zikin came to a conclusion. Sure enough, defeating opponents in highly competitive matches would boost the progress bar of his achievement quest. The opposing coach assigned the next match. "Chen Feng, you are up next. Take down that arrogant junior high freshman as fast as possible for me." He assured, "I got this, coach." This time, Chen Feng took a much more cautious stance than the previous guy. The referee called out the same line, "Let the match begin." Chen Feng moved incredibly fast, swift as the wind. Unfortunately, Zishan still dodged the attack effortlessly and used the exact same move on him. This time, Chen Feng spun in the air a few times before crashing onto the ground, just like his teammate. He landed face first, which was a massive slap in the face to their opponents. The referee rushed over. "Quick, take him to the hospital for a checkup. It looks like he hit his head." Up in the stands, the crowd buzzed, and the bettors were furious. What on earth is happening? How can that Shanghai middle school kid be so incredibly lucky? Give me a break. His opponent literally lost by throwing himself out of the ring. What kind of crazy luck is that? This is definitely rigged. Refund our money. The opposing coach held his head in panic. "No, this isn't luck. That Shanghai junior high kid is actually highly skilled. Gao Fei, you are up next. Focus entirely on defense. Do not initiate any attacks, and whatever you do, you absolutely cannot lose." He stepped out with supreme confidence and an imposing aura. "Don't worry, coach. I will win." Cao Fei began analyzing his opponent. Lin Zikin didn't have a powerful build. He was just quick on his feet and knew how to exploit the situation to win so easily. "I can run 100 meters in just 9 seconds, and I have way more combat experience than him. As long as I take this next match seriously, there's absolutely no way I'll lose." The crowd started whispering. "Hearing you guys say that, it looks like that 7th grader from Shanghai Middle School doesn't stand a chance. After all, he's only a first year. Once he grows up, Shanghai Middle School will definitely be number 1. Down on the stage, the referee called out, and the match began. Cao Fei charged forward like a fragile yet incredibly proud little bird. He threw a rapid barrage of punches at Zichen, but the boy dodged them with ease. This was the water stream rock smashing fist technique. The coach was shocked. "Cao Fei, what on earth are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why are you attacking, being overly competitive?" Cao Fei thought to himself. "Defense? A genius like me doesn't need something like that." Zichen recognized the move. "This fist technique is actually pretty interesting. Let me watch first and see if I can copy it." He was starting to wear out. "Why can't I land a single hit on this guy?" Furious, Cao Fei stopped and yelled, "How are you dodging all my attacks? This makes absolutely no sense." Zichen couldn't care less and just asked, "Do you have any other moves? Show me everything you've got." Seething with rage, his punches became even faster and more frequent. "You're clearly mocking me." Zichen lost interest. It was just the exact same moves as before. "Never mind then. Let's wrap this up." The entire crowd was in shock when he defeated Cao Fei. Only Zichen's team was cheering wildly. "Awesome job, Xiao Chen. You are way too strong. Xiao Chen is a beast, taking down 3 guys in a row. Winning without having to lift a finger feels absolutely amazing." In the next round, he easily defeated everyone. Each opponent was even weaker than the last. In no time, Zichen swept all 5 fighters from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Over the next 2 days, he single-handedly defeated the remaining 2 schools, successfully leading Shanghai Middle School to win the 8-school championship. The system announced his total eliminations stood at 16 out of 1,000. Zichen steeled his resolve. There were still 984 opponents left to defeat. It would probably take years to complete this natural selection. Zichen was absolutely thrilled. Although the quest couldn't be finished anytime soon, he didn't expect Teacher Guo to hand him the lion's share of the tournament prize money, which came out to a flat 20,000 yuan. Counting the prize money Zichen had won from various academic competitions, he now had around 30,000 yuan in his hands. But Zichen burned through that 30,000 yuan incredibly fast. Wan Xin cooked him the most delicious meals. "Take your time eating, Xiao Chen. There's still plenty left." The system announced that the activation progress of the Ghost Shadow Squid blueprint was 33%. He realized that devouring 30 kilograms of Ghost Shadow Squid meat had directly boosted the activation progress of the Ghost Shadow Squid blueprint to 33%. During his 2nd year of middle school, he successfully broke through from Ordinary Tier 3 to Ordinary Tier 4, and he could now easily lift 1,090 kilograms with a single hand, achieve a vertical leap of 5.65 meters, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Shen Qinghan and I finally graduated from Shanghai Middle School. Soon, the high school entrance exam results came out. Qinghan muttered in dismay. "Why? I worked so hard, but the result is still." "Xiao Chen, do you think we can still go to the same high school together?" Zichen explained. He was the top student in the district in both academics and martial arts. Qinghan's academic grades were not bad at all, but her martial arts score was not high enough to get into Shanghai High School's elite martial arts class. He wiped away her tears and said, "I'm not really sure, but the principal of Shanghai High School said she wanted to visit my house. Do you want to come with me to meet her?" Qinghan felt certain. "The principal must be coming to invite you to stay in Shanghai High School's top-tier martial arts class. Since this has nothing to do with me, why should I even go?" Without giving her time to think, Zichen pulled her along. "Don't worry, the only condition for me to stay at Shanghai High School is that I get to sit next to you." Once everyone sat down at the table, the principal of Shanghai High School discussed things with us at home for hours, simply expressing her hope that Zichen would continue his studies at Shanghai High School. Wrapping up her points, the principal said, "Student Zichen, we've pretty much covered everything, and I've laid out all our terms. As for the final point, as long as you agree to continue your studies at Shanghai High School, you can ask for whatever you want. Just tell me directly." Hearing that, Zichen immediately pulled Qinghan forward and replied, "Thank you, Principal. I only have one request, and that is for Shen Qinghan to be in the same class as me." She stepped closer to Qinghan and asked, "You must be student Shen Qinghan, right? When the new school year starts, both of you should come to Shanghai High School together to register." They both nodded excitedly and said, "Thank you, Principal." From there, Zichen went on to participate in many more competitions. After choosing his high school, he entered his very last middle school martial arts tournament. To no one's surprise, Tu Chen easily led Shanghai Middle School to another championship victory. Countless opponents fell at Tu Chen's feet, unable to even lift their heads. Deep in the forest, far away from the city, Tu Chen thought to himself. With the prize money now in his hands, he decided to fulfill his previous goal first. There was only 20% left to unlock the Devil Shadow Squid diagram. Buying meat with this prize money would definitely be more than enough to finish the progress. The system showed that the Devil Shadow Squid diagram had reached 80%. Not knowing what would happen once he fully unlocked the diagram, or what uncontrollable side effects might trigger, he had intentionally come to the forested mountains on the outskirts of Shanghai City. With that, Tu Chen started the process. No time to waste, let's get right into it. The system popped up. You have devoured a massive amount of the Devil Shadow Squid's life essence. He was overjoyed, though a look of slight shock crossed his face. The Devil Shadow Squid diagram had reached 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Devil Shadow Squid diagram and obtained the biological attribute, Water Fusion Affinity. Water Fusion Affinity significantly enhances your connection to water, allowing you to move freely beneath the surface without a trace. Hearing this, Tu Chen felt a bit disappointed. Why does this Water Fusion Affinity seem kind of useless? I need to test it out in a nearby pond right now. My skin doesn't even wrinkle after being in the water for so long, and I can clearly feel that water resistance has decreased dramatically when I swim. But is that really all it does? No other effects? Well, I guess it makes sense. The Devil Shadow Squid is just a low-tier monster, barely even worth fusing genes with in the first place. If I want better biological attributes, I can just save up and buy them later. Sooner or later, I'll get everything I need. Or, once I get stronger, I can hunt mutated beasts and eat their meat. Tu Chen clenched his fist with determination, thinking of creatures like giant mutated rats. A few days later, Tu Chen and Qinghan went to the beach. There was less than a week left before the new school year started. My mom and Shen Qinghan's family had planned a vacation together. To better study my water fusion affinity, I had suggested we go to the beach. Clasping her arms around herself, Qinghan warned him, "Xiao Chen, the water is freezing." Tu Chen dove in and encouraged her. "It's always like that when you first get in. Just take your time getting used to it, and you won't feel cold anymore." Just then, the system pinged. You are diving. Vitality, full body muscle strength, full body muscle coordination, water affinity, oxygen efficiency, water pressure resistance, and diving skills have all increased by 1. Qinghan pouted and called out, "Xiao Chen, stop swimming off on your own and come teach me how to swim." That was when he realized, oh, right. Han doesn't even know how to swim yet. He stopped to guide her, and so Tu Chen patiently began to teach her the basics. But considering Shen Qinghan's average athletic ability, he figured it would take a miracle for her to learn how to swim quickly. But Tu Chen was immediately proven wrong. Qinghan was swimming even better than a fish. "Xiao Chen, is swimming really this easy? I learned how to do it in just a second." Not only that, she kept her face underwater for an incredibly long time. Then, she realized, oh, I can actually dive too? Tu Chen gasped as she suddenly popped up right in front of him. Qinghan bragged, "Xiao Chen, aren't I amazing? I always heard people say it's really hard to open your eyes underwater because of the salt. They said it stings, but I don't feel any discomfort at all. In fact, it feels cool and really comfortable." Tu Chen stared at her, rubbing his chin as he pondered. Even if Shen Qinghan had a natural affinity for water, there was no way she could master every single swimming skill instantly. This was way too abnormal. Suddenly, something clicked. Wait, that's not right. Memories of her constant bedwetting and her current swimming skills suddenly rushed back to him, Tu Chen thought. Could the reason Shen Qinghan kept wetting the bed be because she was born with a natural water constitution? That's unbelievable. Maybe in her past life, Shen Qinghan had some kind of special cultivation physique, just like the ones in cultivation novels. The two of them swam together. Next, Tu Chen went diving with Shen Qinghan. and her performance left him even more flabbergasted. We've been underwater for over 10 minutes now, let alone a beginner like her. Even a trained professional would struggle to stay submerged for this long. Suddenly, Ching-han heard something that made her freeze. She wondered, why is there such a strange sound in the water? Ching-han swam faster toward the noise, and he could only scramble to keep up. What on earth was that sound? The two of them quickly broke the surface of the vast ocean. Tu Chen asked, "What happened? Why did you suddenly get so tense?" Ching-han explained. "Just now, I suddenly heard this really bizarre sound in my ears. It was so weird, it was actually kind of terrifying." Tu Chen asked with concern, "What kind of sound was it?" Ching-han hesitated, trying to find the words. "I don't know, maybe it was a language I don't recognize. All I know is it sounded like a woman's voice. It felt so real, and it just kept echoing in my ears. It didn't stop until I broke the surface." After that, the two headed back. To help Shen Ching-han calm down as quickly as possible, Tu Chen immediately took her back to the hotel. After that, even though he tried calling her repeatedly, he still couldn't figure out what on earth Shen Ching-han was talking about. Unable to sleep because of this, he decided to keep working out. The system kept popping up notifications. "You have completed 1,000 weighted sit-ups. Vitality increased by 2,000. Abdominal strength increased by 2,000. Sit-up proficiency increased by 1,000. Your biological level has been upgraded to ordinary stage 5. This left him absolutely stunned. He never expected that simply working out would trigger Zichen's evolution. The more he thought about it, the more thrilled he became. Ordinary stage 5, this biological level was strong enough to go head-to-head with an adult giant mutated rat. It looked like if he kept training, ripping that mutated rat apart with his bare hands wouldn't just be a pipe dream. After advancing to the next stage, he headed to an empty beach to test his various physical stats. Zichen's 100-meter sprint time was down to just 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump could reach a whopping 6.98 meters. He could even lift a car weighing around 1,600 kilograms with just one hand. Compared to when he had just broken through to ordinary stage 4, the jump in his stats was absolutely massive. With these incredible results, Zichen finally kicked off his high school journey. The girls in his class were instantly swooning over him. "Oh, is that Zichen? He is so handsome. No way. Zichen is on duty on the same day as us? We are so incredibly lucky." Zichen was taken aback. Han Han and he had arrived early for classroom duty, but he did not expect this new classmate to already know him. But what surprised him even more was that this simple chore actually triggered a brand new quest. The system notified him, "Complete 1,000 multiplayer co-op quests. The reward is the social animal biological trait. Current progress, 1 out of 1,000. Zichen was full of anticipation, wondering what kind of practical effects this social animal trait would actually have. He honestly could not wait to find out. Since the new school year had just begun, and there was not much to do, Zichen used his free time to go grocery shopping at the supermarket. After all, he had already unlocked the Phantom Squid, so the next step was to set his sights on a new target. Suddenly, Zichen spotted something that caught his eye, making him wonder what this product in front of him could be. This was violent eagle meat, priced at 1998 yuan per pound. Zichen picked it up, thrilled. This was it. The violent eagle was a mutated beast, slightly higher in rank than the phantom squid. Its eyesight was exceptionally sharp, 30 times better than an average human's. That was incredibly powerful. Because of that, its hunting ability was top tier, allowing it to pinpoint and snatch a mutated rabbit moving so fast it was practically an afterimage. Sitting at his desk, Zichen pondered. If he had that kind of vision, it would dramatically boost his overall combat efficiency. In short, based on the description, unlocking the Violent Eagle's codex entry was definitely worth the effort. The main reason was that the Violent Eagle meat was the second cheapest, costing only 1998 yuan per pound. So, he accessed the system to unlock it and check its functions. Zichen was shocked. Eating 1 pound of meat only increased the codex unlock progress by 1%. This meant he would need 200,000 yuan to fully unlock the Violent Eagle's entry. It looked like he would have to work extra hard in high school tournaments to earn that kind of money. The prize money is much higher than the basic allowance. I have to unlock this Violent Eagle Codex before my sophomore year, no matter what. As summer vacation came to an end, he finally stepped into his high school life at Shanghai High School. On the very first day of the new semester, the teachers and classmates started introducing themselves. "Hello everyone, I am Han Yuanfeng, your cultivation class instructor and your homeroom teacher. And I am Kai Tianfei, the instructor for the mechanical modification class. I am Lu Day, your gene fusion teacher, and I am Cheng Bei, the instructor for the Wilderness Survival course. Now, it is your turn. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yushi, and my talents are music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I am Zhong Yijia, and I love watching anime, cosplaying, and playing sports. My name is Peng Hua Guang. When I have free time, I just like staying home and playing video games. Before long, it was Shen Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. Feeling all those eyes on her made her incredibly nervous. Hi everyone, my name is Shen Qinghan. I like drawing and coloring in my free time. I hope we can all get along. As for our protagonist, his introduction was probably the shortest of them all, completely unmatched in its simplicity. Hi, I am Lin Zichen. Nice to meet you all. Time flew by, and soon after everyone finished their introductions, the dismissal bell rang. Chu Xin turned to ask her, "Hey Qinghan, what score did you get on the high school entrance exam?" Startled, Qinghan looked over at her and shyly replied, "I got 709 points. What about you, Chu Xin?" she said excitedly. "Whoa, that is amazing. You are a whole 10 points higher than me. I only got 698 points. What about your physical exam score?" "I did really poorly on mine and only got 95 points. It was honestly terrible." Hearing that, Thonham felt a chill run down her spine. The maximum score for the fitness test was 100, so scoring 95 made someone the absolute top student among top students. "I only got 79, 11 points below the standard, so there is absolutely no way I can say my score out loud." She spoke up, saying, "I am not as good as you." So Tam immediately grilled her. "Then what was your score? 94? Or 93? Thonham lowered her voice in embarrassment. "It is even lower than that." So Tam pried even deeper. "Is it 92, 91, or 90? But while So Tam was talking, someone suddenly slammed the table, startling her. Tu Thon walked up, holding out his phone, and asked, "Can I add your WeChat?" Blushing, Chusin said, "Sure, let's add each other on WeChat. Let me scan your QR code." Her heart fluttered. This handsome guy was actually making the first move to add her. What kind of god-tier luck did she have today? As he and Qinghan exchanged glances, she quietly celebrated. Thank goodness Xu Chen had stepped in to rescue her. If they had kept questioning her, she wouldn't have known how to answer, and it would have been so embarrassing. Right after that, Xu Chen walked around with his phone, saying, "You, let's add each other on WeChat too." He nodded and said, "Go ahead and scan mine." Once they were all connected, he created a 4-person WeChat group, but to his surprise, this actually completed another multiplayer co-op quest for Xu Chen. Talk about an easy win, this quest was a total breeze. Once the group chat was set up, everyone started getting to know each other. It turned out Yu came from the neighboring city of Nangguan. As the young master of a martial arts family, he had already won 8 major awards, making him the absolute pride and joy of his family. Meanwhile, Li Chushin's family owned a clothing store chain with numerous branches throughout the district, making her a bona fide rich girl. Xu Chen and Shen Qinghan also shared a bit about their own backgrounds. Before long, the 4 of them became a tight-knit squad where they could talk about absolutely anything. Just as they were about to wrap up their chat, Yu chimed in, "Guess who the strongest person in our class is? I bet you guys will never guess it." Chushin pointed and said, "My bet is on Xu Chen. He got the highest score in our district's high school entrance exam." Hearing this, he was stunned. "Wow, Xu Chen, I didn't know you were such a beast. But even a top district scorer is probably way behind. You guys won't believe this when I tell you. We have 2 absolute monsters in our class that the principal spent a fortune to recruit all the way from Nangguan City. That guy sitting by the window in the 3rd row on the left is Wang Shuji. He was the absolute top scorer in the Nangguan district exam. His 100-meter dash time is a crazy 7.89 seconds. And then there's that giant guy named Lu Qiang sitting in the back row on the right. This guy was born with godlike strength. He can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with just one hand. Qinghan said in admiration, "Wow, that sounds incredibly impressive." Chuxin covered her mouth in shock, gasping, "No way, is that for real?" Xu Chen sighed in relief, thinking to himself, "Well, hearing that makes me feel much better. 7.98 seconds for 100 meters and a 300-kilogram weight? Both of those are just child's play for me." Before long, the bell rang again, and it was time to hand out the textbooks. There were 4 textbooks corresponding to the 4 core courses. Since he had already self-taught himself all 4 subjects back when he was a kid, Shu Chen snuck off to a quiet spot to cultivate during his free time. After all, the threat of the rat deity cult was still looming over them. So far, the police had only captured the low-level cultists, but traces of the Rat King were still frequently spotted. Because of that, he was determined to push his training and break through to Tier 6 to be ready for them. In the afternoon, their very first practical class was wilderness, survival, and exploration equipment. Does anyone here know how to start a fire by rubbing two pieces of wood together? Hiyu scoffed. Come on, we never use that skill in real life anyway. Who would actually waste time learning it? But he was immediately slapped in the face by reality when the others actually started doing it. Witnessing this, the teacher asked with a look of pure delight, "Wow, what's going on over here? How are you two so incredibly good at this? You actually got a fire going just by rubbing two pieces of wood together?" Lu Chang smiled proudly. "Sir, back in middle school, I took a summer camp class just to learn this." Shuji chimed in, "And I self-taught myself online when I was in elementary school." Once the two guys from Nangguan City finished their demonstration, the rest of the class began practicing on their own. Before long, Shu Chen also taught his teammates how to easily friction start a fire together. Later, during the martial arts class, it turned into yet another show-off fest for the two Nangguan City hotshots. Yuan Feng announced, "Today, I am going to teach you a special breathing cultivation technique." But right away, the two of them blurted out in unison, "Instructor, we already learned that." Though it seemed a bit obnoxious, they actually managed to pull it off. Even though Shu Chen already knew all of this, keeping a low profile was his second nature. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed, and Yuan Fei addressed the class. "It has been over a month since the school year started, so it is time to test your academic progress. For this exam, I've set up some reward tiers. First place is 88 yuan. Second place is 666 yuan. And third place is 333 yuan. Shu Chen was shocked. There was actually a cash prize, and the top winner would get 88 yuan. That reward was incredibly generous. It was almost enough to buy half a kilo of violent condor meat. With actual prizes on the line, everyone naturally worked much harder on the test. An hour later, the exam was over. Coincidentally, Lu Darren, the gene fusion teacher, also organized an exam with the exact same rewards. He announced, "It has been over a month since the school year started, so it's time to check how well you've all been studying." Once the exam ended, he slumped onto his desk and groaned, "Finally, it's over." The rest of the class started whining as well, crying out, "Why was that test so incredibly hard? The last question was just ridiculous. I was hoping for a 90, but now I'll be thrilled if I can even score a 60. While everyone was busy complaining about how brutal the questions were, the two-man team from Nangguan City began bragging to each other. Shuji sighed and said, "Man, that test was way too hard. How did you do?" Lu Gang replied casually, I think I only got a 95. "I struggled with the last question though. How about you?" Shuji answered. "Same here. I had no idea how to do the last one, so I am guessing 95 as well." Hearing them, Hiyu clenched his fists in anger. "Ugh, bragging again. Seriously, will you guys die if you do not show off? I swear, I just want to punch them both in the face." Just then, Teacher Kai announced, "All right, class. The results for the mechanical improvement exam are out. Guo Yanling got 52, and Shen Qinghan got 61. She happily turned around to face him. "Zikin, I passed. Congratulate me. Hard work really pays off. This is amazing." Teacher Kai continued reading the list. Hiyu, 88 points. Everyone turned to look at him in admiration, saying, "Whoa, Hiyu, you are incredible." Teacher Kai praised him. "Great job. I have high hopes for you." Hiyu proudly replied, It was just pure luck. The exam just happened to cover topics I knew well." He then turned to his group members and boasted, "Once I secure the third place prize of 333 yuan, I will treat you all to a feast." Teacher Kai went on, "Lu Gang and Wang Shuji, 95 points. You two did extremely well this time. Just one more question and you would have had a perfect score." Lu Gang grinned smugly and said, "Teacher, that last question required a ton of calculations. If you had given me just 10 more minutes, I definitely would have solved it." Wang Shuji agreed. "Same here." Teacher Kai smiled warmly. "I believe you two have the ability." Hearing this, Hiyu got annoyed again, thinking, there they go, showing off again. But whatever, at least third place is mine, Hiyu thought. However, Teacher Kai then dropped a bombshell. This exam was actually extremely difficult. You guys might not believe this, but someone in our class got a perfect score. Lin Zikin scored 100 points. Shuji gasped in shock. A perfect score? What kind of monster is he? Lu Gang was equally terrified. This is absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. He Yu panicked. Even the top two geniuses of Nongguan City were crushed. Lin Zichen was just way too powerful, and worse, he had just snatched away. He Yu's third place. I definitely cannot celebrate too early next time, He Yu muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan praised. Lin Zichen, you are incredible. Li Chuxin added, our genius is shining bright. Lin Zichen raised his hand and asked, Teacher Kai, when will the first place prize of 888 yuan be handed out? Teacher Kai replied, don't worry, I will put the cash in a red envelope and send the reward to the class group. Teacher Kai thought to himself, is this kid really that obsessed with money? Is he that broke? Just 1 hour later, the results for the gene fusion exam were also announced. Teacher Darren announced, all right everyone, the results are in. One of our Nongguan duo, Lu Gang, scored 81 points, and Wang Shuji scored 83 points. For an exam where almost everyone failed, barely scraping an excellent score was already an impressive feat. But it was obvious that the two of them could not hide their smug satisfaction. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan scored 78 points. With this score, she would easily make the top 5. As for Lin Zichen, he once again achieved a perfect score and pocketed the prize money. He Yu, Wang Shuji, and Lu Gang took a massive blow to their egos. Lu Gang complained, this test was insanely hard. How could anyone possibly get a perfect score? Wang Shuji agreed, yeah, I feel like. Is it possible he knew the answers beforehand? Teacher Darren frowned and shot down the accusation. No way, absolutely impossible. He came up with all the answers on his own. You cannot even find these solutions on the internet, so cheating is out of the question. Both of them were utterly shocked. He Yu mocked them, laughing. Wow, you guys are hilarious. If you cannot do it, you cannot do it. Just accept the loss instead of crying and accusing others of cheating. You guys are seriously embarrassing us, Nongguan students. Li Chuxin agreed. Exactly. Wang Shuji is so classless. Bad people always love to cause trouble. The lunch break passed in the blink of an eye. This afternoon, Class 1 of the first grade would be taking their wilderness survival exam. Teacher Chengpei announced the requirements, adding that the rewards for this survival exam would be the same as the other subjects. First place gets 1,888 yuan, second place gets 666 yuan, and third place gets 333 yuan. The exam consists of 3 main parts: rock climbing, swimming, and friction fire. Starting, Wang Shuji scowled in frustration. Lu Gang, we took a beating in the theory test this morning, so we have to save face this afternoon no matter what. Lu Gang agreed. You do not even have to say it. I am definitely going to crush him and avenge our past humiliation. Soon, the exam kicked off. The very first challenge was tree climbing and rock climbing. Scores were determined solely by climbing speed. Unsurprisingly, Lin Zichen easily took first place in the climbing event. Just as expected, the Nongguan duo was left eating his dust. The two of them were stunned, thinking, no way, this Lin Zichen is just ridiculously overpowered. We pushed ourselves to the absolute limit, yet we could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. In the end, Lin Zichen also claimed first place in the tree climbing contest. However, at this moment, Lin Zichen was far more concerned about Shen Qinghan. She had not even finished her climb yet, so it was no surprise when Shen Qinghan finished dead last. But it was no big deal. She would surely regain her confidence in the upcoming swimming segment. In the next phase, which was starting a fire, Lin Zichen had to go head-to-head with the Nongguan duo once again to secure the prize. Both Lu Gang and Wang Shuji were thinking the exact same thing. How on earth is Lin Zichen so fast at literally everything? His hand speed is insane. I do not remember him being this fast in class. Ultimately, Lin Zichen successfully lit his fire in just 58 seconds. Swimming was the final event. Once again, Lin Zichen completely crushed the Nongguan duo, dealing a massive blow to their confidence. They groaned. Okay, we get why Lin Zichen is so fast, but why the heck did Shen Qinghan suddenly pop off like that too? I must have made a mistake because I was too stressed. After the wilderness survival results came out, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang became dead silent, not saying a word for a long time. But hey, at least it bought us a peaceful lunch break. That's because the afternoon martial arts class had rekindled their hope of showing off. Han Yuanfeng announced, you all have been training in martial arts for over a month now. Today is the test. The format is simple. Everyone will get in the ring to spar, and there will be rewards for the top 3. The two of them were completely pumped. Who cared about the written exam and the wilderness survival test anyway? In a martial arts class, fighting was everything. If you don't have the strength, any other achievement is pointless. I absolutely have to win this sparring match. But before the sparring began, Han Yuanfeng set up a physical fitness test. He explained, "This warm-up test will measure 3 metrics: sprint speed, bench press weight, and vertical jump height." Lin Zichen sprinted the 100 meters in 7.78 seconds. In the weightlifting event, he easily lifted 330 kilograms and achieved a vertical jump of 2.18 meters, taking first place in all 3 categories. Not wanting to show off, Zichen didn't even go all out. Meanwhile, Wang Shuji was panicking. How could Zichen run the 100 meters even faster than him? Yet, his own test results only put him in second place. It defied all logic. Lu Gang was equally horrified. Lin Zichen wasn't even that muscular, so had his body just not fully developed during the high school exams? Wang Shuji tried to comfort him. "Lu Gang, don't panic. Flunking the physical test doesn't mean we've lost everything. Real combat isn't just about physical strength, it's about technique. We still have a chance." Lu Gang agreed. "You're right. Losing the physical test isn't the end. We're still way ahead of our peers, so we definitely still have a shot." After the physical exam, everyone moved to the arena in the training hall to start the sparring matches. He thought to himself, "To get this over with as quickly as possible, I need to take the lead." But since my physical test scores were so insane, nobody dares to step up. Even Nanggong Shuangxing chose to just sit back and watch, but if they kept dragging this out, the teacher would lose his patience. Crossing his arms, he ordered, "Lu Wei, go spar with Zichen." Sweating bullets, the student who got called out walked up to face Zichen. To save time, Zichen had no choice but to end things quickly. To get everyone in class through the ring before school ended, Zichen had to speed up his takedowns, winning 10 out of 10 matches the exact same way. From then on, whoever stepped onto the stage was knocked out in a single blow. Shuji froze. "No way. Is Lin Zichen really that strong?" Lu Gang's face turned pale. "I seriously doubt he's even trying. How is anyone supposed to compete with this?" A moment later, He Yu jumped onto the stage and called out, "Lu Gang, I'm all warmed up and in peak condition. Do you have the guts to get up here and fight me?" Lu Gang shot back. "It'll only take me 30 seconds to knock you out." He was secretly relieved, thinking, if he hadn't challenged me, I would have been forced to fight Lin Zichen. There's no way I can beat Lin Zichen, but surely I can take this guy down. He Yu charged up, matching Lu Gang's shout with a roar of his own. "Bring it on." Immediately after, He Yu launched a barrage of attacks, but unfortunately, Lu Gang easily caught his leg. He Yu was spun around like a pinwheel, followed by a swift, decisive throw from Lu Gang. He was tossed right out of the ring, throwing up instantly. Lu Gang sneered arrogantly, "He Yu, of all the people I've fought, you have the best stamina. Too bad mine is just on another level." Right after that, Zichen leaped onto the stage. "Come on, let's have a match," he thought to himself. This is the perfect chance to gain some progress. Otherwise, nobody else will ever dare to step into this ring. Lu Gang smirked arrogantly. "Bring it! Who's afraid of who? Take this!" He raised his fist and charged straight at him. Lu Gang lunged forward with extreme speed, but Zichen simply stood there, perfectly calm. In the blink of an eye, he casually tilted his body to dodge the strike. Lu Gang was stunned. So fast. Before he knew it, a single counterstrike sent Lu Gang flying right off the platform. From below the stage, the students started jeering. "Wang Shuji, your boy just got completely wrecked. Aren't you going to avenge him?" "Yeah, you need to defend the honor of Nangwon City's top scholar. Wang Shuji, don't be a coward. Get up there." Riled up by the crowd, he leaped into the ring. "What are you all screaming for? I was already planning to go up anyway." "Shut the hell up." Shuji stared at Zichen, trying to reassure himself. "Whatever happens, happens. I will definitely find a way to take him down." Shuji rushed forward, feeling as if he were putting his life on a desperate gamble, but Zichen shut down his movements in an instant, blowing him away with a single move. The guy was left sprawling on the ground, completely unable to fight back. After that, Zichen proceeded to systematically knock down every other guy in the class, one by one. He didn't seem to break a single sweat fighting them. One by one, they were effortlessly swept aside. According to the rules of the survival of the fittest achievement, the same opponent only counts once, no matter how many times they get beaten. This meant that next time, I'd have to spar with the girls, but there was no way they'd willingly get in the ring with me. Just then, a girl boldly raised her hand and said, "Zichen, I'd like to challenge you." Then, she swiftly leaped onto the stage. She didn't even have a chance to do anything before he knocked her down. He is so fast. She lay there, full of regret, thinking, "What a shame. I was so close to hugging him." Then, to everyone's surprise, the other girls also stepped up to challenge him. Of course, he held back when fighting girls, mostly focusing on finishing his mission as quickly as possible. Before long, all the female students had finished their matches, but he was still a long way from completing his mission. He was initially a bit disappointed, but to his surprise, Han Yuanfeng immediately announced some great news. The homeroom teacher spoke up. "Everyone did great today. Moving forward, those of you at the top should learn to challenge those higher up. In 1 month, our class will challenge the strongest regular sophomore class. So, make sure you prepare well. Our goal is to defeat the strongest regular sophomore class." Hearing this, Zichen was thrilled. He had been worried about not having enough matches to quickly boost his natural selection progress bar. This competition couldn't have come at a better time. It was a total godsend. When class ended, everyone dismissed. A male student walked past and challenged him, saying, "I used to worry that I wouldn't find any worthy rivals after coming to Shanghai High. But it looks like I underestimated this school. From now on, you will be my, Lu Gang's, rival for the next 3 years of high school." Zichen calmly thought to himself, with Han Yuanfeng's arrangements, completing natural selection within 1 year doesn't seem impossible after all. Another guy stepped up and said, "Lin Zichen, losing now doesn't mean I'll lose in the future. I will definitely settle this score before we graduate." Zichen smiled to himself. Not only did he complete his mission, but he also got a nice cash bonus. Doing some quick math, he realized he had made over 3,000 today. Seeing his completely indifferent attitude, the two of them were absolutely furious. Is he seriously ignoring us and mocking us at the same time? How incredibly arrogant. But Zichen didn't care about them in the slightest. With this money, he could buy some beast meat, which was absolutely amazing. As night fell over the apartment complex, Zichen was busy writing something in his room. He calculated that, although he received a small bonus today, it was still a long way from the amount he needed to buy enough beast meat to unlock the diagram. So, to earn some extra cash, he set up a web novel account and started his writing career. Soon after, a message arrived. "Hello, I am the platform's acquisition editor. Your novel is excellent, and I'd love to invite you to sign a contract to serialize it." Zichen was quite surprised by the news. Right after waking up, he had already received a contract offer from the site. After logging onto the platform to sign the contract, a breaking news headline immediately caught his attention. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat had attacked a cold storage facility containing beast meat in the suburbs. This giant mutated rat was over 5 meters long and had bitten a cyborg clean in half. In response, the cyborg had immediately triggered a hidden backup power source to self-destruct, blowing the giant mutated rat to pieces on the spot. Just how many of these giant mutated rats are still hiding in Shanghai City? And more importantly, how could creatures that massive hide above ground without being detected? The next day, at Shanghai High's gymnasium. Today was the day of their sparring match with the regular sophomore class, and Han Yuanfeng was discussing tactics with the top students of his class, making sure to brief them thoroughly. In a one-on-one match, their peak combat power doesn't match ours, but their overall strength is actually superior. They will definitely use their numbers to play defensively and drag out the matches, using a war of attrition to wear down the 4 of you. So, once you step onto the stage, you must wrap things up as quickly as possible. Understood? All 4 replied in unison. "Yes, sir." Right after that, Zichen leaped onto the stage. He called out, "Mr. Han, let me take the first round." He thought to himself, to complete the natural selection achievement, I need to defeat as many opponents as possible, so the sooner I get up there, the better. Seeing this, his opponent said in fear, "Teacher, he's their strongest fighter, and I'm the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight him?" The opposing teacher immediately complained. "Brother Feng, according to the sparring rules, the weakest students are supposed to go first. Why are you putting your top student in the very first match? That's against the rules." The homeroom teacher pointed at the stage and ordered, "Zichen, get down here right now. You can go later. Let your weaker classmates have a turn first." Hearing this, he reluctantly replied, "All right, fine." Then, Yuanfeng pointed at the girl standing nearby and said, "Yuntong, you're up first." Startled, she stammered, "Wait, what?" "But Mr. Han, I'm not ready yet." At that moment, Qing Han stepped forward and offered, "Mr. Han, I'm actually the weakest, so please let me go first." She then stepped onto the stage, her heart racing with anxiety. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Down below, everyone cheered her on. Go Han Han. Beat her. Han Han. Hearing those cheers only made Qing Han tremble even more, thinking, oh no, this is just making me panic more. In an instant, her opponent rushed forward to attack, and she struggled to defend herself against the incoming blows. Qing Han quickly realized that even though she had no chance of winning, she could try her absolute best to hold out as long as possible to wear her opponent down. 3 minutes later, her opponent was starting to gas out. The senior thought to herself, if this keeps up, I'm going to run out of steam. I need to end this fast. With that, she launched a heavy blow, knocking Qing Han clean off the stage. Crashing to the ground, Qing Han immediately scrambled to her feet and ran off. The instructor praised her. Great job, Qing Han. You knew how to use defense to wear out your opponent. That was incredibly smart. Zikin stepped up, gently patting her head. Hey, not bad. She's been training for over a year, and you still managed to hold your ground for more than 3 minutes. That's a huge improvement. Feeling comforted, she shyly replied, yeah, thanks. Another challenger stepped onto the stage, confidently thinking, she barely has any energy left. Now's my chance to take her down. She rushed forward to attack, but her basic moves did absolutely nothing against her opponent. Instead, she was hit with a swift counterattack and pinned down in just a few moves. She cried out in pain. Ow, ow, let go. I submit. Her opponent mocked. Haha, you rushed in blindly with zero defense. Are you looking down on the regular class? She smugly walked past her and said, sure, I might not be a prodigy like you, but I've been training a whole year longer. You'd better put in another year of work before you think about challenging me again. That's when Shusen stepped onto the stage. Brimming with confidence, she said, Han Han, let me avenge you. Watch me take this senior down. Chushin lunged forward and instantly knocked her opponent out with a single strike. Qing Han cheered excitedly. Wow, Chushin, you're amazing. Zikin walked over and patted her head. You were great too. If you hadn't completely worn her out first, Chushin wouldn't have won so easily. She clenched her fists and nodded happily. 2 hours later, the regular class teacher smugly looked at Yuan Feng. Hey, Feng. Your class only has 4 people left. Looks like that free dinner is ours. Yuan Feng shrugged and raised his hands. It's way too early to call it. Let's just wait and see. He thought to himself, Lin Zichen, Wang Shuji, Lu Chang, and He Yu. They are the true strength of Class 1. The real fight starts now. Yuan Feng turned to He Yu. He Yu, you're up next. He Yu confidently bounded onto the stage. I'm on it, coach. He raised his fists. My hands have been itching for a fight. So, senior, are you ready to taste these fists of steel? His opponent sneered. Kid, could you sound any more like a cringy middle schooler? He Yu instantly delivered a swift kick straight to his face. How dare you ruin my cool entrance? Get lost. The guy crashed out of the ring, hitting the floor with a painful groan. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking down condescendingly. Seriously? With that pathetic skill level, you actually dared to talk down to me? What a complete joke. Suddenly, a heavy foot stomped onto the stage as a guy with an aggressive undercut marched up. You've got a big mouth for a punk, don't you? He lunged forward, throwing a punch straight at He Yu's face. Let's show you what a real fight feels like. He Yu planted his hand on the ground to dodge, leaving his opponent in shock. What? He's so fast. He actually dodged my attack? Using his momentum, He Yu swung a spectacular heel kick right into the guy's chin. The attacker collapsed onto the ground, completely knocked out. Qing Han cheered. Awesome job, He Yu. Keep it up, Chusin screamed. Crush them, He Yu. Wipe the floor with them. After that, He Yu went on a rampage, easily knocking out one opponent after another. His win count kept rising rapidly. After a while, he was clearly exhausted but still tried to show off. Send in the next one, I can take on 10 more of you. Although He Yu wanted to keep going, knocking out 5 opponents in a row had clearly taken a heavy toll on him. By the time he faced his 6th opponent, his energy was completely depleted, and he was finally defeated. At this point, Class 1 only had 3 students left, while Class 6 of the second year still had 13. Yuan Feng called out the next name. Wang Shuji, you're up. Shuji's eyes lit up as he jumped onto the stage. Right here, coach. From there, Wang Shuji went on an absolute tear, defeating 10 opponents in a row. It wasn't until his 11th match that Wang Shuji finally went down, his energy completely drained. Next up was Lu Cheng. In less than 10 minutes, he swiftly took out the opposing class's remaining 2 heavy hitters. He delivered a brutal knee strike to knock their top fighter out cold. Yuan Feng rubbed his nose and looked at the Class 6 teacher. You guys only have 1 student left. Why don't you just throw in the towel? The teacher put his hands in his pockets, still confident. No need for that. Get out there, Wang Jinhe, it's showtime. A massive, giant-like guy stepped onto the stage. Understood, coach. Lu Cheng scoffed. So what if he's just some big, fat giant? He leaped forward, rushing his opponent. I'm still going to take you down. He threw a powerful punch straight into Jinhe's flabby stomach. Lu Kuang gasped, feeling like he was just punching a giant pillow. Refusing to accept defeat, he desperately rained punches all over the guy's body. But after punching for a while without dealing any damage, he gasped for breath. This is bad. His fat is too thick, and he has too much muscle. I cannot even make him budge. Only then did he reach out his hand and ask, Are you done punching? If you are finished, it is my turn. Kim Ha gently used. Grabbing him by the neck with just one hand, he thrashes around like a trapped chicken. Oh no, I can't breathe. This guy's strength is absolutely terrifying. With a massive heave, he sends Lu Gang flying right out of the ring. Yuan Feng looks on in utter shock. Wait, this can't be right. I don't remember any student in your class being this incredibly strong. The Class 6 teacher smirks and says, Oh, I'm so sorry. He just transferred here this semester, so it makes total sense that you wouldn't know him. Looks like you're going to lose this time. Don't forget our bet. The loser has to buy the entire winning class a massive feast. Fuming but completely helpless, tears practically streamed down his face. So, that sly bastard had Wang Jinhe as his trump card all along. No matter how strong Lin Zikan is, there's just no way he can defeat a literal monster like this. Sigh. I let my guard down and got completely played by him. He walks over and pats Zishan on the shoulder, saying, Zishan, you're up next. Just do your best out there. You'll gain a ton of valuable experience, so don't even worry about winning or losing, okay? Stepping forward, Zishan gives a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Mr. Han, I'm going to win this. Jinhe looks surprised and thinks, Huh? Is this skinny kid really the best fighter their class has to offer? Seeing how thin Zishan looks, Jinhe immediately loses interest. Hey, Junior, I'm not the type of guy who likes bullying those smaller than me. From the sidelines, 3 girls cheer at the top of their lungs. Hey, fatty, stop showing off. Zikan is definitely going to beat you down, you big tub of lard. Just you wait, you're about to get pounded into a meatball. Go, Zikan, teach this fat pig a lesson he'll never forget. Those mocking insults hit Jinhe's ears like sharp arrows. Irritated, Jinhe says, Hey kid, tell you what, I'll just stand right here and let you have 10 free hits. He sneers, I don't want you or your little fangirls crying and talking trash behind my back, claiming I only won because I'm bigger and used brute force. Zikan scratches his head in utter amusement. Okay, if you say so. Jinhe slaps his own massive belly. Come on then, Junior. I won't even move an inch. Go ahead and hit me with everything you've got. Showing absolutely no mercy, Zikan throws a devastating punch straight into Jinhe's gut. Jinhe's mouth flies wide open from the sheer impact of the blow. Before he even knows what hit him, he's launched into the air like a soccer ball. He crashes heavily back onto the ground like a deflated ball. For 5 whole seconds, the entire arena falls into a stunned, dead silence. Suddenly, Class 1 erupts into wild cheers. Zichan won. He actually won. Jinhe sits up, scratching his head in confusion. Wait, where am I? What the heck just happened? This makes 0 sense. It's practically breaking the laws of physics. Mr. Shan walks over and pats Yuan Feng on the shoulder. Hey Feng, that kid Zichan from your class is an absolute monster, knocking out Wang Jinhe with a single punch. At this rate, he might even catch up to Wu Tiancheng. And he's only a high school freshman. Yuan Feng chuckles proudly. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That Wu Tiancheng kid is a completely different breed. Back in high school, he put on a display so terrifying, he almost gave the principal a heart attack. Zikan walks over, feeling curious. Hey coach, who exactly is this Wu Tiancheng guy? Yuan Feng explains. Wu Tiancheng is a legendary senior who graduated a few years ago. Back when he was just a freshman, he soloed the entire elite class, leaving the school board absolutely speechless. During his high school days, Wu Tiancheng ran the 100-meter dash in under 6.12 seconds. He had a vertical jump of 3.96 meters and could lift a 650-kilogram barbell with just one hand. I mean, who wouldn't be absolutely terrified of that? Zekin scratches his head and says, "Wow, that does sound pretty scary." But deep down, he's thinking, "Okay, he's decent. He's almost as strong as I was back in the summer of my 6th grade year." A bit later, the group heads out to celebrate. Over at the Mingxiang restaurant, Yuan Feng raises his glass and says, "Cheers, everyone. Thank goodness we had Zekin today. Because of him, we actually beat the sophomore class. Their teacher admitted defeat fair and square, and he's footing the entire bill for this feast. Let's all raise our glasses to Zichen." The entire class goes wild, shouting, "Zichen is the GOAT. All hail, Brother Chen." Everyone crowds around, buzzing with questions. "Hey, Brother Chen, how do you work out at home? What's your secret? Come on, let me add you on social media." Defeating the sophomores instantly makes him a school celebrity. Having his classmates swarm him like this makes Zekin feel super embarrassed. But Han Han is still the same sweet girl as always. Fearing that he's too busy talking to eat anything, she keeps piling delicious food onto Zichen's plate. Blushing under Zichen's intense gaze, Qinghan gets flustered and quickly stands up. "Hey, Zichen. I'm going to run to the restroom really quick." Yep, her terrible bladder issues are still as uncontrollable as ever. Meanwhile, some jealous classmates start whispering. "Look at Shen Qinghan, pouring his water and peeling his shrimp. She really knows how to suck up to him, doesn't she? She literally looks like a maid serving her master. Let's be real with her poor skills. If she weren't Lin Zichen's personal little cheerleader, there's no way she'd make it into our elite class. I bet they won't last long anyway. The gap between their abilities is just way too massive. They'll drift apart sooner or later." Suddenly, she unleashes a terrifying, icy aura. "I am not sucking up to him." As she walks away, she mutters under her breath, "I'm his childhood best friend." On their way home, Zichen looks at her with concern. Han Han, why do you look so down? Did something happen back there?" She sighs despondently. "When I was a kid, I promised myself I'd stop wetting the bed once I grew up. But even now, I still do it almost every single night. I have to wear diapers to bed every night just to sleep. It's so humiliating. Zichen, I feel like there's something wrong with me. Like I'm broken. I can't even hold it in like a normal person." Zichen looks her dead in the eye and says, "You're not broken, and you're definitely not weak. Your weak bladder is actually a hidden superpower. It's just that it hasn't fully awakened yet." Qinghan looks up at him with wide, teary eyes. A superpower?" Zichen nods reassuringly. "Exactly. It's a superpower. It means you actually have an incredible, innate talent for controlling water." "So that's what a superpower is?" she asked out of curiosity. "Zichen, you've been amazing ever since we were kids. So do you have a superpower too?" He nodded, gently ruffling Qinghan's hair. "Just like you, I have a superpower too," she squealed with excitement. "If I really have one, I wonder what kind it would be." Zichen encouraged her. "I'm sure it's going to be an incredibly powerful one." Suddenly, he heard a loud commotion coming from up ahead. The worker tried to stop him. "Put the broom down. We're only exterminating rats for community safety. Please cooperate." A man went completely ballistic, trying to block them. "Stop! Don't you dare hurt my brother!" he screamed. "Are you trying to hurt my brother again?" He then lunged forward, attacking the workers. "I'll kill you all." Qinghan watched in absolute shock. "Zichen, is that guy crazy?" Zichen shielded her behind him. "Maybe he has some mental issues? That's just how they act when they're unstable. Let's go home." Qinghan nodded in agreement. As night fell over the city, inside the brightly lit living room of Lin Zichen's house, the family sat together watching the news. Last week, this priestess went missing, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Yuan Xin said anxiously, "How is another young woman missing? I think that makes the 4th one this month." Yan Sheng corrected her. "You remember wrong. This is actually the 5th person. All 5 people who went missing this month were young, beautiful women. The police are advising everyone to stay indoors late at night and avoid deserted areas." She sighed with worry. "Zichen, it's really dangerous out there lately. Don't let Qinghan go out alone, do you hear me?" He assured her. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep a close eye on her." Meanwhile, at the District 20 police station on 20th Street in Shanghai City, the officers were busy dealing with the troublemaker. An officer asked about the investigation. "Does he actually have a mental illness?" The doctor replied, "We still can't tell. I've been trying to communicate with him, but he hasn't uttered a single word, as if he's mute." The officer shook his head. There's no way he's mute. He was screaming his lungs out earlier at the market. Suddenly, the officer gasped as he looked inside the room and witnessed a horrifying scene. The troublemaker's body was rapidly mutating, and within seconds, he transformed into a hideous monster. Call for backup immediately. In the psychiatric ward, a man had mutated into a giant rat. The massive beast relentlessly attacked everyone, and it didn't even flinch when hit by bullets. A female officer rushed over. "Chief, the modified humans are all out on missions. It'll take about a minute for backup to arrive, and we're running out of ammo. I don't think we can hold out." The chief ordered, "Get to the car. We're going to lure this giant rat out to the suburbs and buy some time until reinforcements arrive." She frantically turned the ignition key. Tension filled the car as they sped away, with the mutated rat hot on their heels. They pressed down on the gas, trying to lead the beast toward the mountains to buy more time for the cyborg backup. The police car roared down the main highway with its sirens blaring. The monster chased after them, leaving a trail of absolute destruction. Multiple pileups occurred as cars slammed into one another in panic. The female officer slumped in despair, thinking, did we really fail to hold out? Meanwhile, the aggressive mutated rat ruthlessly crushed every vehicle in its path. Deafening explosions rocked the city. Suddenly, a mechanized warrior appeared, locking onto the target and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Being bombarded left and right, the creature grew even more wild and out of control. But then, the giant rat actually dug a hole to escape? "These beasts are getting smarter," the warrior muttered, looking at the bloody chunks on the ground. "But judging by these pieces of flesh, it must be severely injured. I still have a chance to finish it off." As the night came to an end, it was now 3 in the morning. Zichin had been writing his web novel for over half a month. Writing over 4,000 words a day, he had now reached nearly 100,000 words, making an income of over $10,000. There are still some really exciting chapters I haven't uploaded yet. Once those are released, the views will definitely skyrocket. I wonder how much I'll make a month after it gets premium status. After checking his novel's stats in the middle of the night, the sheer excitement over his potential earnings kept him wide awake. So, Zichin headed out to find a secluded alleyway with no security cameras to test his recent physical training. Sprinting 100 meters in just 3.43 seconds and a long jump of 7.72 meters, his progress was incredibly obvious. He smiled, thinking that if he kept improving at this rate, his physical body would eventually reach godlike levels. Suddenly, Zichin heard a loud crash. He saw a mutated rat man digging through a trash can. It actually muttered, "My bad, brother. I didn't mean to eat you. I'm just so starving. Once I'm full, I promise to leave offerings for you every single year." Zichin's eyes narrowed. A rat man? Could it be the escapee? This must be the guy from the news who transformed into a rat man. I need to get out of here right now and call the police. The mutated rat man growled to itself. "Actually, I don't need to eat you. I can just go hunt some fresh human flesh." It suddenly lunged straight at him, screeching, "I want meat. I want to eat human meat." Zichin gritted his teeth. "It's too fast. I can't dodge this." He turned around to face the beast, telling himself, "Looks like I'll have to fight my way out." With a powerful roundhouse kick, Zichin sent the mutated rat spinning back several yards. The beast gasped in disbelief. This kid is clearly just a weak student. How does he have so much raw power? The two squared off, intensely studying each other's movements. Suddenly, Zichin grabbed a large rock and hurled it straight at the mutated rat's head. Zichin knew he couldn't let it recover. "I can't give it any room to breathe. I have to finish it off right here, right now." He relentlessly pelted the monster with rocks, using them as deadly weapons. Finally, Zichin let out a long breath of relief as the beast lay completely motionless on the ground. It is not moving. Zichin touched the mutated rat's carcass, analyzing it. Is it dead? I can devour its life essence. Looks like it is completely dead. But I only got 2 points, which is way too little. Last time was clearly 5. Could there be a connection? Could it be the difference in gene quantity between the Rat King and those cultists? Whatever, I should head back first. Morning is breaking, and this is no place to linger. Suddenly, a robotic foot landed from the sky. The girl exclaimed, "Who took down this rat man?" Elsewhere, in the gloomy darkness of the night, the cult leader carried a passed-out woman to the sacrificial altar. He knelt down reverently. "Great rat god, please feast upon this." The rat god appeared and scolded him. "Why is there only one woman? Do you want me to starve? This is not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Or do you want to be one of the sacrifices today as well?" Terrified, the cult leader stammered, "No, I would not dare. Great rat god, please let me explain. My lord, the young women out there are extremely cautious now. They do not go out at night. And during the day, they travel in groups, so they are hard to catch. Enraged, it snarled, "The next time, bring me some young men." He quickly obeyed. Understood, great rat god. Instantly, the rat god tossed a piece of meat to the leader. He devoured it greedily. Thank you for the gift, great rat god. The woman who was captured earlier was now wrapped in its giant tongue. The rat god quickly swallowed the sacrificed food, leaving the entire area drenched in a bloody gloom. It demanded, "Do not bring me ordinary humans next time. They taste bitter, not good. I want to eat those high and mighty ones. They are usually well nourished, so their meat is fat and juicy." To help Shen Qinghan quickly improve her martial arts grades, they held special training sessions at his place whenever they had the free time. Zichen said, "Your punch is aimed too high. Lower the angle a little. This will help you generate more power. Your feet are too close. Spread them a bit and adjust your posture. Do not face your opponent head on. Angle your body slightly." Qinghan agreed. "Got it. Keep going. Let us do some sparring. Attack me with everything you have got." She got into stance and yelled, "All right, here I come." But Zichen easily caught Qinghan's punch. He explained, "Not bad. The angle of your punch is precise, and your strike is much stronger than before." She lifted her leg, ready to kick, but Zichen still blocked it. "Your sweep stance is off. Do not hesitate before you kick. Keep your legs wider. Now, follow my corrections and try that move again." After that, Qinghan launched a barrage of punches and kicks. A moment later, she fell to her knees, panting, "Whew, that is exhausting, but I can feel my martial arts actually getting stronger." Zichen, "I think 3 sessions a week is not enough. Can we do this every day?" He declined. "No, 3 times a week is plenty. If we did it every day, your body would not be able to handle it." Qinghan said firmly, "All right, 3 times a week it is." Meanwhile, Zichen pulled his phone out of his pocket. She leaned over to look. "Is this a special news report?" The Meta Corporation announced on its official website that they will provide free medical treatment for a genius mechanic girl. She was previously physically disabled due to undergoing early mechanical modification, the Capital University genius, who has successfully fused the genes of a mutated sky silk spider, breaking Capital University's record as the youngest person in history to undergo a second gene fusion. A Capital University genius? Could she be the famous Capital prodigy from back then? Usually, most people have to wait until adulthood to undergo gene fusion. Otherwise, their bodies cannot handle the influence of the beast genes, making them prone to mutation. However, this Capital prodigy can now be called a Capital University genius, having undergone a second gene fusion before turning 18. Her physical talent is incredible. Is gene fusion really the best path? As night fell, Lin Zichen was sitting at his computer, typing away. With a double boost to his progress from the heavenly root of wisdom, after a month of typing practice, Zichen could now easily churn out 10,000 words per hour. Spending just 1 hour a day typing will not interfere with his daily training, so this is completely acceptable. Standing behind him, Yan Sheng praised, "Zichen, your book is selling pretty well. If you can keep writing 10,000 words a day, and the plot holds up, you will probably get about 50,000 yuan in royalties in the first month. Once your word count grows, making 100,000 a month will not be a problem." He thought, 50,000 a month, or even 100,000? With this income, I will not have to stress about money to unlock the beast diagrams anymore. Hopefully, 2 months of royalties will be enough to unlock the savage giant eagle diagram. During martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized an in-class sparring session to evaluate the students' progress. Soon after, head-to-head matches began. Zichen dominated the class as usual, beating everyone so badly they could not even fight back, while easily earning rewards. 88 yuan, and it even gave me dozens of experience points at the same time, unlocking the natural selection achievement. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone as usual, keeping her spot at the very bottom of the class. But unlike before, she actually managed to put up a decent fight when facing her opponents. The last time she fought Wen Yundong, the second-to-last student in the class, Qinghan was sent flying right off the platform. That match ended in less than 3 seconds, but this time, she held her own against Wen Yundong for nearly 3 minutes. And she wasn't just playing defense like a turtle for those 3 minutes. Qinghan went head-to-head with Wen Yundong and landed some really clean kicks. Han Yuanfeng was impressed, praising her massive improvement and telling Qinghan to keep up the good work. He then announced that in a month, we'll be challenging the strongest elite class in the sophomore year of high school. Our goal is to defeat everyone else, except for their top 3 students. Do you all have the confidence? Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Yuan Feng happily raised his fist to encourage them. Great! In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Ever since the novel went on sale, Zichen went shopping. Hello, I'd like to buy some violent condor meat. The clerk replied. Of course. How much would you like? We're actually running a promotion right now. If you buy 100 pounds at once, you'll get a 5% discount. After a brief thought, Zichen said, Actually, I think I'll hold off on that for now. Zichen decided to wait until he had enough money to buy 100 kilograms all at once. After all, it was only a month away. The next day, on the school campus, Zichen was walking with Qinghan when she said, Xiao Chen, they just opened a new cafeteria a few days ago, and I heard the chef there is amazing. Why don't we go check it out? He agreed, sure. They headed over to the bustling dining area together. As soon as Qinghan caught a whiff of the food, she squealed excitedly, Oh, that smells so good. Her tray was piled high with delicious food. Qinghan sighed happily. Xiao Chen, it's a good thing we got here early, or we'd be stuck waiting in a massive line. Zichen agreed. Yeah, totally. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Hey, why are you cutting the line? I'm not cutting. My friend was holding this spot for me. Holding a spot in line? Are you kidding me? Even if I did cut, it's my seatmate's spot anyway. What's it to you? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, I cut. What are you gonna do about it? Qinghan whispered worriedly. Xiao Chen, Xiao Yu is arguing with someone over there. Should we go check it out? Zichen shook his head. Probably no need. Look, Xiao Yu is acting so fierce that the line cutter is already starting to back down. Fearing Xiao Yu's intense glare, the line cutter stormed off in a huff. Stupid brat. But in an instant, the atmosphere in the cafeteria turned tense again. Suddenly, another group of guys cut right in front of him. What do you think you're doing? What's your problem? One of them replied mockingly, Nothing much. We just feel like cutting in front of you. Xiao Yu snapped. Are you kidding me? Go get in the back of the line. He froze when he realized he couldn't budge them at all. Xiao Yu's mind began to race with anxiety. I can't even push them. Qinghan noticed something was wrong. It looks like Xiao Yu is being bullied. Zichen stepped forward and tapped one of the guys on the shoulder. Hey classmate, could you please go to the back of the line? The guy pointed an aggressive finger. And if I don't, what the hell are you gonna do? Zichen calmly pulled out his phone. I'll report you. The guy sneered angrily. Seriously? Running to report us like a little kid? How pathetic, Zichen replied flatly. Honestly, I think cutting the line is way more pathetic. Unable to win the argument, the group stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa located in the wealthy district of Shanghai City, the cult leader announced, Dumchang is dead. He went completely berserk earlier, ran to the trading market, provoked the security team, and got himself killed. Someone chimed in, good riddance. That idiot was always causing trouble everywhere. I wanted him dead a long time ago. Otherwise, he would have dragged us down sooner or later. The cult leader spoke up. As for this young man, he's our newcomer, and he'll be taking over Dumchang's position. Everyone, get to know him. Also, the rat god mentioned to me that ordinary humans taste too bitter and are hard to swallow. From now on, the deity wishes to feast on those who hold high status, so make sure you don't offer any unsuitable sacrifices. The crowd murmured. But cult leader, kidnapping people from the upper class is extremely risky. Exactly. A couple of ordinary citizens going missing won't raise any alarms. But if a high society figure disappears, it's going to cause a massive uproar. The cult leader instructed, then target the useless, spoiled sons of wealthy businessmen whom their parents failed to raise properly. That way, the risk is much lower. Since you're still a newcomer, you don't need to kidnap anyone from the upper class yet. Just start with a good-looking, average young guy to practice your skills. Once you're done, bring him as a sacrifice to one of the divine sons serving under the rat god. The man promised, rest assured, cult leader, I will present the most handsome sacrifice in the entire city to the divine son. Back in the classroom, Xiao Yu was saying, I've been looking into this for days, and I found out those line cutters are from the 3rd class. And they're also part of the strongest elite class that we're about to challenge. Those guys have absolutely no manners. I can't even believe them. Zichen casually remarked, doing well in school doesn't mean you have good character. Suddenly, his eyes widened at the information on his screen. Zichen thought to himself, Another rich kid went missing? This is already the fifth case of a wealthy heir disappearing. And their motive doesn't seem to be money at all, since none of the kidnappers have reached out to the families for ransom. They're demanding a ransom. Could these kidnappings really be connected to the rat god cult? The next day, Class 1 was set to challenge Class 3, the strongest elite class in the school. The guys who cut in front of Hiyu in line last week kept glancing over at him. Hiyu immediately fired back with the exact same gesture. Before long, both teams had finished warming up, and the clash kicked off. Just like in their previous matches, Shen Qinghan took the win in the first round. But now she was up against a fierce opponent who struck with ruthless precision. Qinghan couldn't fight back and was overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks. She realized grimly that this elite upperclassman was way too strong, even her turtle defense couldn't hold up. The older girl delivered a decisive blow to finish her off. Every single kick she threw was incredibly precise. Not only Shen Qinghan, but even Li Chushan and the others were completely powerless against this formidable senior. It wasn't until a slightly stronger, short-haired classmate stepped up that they finally managed to defeat her. But another senior from the opposing team quickly took back control of the match. In less than 10 minutes, this female senior swept through 9 opponents in a row, including 3 boys. Before long, their entire class was completely wiped out, leaving only 4 people standing: Lin Zichen, Wang Shuji, Lu Gang, and Hiyu. Meanwhile, Class 3 had only lost 5 students, with 36 still waiting to fight. All 5 of their defeated opponents were girls, and the other side hadn't even sent out a single boy yet. Coach Yuan Feng worried that the gap in their strength was just too wide. It was a completely unwinnable fight. He gave his instructions. Hiyu, you're up next. There are still 6 girls left on their side. Go wipe them all out. Can you do that? The boy confidently promised. Piece of cake, coach. Hiyu smugly thought to himself. Forget about 6 girls. Even if they throw in a few more beautiful seniors, I'd gladly fight them all. Bursting with confidence, he leaped onto the stage. Sure enough, Hiyu didn't disappoint. With barely any effort, he knocked all 6 girls out of the ring. Suddenly, another opponent aggressively leaped onto the stage. Ji Yun let out a smug, mocking sneer. Ready to get wrecked? Hiyu fired back. Are you not only completely brainless, but also totally lacking in self-awareness? In his opponent's eyes, since Hiyu was the first boy to step up from his class, he had to be a total weakling. This was the perfect chance for revenge. He lunged at Hiyu like a madman, fists flying, and quickly landed a brutal punch straight to Hiyu's stomach. Clutching his chest, Hiyu gasped, he's fast. And that punch, it's heavy. Ji Yun sneered arrogantly. You're too weak, just give up already. Fuming with anger, Hiyu shoved him away and barked, get the hell off me. Unfortunately, Hiyu took another brutal kick to the ribs. He collapsed, taking one painful hit after another. Doubled over in agony, he groaned, damn it, that hurts. His strength isn't just on par with the other boys, it's actually much higher. He stepped up on purpose, just to get revenge on me. I was too careless. Just then, Chi Yue threw down a challenge. Hey, aren't you the guy who loves sticking his nose into other people's business? If you've got the guts, get up here. If not, then run along. Hearing the provocation, Lin Zichen instantly leaped into the ring to accept. He thought to himself that he was actually getting bored waiting for a turn anyway, so this was the perfect opportunity. The crowd started cheering. Wreck him, brother Zishan. Cutting in line at the cafeteria was bad enough, but acting this cocky in the ring? Teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Chi Yue immediately rushed toward Lin Zichen. Chi Yue launched a fierce combination of punches and kicks to seize the upper hand, but Lin Zichen casually blocked his entire assault with just one hand. Then, Lin Zichen grabbed Chi Yue by the head and slammed it brutally into the floor, instantly knocking him unconscious. He calmly stepped over his unconscious body and tossed him out of the ring with a swift kick. The crowd was in utter shock. Chi Yue was ranked in the top 5 of his class, yet he was taken down just like that. Was that guy really that ridiculously strong? Coach Yuan Feng stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Zichen had to be hiding a massive amount of his true power. Otherwise, there was no way he could pull off something like that. Wang Shuji was absolutely horrified. That guy Lin Zichen always seemed so powerful, but it turned out he wasn't even showing his real strength yet. Hiyu watched in absolute awe. Is this guy even human? Lin Zichen calmly turned his gaze toward the elite class and asked coldly, who's next? The students from the elite class turned pale with fear, and not a single one of them dared to step up. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students of Class 3 were completely wiped out. Lin Zichen thought to himself, I wonder how much progress my natural selection achievement has made. Suddenly, his system panel flashed open. He stared at it, deep in thought. It's only at 119 right now? This is increasing way too slowly. I'm always the last one to step up in these class matches. I can't let things go on like this. My strength is already far beyond the level of a high school student. If it weren't for the need to follow the high school's rules, I would have started setting my own rules by now. On Monday, a shocked voice echoed inside the faculty office. What? You want me to set up an exhibition match with a prize for you? Lin Zichen replied seriously. Yes, that's right. I want to challenge the entire school. The principal shook her head. You're just a first-year high school student, and yet you want to challenge the entire school? Are you out of your mind? What makes you think you can do that? Lin Zichen replied firmly. I'm completely serious. Madam Principal, please come with me to the gym. I'll prove to you right now that I have the strength to back up my challenge. With that, the two of them headed over to the gym. Speak up, Zichen. Why did you bring me out here so late at night? He took off his shirt and replied, to show you my real strength, of course. The principal grew anxious. Is this kid really trying to show off to me? She quickly stopped him. Zichen, wait a minute. Zichen swiftly grabbed the iron bar. With just one bare hand, he easily lifted a 700-kilogram weight. Witnessing this terrifying feat, the principal gasped in shock. She blushed, realizing, so, this is the strength he was talking about. She thought to herself, 700 kilograms. That is even stronger than Wu Tiancheng, the school's strongest student during his freshman year. She said, no problem. I will arrange a solo showcase for you to challenge the entire school. He scratched his head and said, Principal, remember to set up a reward. Without any prizes, no one will have the motivation to participate. It is best to have two types of rewards. First, a participation prize to encourage people to step up, and second, an escalating prize pool. The more people challenge me, the bigger the pool gets. Whoever beats me takes it all, but if no one wins, the entire jackpot goes to me. She nodded in approval. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will make sure it goes exactly as you said. Zichen then reminded her, and, Principal, please keep my true strength a secret. If they find out, no one will dare to challenge me. The principal agreed. All right, we will do it your way. A while later, inside the principal's private office, she pulled out a stack of documents and said, Zichen, take a look at this. What do you think of this setup for the challenge? He replied with a satisfied smile, This looks perfect. Thank you for your hard work, Principal. She waved it off politely. Oh, it is nothing. Not a problem at all. The two male teachers standing behind them could not help but wonder, what on earth is going on? Has the world turned upside down? Yuan Feng thought to himself. At school, the demon headmistress always has such a stern face. Why is she suddenly kissing up to Lin Zichen with that fake smile? At 2 in the afternoon, the entire student body gathered in front of the arena. Right on schedule, the principal began introducing his basic background and recent achievements, followed by a detailed explanation of the rules and the prizes. Unsurprisingly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. The students buzzed with excitement, shouting, Principal, are you serious? He is just a freshman. How does he have the nerve to set up an arena and challenge everyone? Just because he beat the sophomores, he is already bragging like he is hot stuff. He is so arrogant, he does not even know his own limits. Zichen declared, Starting tomorrow, I will be waiting in the gym's arena for 2 hours during lunch break every day. Feel free to come and test your skills. He smirked inwardly. Perfect. It looks like a ton of people want to kick my butt. This might actually help me unlock my natural selection attribute ahead of schedule. Night fell, and the streets were crowded. A shady-looking guy walked down the road with a carefree, arrogant look on his face. Some girls passing by giggled and called out, Hey there, handsome. Are you all by yourself? Down to hit up a bar and grab a few drinks with us? Annoyed by their advances, he snapped back in disgust. Not interested. Get the hell away from me. The two girls walked away huffing. Talk about a buzzkill. It seemed like he was destined to be single forever. He thought to himself, Seriously, what is wrong with this city of Shanghai? All I want is to find a perfect 10 out of 10 handsome guy. Why hasn't there been a single one after all these days? None of the guys passing by are even remotely decent looking. If I can't pull off this sacrifice mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Will I end up getting shunned by the rest of the cult? At first, I thought about kidnapping some male celebrities, but they always have bodyguards swarming around them. I'm just a rookie in the rat god cult, so I don't stand a chance against professional guards. The deadline is just around the corner. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Zekan jogging past. His eyes lit up instantly as he locked onto him. Now that's a handsome guy. Talk about searching far and wide only to find it right under your nose without even trying. The rat god cultist grinned wickedly. He's the one. He stood there, watching Zekan run into a dark alleyway as his own face began to twist and distort. Realizing the street was completely deserted, he initiated his transformation, shifting his body into a giant mutated rat. It was time to strike, but before he could move, a stray brick slammed right into his face. The mutated rat clutched its head, squealing in sheer agony from the impact. What on earth just happened? Zekan spoke in a cold, nonchalant tone. Well, what do we have here? I never expected to run into a rat man while out for a run. This is perfect. Looks like the unlocking progress for my giant mutated rat monster codex is going up again. The beast slumped to the ground, thinking in terror, this guy is freaking terrifying. And what is he even talking about? Why is my luck so rotten? The mutated rat began frantically banging its head against the ground. Zekan watched in sheer disbelief. Wait, seriously? I only threw one brick at his head, and he's already dead? Are these rat god cultists really this pathetic? Whatever, no use overthinking it. I'd better quickly absorb his life essence before someone shows up. Wait, only 1 point? That's it? No wonder this ratman was such absolute garbage. Still, to be safe, I should stop going out for night jogs for a while. After all, not every cultist is going to be this weak. There are definitely a few elite rat god cult members out there who become incredibly powerful once they mutate, to the point where they can easily shrug off bullets. The next morning, Zekan woke up to the news that at 3 o'clock in the morning, the municipal police headquarters, with the assistance of the Shanghai Evolution Academy, had completely wiped out the rat god cult in a single sweep. He sat on a chair, cleaning up. Wait, has the rat god cult really been wiped out? The one who took down the Rat King this time is none other than Wu Tiancheng, an instructor from Shanghai Academy. He is a gene fuser who has achieved a high-tier biological rank. During that battle, Tiancheng unleashed a devastating combo on the mutated rat, and in no time at all, his overwhelming power completely crushed it. The entire fight lasted only 30 seconds, ending in an absolute landslide victory. Zekan is quite surprised as he watches. This is what the strength of a truly powerful high-tier being looks like. Elsewhere, inside a towering skyscraper glowing with lights, the boss raises his glass and asks, Tiancheng, have you still not been able to reach your mentor? Tiancheng sighs and replies, he's still missing. A team of powerful experts went to the Riot Origin Zone 36 back then, and to this day, their whereabouts remain a mystery. He is curious about what Origin Zone 36 is like now. Tiancheng answers, it is pretty stable for the most part. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to be here. During the cleanup back then, a few small fry managed to escape in the chaos. The boss is stunned. Small fry? The city's entire security headquarters was completely helpless against the Rat King. Yet, compared to a high-tier genius like you, it really is nothing but small fry. Since you're already here, why not head back to your alma mater and give a lecture? Tiancheng declines. Boss, I'm not some slacker. I have actual work to do. The boss chuckles. Mentoring those lovely boys and girls is also a job, you know. Meanwhile, in a deep pit where only moonlight can reach, the Rat King is furious. At first, it only ate stray animals. Then it started eating young humans with tender flesh. Eventually, after devouring high-ranking humans, it managed to take on a human form. I went through so much trouble to bring you here so you could expand our tunneling species. Yet, you went around eating humans and caused such a massive scene. Consumed by rage, the Rat King raises its massive foot, ready to stomp down. It roars, tell me, do you deserve to exist? The mutated rat trembles. My lord, please, give me one more chance. The Rat King coldly declares, I can give you a chance. But it extends its sharp claws toward its subordinate's head. You have to pay the price. In the end, only the agonizing screams of the mutated rat echo in the dark. The Rat King mutters in disgust. Sewer rat eyes smell absolutely foul. But it still eagerly stuffs its subordinate into its mouth, even though it tastes delicious. But you're actually pretty clever. You knew how to stay in the shadows and enjoy the spoils, while letting your own brother pose as the Rat King and take the fall. But if you don't focus on digging those tunnels for me, you will still end up dead. The next day, everyone is gossiping. He's the guy who wants to challenge the entire school? Lin Zichen is just a high school freshman. He seriously doesn't know his place. Look, he's heading to the gym. Let's go watch the drama. Ignoring the gossip around him, Zichen pulls out his phone to check something. The headline reads, "Surviving remnants of the rat god cult have escaped." Looking at the reward money, he thinks to himself, $50,000 for a fugitive? But if I run into them, I need to stay low and avoid danger first. Surviving is more important than the bounty. A short while later, a massive crowd gathers in the gym to watch. Standing on the stage, Zichen scans the room and thinks, quite a turnout. Huh? His gaze sharpens. That just means more rewards for me. Ching Han calls out, anyone who challenges him gets to enter a lucky draw with amazing prizes. First come, first served. The students go wild. I heard they are giving away the newest game console and even a fruit phone. Hey, if we win the draw, do we get to hold Ching Han's hand? The eyes of her fanboys light up with excitement as they scream, I want to challenge him. Suddenly, a girl leaps out and stomps right on one guy's face. She yells, out of my way, let me go. The female students are equally hyped. Count me in too. Junior Zichen is mine. Girls from all directions start chanting, we want in too. One girl grabs his arm, swooning internally. Oh my God, I can feel it. Such strong arms. Another blushes, thinking, his face is just too handsome. Soon, girls are practically gluing themselves to him. Zichen feels a sweat drop, thinking, okay, things are starting to get really weird here. I really don't want to hit girls, but for the sake of my achievements, he quickly channels his power to blow them away, sending them flying off the stage one by one. Striking like a lightning storm, Zichen mutters, my apologies. Right after, the system notifies him. Natural selection at 309 out of 1,000. But one of the girls immediately whines, I want to challenge you again. Zichen warns her, once you lose you can't challenge me again. The female students pout in disappointment. Ah, why? We wanted to touch him more. Then, a male student steps forward. You are Lin Zichen, right? I've been sick of your face for a long time. It is my turn to teach this punk a lesson. But he gets absolutely thrashed by Zichen, pushing the selection progress to 419. Zichen rains down a flurry of blows, leaving the guy with no room to fight back. Time flies, and it is already 4 o'clock. Having knocked out a massive crowd of challengers by now, Zichen calls out, anyone else? Immediately, a confident voice echoes, right here. The crowd starts whispering, that's Yan Xiaoshuan, the king of the sophomore elite class. Someone asks, who do you think is going to win this? After all, Yan Xiaoshuan's elite class and the sophomore honors class aren't even in the same league. Back then, he single-handedly defeated a whole gang of guys, only to be crushed in the end by Chen Wuxing, who was a whole level higher. Xiaoshuan leaped onto the stage and raised his voice. Junior, I used to be just as wild as you. But after getting totally wrecked, I realized there is always a bigger fish in the pond. Today, I'll teach you the very first lesson of your life. How to be a genius without being so reckless. Zichen didn't give a damn. Hey coach, can I start now? The teacher agreed, and the match began. While he was still blabbering on with Junior, I suggest you he was instantly cut off by a brutal punch from Zichen. After a brief, intense clash on the stage, Zichen cleaned his ear with a look of disgust and muttered, ah, finally, some peace and quiet. The crowd was left in absolute shock. No way, Yan Xiaoshuan actually got taken down? Is Lin Zichen really this insanely overpowered? Suddenly, slow clapping erupted from below, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd started whispering, realizing that Chen Wuxing was definitely going to step in to get revenge for Yan Xiaoshuan. The top student in the school had come to challenge him. Zichen smirked in amusement. The top student? What is this? A kid getting beaten up and calling his parents for backup. The moment Wuxing leaped onto the stage, he sneered, I seriously can't believe Xiaoshuan actually lost to a little brat like you. Zichen simply asked, Sir, are we ready to start yet? Irritated, Wuxing snapped. You little brat, can't you let me finish my sentence? The teacher declared, Begin. Instantly, Wuxing charged forward, shouting, Looks like the only way to get you to listen is to beat you into submission. As they clashed, Zichen calmly said, I'm really sorry about this. He sent him flying high into the air with a single kick, adding, But I'm in a bit of a rush. Getting blasted away, Wuxing screamed in utter terror. This is impossible. The students below stood frozen with their jaws on the floor, completely speechless. Zikin gestured to the crowd. Hey, what are you all staring for? Get up here and fight me already. One of the boys pointed to himself, dumbfounded. Who? Me? Zikin nodded. Yeah, you. You're the only one left who hasn't fought me yet. The boy nervously stepped up, pleading, please go easy on me, okay? In his head, he thought, if it wasn't for the chance to win a prize from this challenge, there was no way in hell he'd step foot up here. With a swift move, Zishin knocked the guy out, and the system chimed, announcing his progress had increased by 1. The spectators grew determined, thinking, we've already made it this far. Even if we lose, there's no shame in it. Plus, I really want to win that fruit phone. Right after that, he easily took down challenger after challenger. As one person after another got absolutely wrecked by Zichin, the system's notifications kept chiming continuously. With effortless, precise moves, he sent his opponents flying off the stage. The system notified him, during competition, please utilize the most primitive biological methods. Zichin suddenly grew excited, staring at the system interface deep in thought. This boost to raw physical damage is simple but incredibly practical, though it doesn't specify exactly how much the damage is increased. He hopped down from the stage as the challenge officially ended, and the crowd began to disperse. The students whispered in disappointment, "Aw, already? I wanted to watch a bit longer." After that, Zichin and Qinghan left the gym together. Soon, the remaining students filed out in droves. Sometime later, the door to the principal's office swung open. The principal smiled. Congratulations. I can't believe you actually took the #1 spot in the entire school. To think you even defeated Chen Wuxing. You're definitely still hiding your true strength, aren't you? He casually replied. Well, yeah. But only a little bit. She countered. I bet it's way more than just a little. Not long ago, Chen Wuxing took the special admission exam for Capital University and lifted 690 pounds with just one hand. Based on that, your lift must be at least 800 pounds. Zikin responded, You're like a mind reader, principal. Mine is 790 pounds. But in his head, he thought, no way, I'm letting her find out my actual strength. The principal chuckled. I knew it. Suddenly, Zikin piped up. By the way, principal, when will that cash prize of 8,810 yuan be transferred to my account? She pulled out her phone. I'll transfer it to you right now. Internally, she sighed. Seriously, this kid only cares about money. The principal continued. Zichin, from now on, you'll be representing our school. He cut her off. Principal, Shen Qinghan and I both love swimming. Would it be okay if we use the gym's pool? You can use it whenever you want. And while you guys are in there, no one else will be allowed inside. She nodded. All right, I'll let you two have it. Zikin was pleasantly surprised, thinking, wow, she agreed way faster than I expected. He added, I don't really like being seen in my swimwear, so I'm going to cover the security cameras while we're in there. The principal paused, thinking, a teenage boy and girl alone together is one thing, but covering up the cameras on top of that? She imagined an incredibly awkward scenario. Don't tell me this kid wants to? She reached for the keys and said, well, if that's what you want, I'll gladly accommodate your requests. From now on, that will be your private pool. Just be careful and make sure you don't end up creating any new lives. Hearing those words, he stood there completely dazed. Creating a life? A moment later, Zikin and Qinghan left the office. He stared at the key in his hand, lost in thought. Next step. I can finally figure out what kind of power Qinghan actually possesses. She spoke up. Zikin, there's actually something I need your help with. Curious, Zikin asked. Oh? What is it? Qinghan pleaded. I signed up for a singing competition. I've got the song down pretty well, but I really need someone to help me practice the chorus. Xiaochen, can you practice with me tonight? He agreed immediately. Of course I can. She left with a bright smile. That's amazing. Zikin watched her go, thinking, does she really care about this competition that much? I just hope this helps her build some confidence. As night fell, bathed in the soft glow of the lights, Qinghan happily showed off her singing talent just for him. Jianye asked worriedly, honey, the kids are all grown up now. A young guy and a girl alone in a room together. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Xu Meng snapped back. They are childhood sweethearts who have played together since they were kids. What right does an old man like you have to object? Hey, old man Shen, I suggest you mind your own business. After she made her point, he didn't say another word. Zikin heard every single word. He cleared his throat and said, Han, we've been practicing for half an hour now. It's almost time for class. Let's head to the school pool to practice after class tomorrow. Make sure to bring your swimsuit. She smiled and nodded. Okay. Qinghan waved goodbye to Xiaochen, who called out, see you tomorrow. Once she was alone, her face flushed as she thought, the pool? Back home, Qinghan went through her closet, wondering, which swimsuit should I wear? She laid them out on her bed, racking her brain to find the perfect one. Qinghan shyly picked one up, murmuring, is this one a bit too revealing? She blushed crimson, just imagining swimming with him, then quickly stuffed the swimsuit into her bag. Well, only Xiao Chen will be at the pool anyway. The next day, the school was peaceful and quiet. Inside the empty pool, only a single figure could be seen. Zikin stood by the edge in his swimsuit, arms crossed as he waited. He glanced up at the security camera and thought, don't worry, she's got everything handled. Suddenly, Zikin heard a voice call out from behind. Xiao Chen! He turned to see Qinghan running toward him, looking stunning in her swimsuit. She walked over gracefully, looking a bit apologetic. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zikin quickly warned. Slow down. Be careful, it's slippery. But inside, his heart was pounding. She is so cute. Blushing, he cleared his throat. All right, let's get in the water and start practicing. With that, they both dove into the water. Zikin held Qinghan's hand as they shared a warm, tender look, her eyes sparkling with pure happiness. Locked in each other's gaze, Qinghan pointed toward the surface, signaling for them to go up. Zikin wrapped his arms around her waist and swam toward the light. As they broke the surface, Qinghan immediately wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Zishan asked gently, what's wrong, Han Han? Splashing the water, she whispered. Zishan, the water can actually pass right through me. Qinghan scooped up some water and said, look. The droplets immediately fell straight through her palm. Thrilled, she giggled. See? It went right through my hand again. Qinghan looked puzzled. It's so weird. Why is my body letting water flow right through it? Zikin stared at her, lost in thought. Could this be Han Han's superpower? Suddenly grabbing her hand, he said, let me take a closer look. Zikin examined her closely, but aside from the water passing through, everything seemed perfectly normal. He held her hand and pulled her gently toward the edge. Let's go over there. I need to check if there are any other parts of your body that water can pass through. Flustered by his sudden touch, her face burned bright red. After a long while, Qinghan was lying on a bench, looking incredibly shy. While Zikin carefully tested different spots on her body with water, Qinghan asked nervously, how much longer? He analyzed the situation. I've checked 3 times now, and everything else seems completely normal. For now, it looks like only your hand has this ability. He helped her sit up. Oh, is that so? She murmured. But Xiaochen, I've had trouble holding my bladder since I was a kid. Could it be because water is leaking through some part of my body? Zikin nodded. That's actually a strong possibility. The next time you feel like you can't hold it, make sure to let me know right away. And try to feel around yourself to see if any other part of your body has that same sensation as your palm. He silently let out a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, I almost sounded like a total pervert just now. Qinghan lifted her hand, staring at it with excitement. In other words, I'm not a useless girl after all. I actually have a water superpower. One day, my true power will be completely unleashed. And when that day comes, I can finally stand proudly by Xiaoqin's side as his perfect match. As night fell, the streets bustled with people. Inside a high-end store, the clerk greeted cheerfully, hello, welcome to our store. Suddenly, a black card was tossed onto the counter, taking her by surprise. Zikin calmly requested, I want 100 pounds of violent eagle meat. Deliver it to this address. The clerk gasped as she took the card. Right away, sir, she stammered, thinking to herself, it's him again. Just who is this wealthy young master? He is incredibly generous. A short while later, the delivery girl arrived at his door, politely saying, please leave us a good rating on our service. Carrying the heavy box inside, he thought to himself, I just received 120,000 yuan in royalty payments this morning. With that, I have nearly 210,000 yuan on hand. Buying 100 pounds of this violent eagle meat was definitely worth it. Now, let's see what amazing surprise its entry in the codex will unlock for me. Right then, the system prompt flashed before his eyes. You have successfully devoured a massive amount of life force, finally. Tu Thon appears in another dimension, a place that looks like a vast ocean. Heavy waves crash over him, soaking his hair. At the same time, a massive, clawed foot grabs an octopus. Standing firm, Tu Thon looks at the system. You have successfully unlocked the Fierce Eagle map. Your sky eyes, field of vision, and motion tracking abilities have been enhanced. Right after, Tu-than's eyes glow with a strange golden light. Radiant beams shoot from his eyes, spreading out across the city. Tu-than focuses on a pedestrian glued to their phone. He clearly reads the screen, falling into deep thought. The eagle eye is truly powerful. Finally, Tu-than returns to his familiar home. He glances over to see his mom and dad glued to the news. The broadcast reports that an individual with 3 gene fusions recently mutated in public. This caused hundreds of casualties. Gene fusion is a mistake. Throughout history, only monsters have ever desired to become human. No human has ever wanted to become a monster. If we just try, we can evolve into higher beings. Someone stands up and argues. That's just a fairy tale. Without gene fusion users, we wouldn't even be able to stop a bullet. Ngon Sin chimes in. To put it bluntly, gene fusion is like an uncontrollable bomb. Once they mutate, it's a massive disaster. Uyen An disagrees, claiming that kind of worry is completely baseless. The government controls this very strictly, so the chances are incredibly slim. Instead of worrying about mutation, we should be worried about how gene fusion is passed down. After all, they lose the ability to reproduce. He agrees, saying that's true, so they need to preserve their genes before undergoing the fusion, or find a partner to have kids. Hearing this, she gasps in shock. Uyen An looks back. Xiaothan, you're back? She wonders if they just said something inappropriate in front of their son. Ngon Sin scratches his head awkwardly. Since Xiaothan is back, let's go eat dinner first. At the dinner table, Tu-than says, tomorrow, our school is hosting a singing competition, and Ham Ham signed up to perform. He is surprised. Really? Then our whole family must go and cheer for Ham Ham. She agrees. Of course. Ham Ham is basically like my own daughter. Sitting nearby, Tu-than eats while watching his parents' awkward expressions. The next evening, the school stadium is packed and buzzing with energy. Ngon Sin and Uyen An are especially excited. Shen Qinghan, you're the best. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, Than Ham and Tu then share a quiet, private moment. He's helping her with her makeup, but Than Ham starts dozing off. Opening her eyes, she asks why Xiaothan is staring at her like that. Tu-than flashes a gentle smile and says it's because she's beautiful. His words instantly make Than Ham blush. She tightly grips the hem of her dress to calm her nerves. Suddenly, So Tam walks in with a teasing look, asking if they are done flirting. Than Ham quickly explains that she only asked Xiaothan to help because he's good at makeup, and it's not a confession or anything. She covers her mouth, giggling. I get it. A husband and wife are way beyond simple love anyway. Right now, he looks like a professional beauty expert. He thinks to himself that having too many skills isn't always a good thing. Then, So Tam gets ready to leave, saying she doesn't want to play third wheel. She just wants to remind them that after 2 more people finish, it's their turn to hit the stage. With that, she shuts the door and leaves. She replies that she knows. Tu-than packs up his things and says he'll walk her out so she can get ready. Suddenly, Than Ham stands up, shivering uncontrollably, as if in pain. She reaches out, grabbing his shirt, and stammers, Xiaothan, I. Unable to hold it in, Than Ham ends up wetting her pants. Mortified, she whimpers that she couldn't hold it again. Than Ham bursts into tears. Xiaothan, what should I do? It's almost time for So Tam and me to perform, and we've practiced for so long. If all our hard work goes down the drain just because I wet myself, she's going to hate me. Tu-than quickly comforts her. Please don't cry. If you cry anymore, we'll have to redo your makeup. She continues to weep, but right then, a sudden idea flashes through his mind. Tu-than's face lights up as he figures out a way to fix this. Spotting the white curtain by the windowsill, he gasps that he's got it. Tu-than quickly bends down to search for a pair of scissors in the desk drawer, then reaches out to pull down the white curtain. Next, Tu-than meticulously makes gentle cuts with the scissors. Meanwhile, Than Ham just can't stop crying. Confused by his actions, she softly calls out to Xiaothan. Presenting the newly tailored outfit, he tells her it's all done and to go to the restroom to change. Blushing, Than Ham says there's no need. Xiaothan, just turn around. I will change right here. Hearing that, Tu-than blushes furiously, his entire face turning bright red. He quickly turns away and mutters that he will. She then slowly slides the dress off her body. Every soft rustle of fabric inevitably drifts into Tu-than's ears. Both of them are incredibly flustered, their faces as red as tomatoes. Meanwhile, Than Ham struggles with the straps on her back. She says that Xiaothan can turn around now. She thanks him, saying that maybe because she had a good cry, she doesn't feel nervous anymore. Tu Thon pats Thon Hum's head, telling her to let's go, and hoping the performance goes smoothly. On the stage, the announcer calls out that, next up, please welcome contestant pair number 20. Next up on stage were Li Chushin and Shen Qinghan. A moment later, the results came in, and the winners of this year's school singing competition were indeed Li Chushin and Shen Qinghan. Standing below, Zichen cheered and clapped enthusiastically, proud of all her hard work. Meanwhile, their teacher was screaming, "What little brat cut up the window curtains?" But despite the chaos, the two of them happily cleaned up the classroom together. Zichen thought, "Is this our punishment for ruining the curtains?" Suddenly, the system interface popped up, giving him a startle. Multiplayer cooperation achievement unlocked. Power has increased. Seeing this, a smile tugged at the corner of Zichen's mouth. What an unexpected bonus. Right after, a group of girls crowded around Qinghan, showering her with praise. "Han Han, you sang so beautifully. Want to go to karaoke with us after school? Since you're so amazing, can you teach me a few tricks?" Qinghan happily replied, "Sure." The singing competition had truly helped her regain her confidence. With her confidence back, she even made rapid progress in her martial arts training. Meanwhile, Zichen was being cheered on by everyone. "Zichen, you're incredible. Son, you actually won the championship. Captain, you're the absolute best. After 5 long years, our school has finally won the championship." Just like that, Zichen went on to win championship titles in multiple martial arts competitions. Afterward, he signed a contract to become the official spokesperson for Xia Yu's family dojo. The advance payment from his endorsement deal, combined with the royalties from his novel, came out to 900,000. He was ecstatic, thinking it was almost enough to unlock the next beast diagram. Just then, the delivery man greeted him cheerfully. "We meet again, handsome. What's your pick this time?" It was the stealth dragon, a lizard famously known for its superb concealment skills. Zichen quickly accessed his system to absorb it. "You have devoured a massive amount of life essence. You have successfully unlocked the stealth dragon diagram and obtained its biological trait, natural camouflage. This allows you to suppress your own life force to minimize your presence." Zichen pondered. "This creature's trait actually has 2 main uses. It minimizes my presence to help me evade enemies or launch sneak attacks, and it can also conceal my biological level." With the serious business done, he suddenly realized he hadn't bought the cake his mother asked for. Zichen thought to himself, "I should go grab that cake and head home." Suddenly, a harsh shout echoed nearby. "Behave yourself!" Zichen wondered, "What's going on?" He saw a woman being escorted under extremely heavy security. Just then, Zhang Kai walked over and greeted him. "Zichen, what a coincidence." Zichen replied in surprise, "Senior Zhang Kai." He glanced down at the prosthetic gear on the older boy's leg, feeling quite curious. Zhang Kai explained, "Back when I failed to get into high school, I went through a pretty wild phase and ended up breaking my leg in a motorcycle crash. They had to amputate it. Fortunately, I participated in Yekin Corporation's body enhancement experiment. I never expected to be rebuilt like this, turning from a disabled guy into a mechanical cyborg." Zichen asked curiously. "So, who is that prisoner?" Zhang Kai replied, "That woman is Yang Yue from the Rat God cult. She's the only female among the 9 remaining cultists." Another guard called out, "Zhang Kai, stop chatting and let's go." He replied, "On my way. Let's catch up when we have time. Zichen, I gotta go." Zichen waved back, "Talk to you later." Zichen fell into deep thought. The security bureau spent so much time and effort hunting down the remnants of the Rat God cult and came up empty-handed. Yet Yekin Corporation managed to capture them so easily? It seems Yekin Corporation is a force to be reckoned with. Suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. Wangshan asked, "Zichen dear, did you get the cake? When will you be home?" Zichen replied, "I'm buying it right now, Mom. I'll head straight back once I'm done." She reminded him to stay safe on the road. Since Qinghan and Zichen were born just a day apart, their families threw them a joint birthday party every single year. And their 18th birthday this year was no exception. Someone teased, "All right, you 2 lovebirds, swap your presents already." Qinghan smiled and said, "Zichen, this is for you." Zichen replied, "And here's yours, Han Han." Suddenly, the ground rumbled violently, sending tremors through the entire house. Yan Sheng shouted, "It's an earthquake." Zichen frowned, analyzing the situation. This doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, deep beneath Shanghai City, a dark secret was unfolding. The news anchor reported. The recent tremor in Shanghai City was just a minor, normal earthquake, according to relevant authorities, who stated that Shanghai City is not located on any active fault lines, so there is no need for panic. Zikin stood up. Dad, Mom, I'm done eating. I'm heading to school now, Wangxin called out. Be careful on your way. A moment later, he ran into Qing Han. She said, Zichen, let's walk to school together. He agreed. Sure. Qing Han said, we've already celebrated our 18th birthday, so we're officially adults now. Zikin agreed. And the college entrance exam is just around the corner too. She sighed anxiously. Just thinking about it stresses me out. After some time, Zikin finally gathered enough funds to unlock the void eel diagram. The system announced, you have devoured a massive amount of the void eel's life origin. Instantly, a massive fish head materialized beneath the water. In the sky above, a majestic eagle spread its wings and soared, while beneath the waves, the colossal fish swam tirelessly. Zikin looked at his system interface and thought, this should help me guard against any sneak attacks. I'll head over to the shopping mall first to test out the effects. As expected, there are far more ordinary people in everyday life. Next, I should unlock this diagram. Who knows? I might even gain a healing ability from it. Raising a necrotic snail is awesome and all, but this little guy is a total money pit. A licensing fee of 100,000 a month is nowhere near enough. Looks like after college entrance exams, I'll have to find a way to make some serious cash. Shanghai City is looking beautiful today, with crisp air and crystal clear skies. Inside a luxury skyscraper, several high-ranking officials were gathering. Inside the main office, the minister, who held ultimate authority, was listening to a teacher's report on the overall academic performance of the cities in Nanjiang province this year. Generally speaking, the results were pretty much identical to last year. Shenzhen City still leads the pack as usual. Next up is Changzhou City, followed by Nangguan City, Shanghai, Daoshan, and finally, Haiyuan. The teacher wrapped up the report, saying, Principal Yuan, that is the current educational breakdown for the cities in our province this year. Taking a slow sip of her tea, she replied, Thank you for your hard work. He then asked Principal Yuan, By the way, what is the current situation at Origin Site 36 like? Principal Yuan replied, For the most part, it's pretty much stabilized. If it weren't, I wouldn't even have the time to oversee the provincial college entrance examinations. He thought to himself, Thank goodness, otherwise all of Nanjiang province would be doomed. She stood up and said, I have nothing else for you here, so go ahead and tend to your duties. The teacher nodded. Understood. Please let me know if you need anything else, ma'am. With that, the office door was quickly shut. In the quiet room, she sighed softly. Before I knew it, years have passed without me taking on a single disciple. She looked at her reflection in the glass window. Outside, the clear blue sky met the gentle, rippling waves of the water below. The martial arts college entrance examination in this world lasted for a total of 9 days. On the first day, the morning kicked off with a written exam to evaluate theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, a physical test was held to assess their physical fitness, with students pushing through endless rounds of grueling drills. From the 2nd to the 8th day, it was all about real combat. Every martial arts student in the province would be dropped into a dense jungle for wilderness survival. On the 9th day, they would undergo tests for gene fusion compatibility and mechanical modification. Today, June 7th, marked the very first day of the college entrance examinations. Qingham and Zikin walked side by side down the long road. She suddenly reached out and gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. With tears welling up in her eyes, Qingham whimpered, Zikin, I'm so nervous. What if I end up wetting myself during the exam? Zikin immediately flashed a bright, reassuring smile. Pulling her close, he said, Hey, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Your theoretical knowledge is top-notch, and you're already wearing a diaper anyway. Just go in there and do your absolute best. Qingham blushed deeply. I'll do my best. And you have to do your best too. Zichen smiled back. Let's do our best together. A little while later in the exam hall, he was diligently working on his paper. Zikin thought with a hint of boredom, I'm already done, and there's still so much time left. Maybe I should brainstorm some plot points for my novel. Later on, he noticed her looking quite downcast. Did Qingham not do well on her test? He reassured her. We're martial arts students, so just passing the written exam is more than enough. There's no need to stress over getting a perfect score. Qingham protested. Actually, I did really well on that part. You don't need to comfort me, Zichen asked, curious. Then why do you look so pale and uneasy? Her eyes darted away in sheer embarrassment as she whispered, I really have to pee. Wait here for a bit, okay? I'll be right back. Zikin called after her. Make it quick. The physical test is about to start. Moments later, the results were announced. Lin Zikin's final score for the single-arm weightlift was a staggering 950 kilograms. The other students were absolutely shell-shocked. This guy is a total monster. His 100-meter sprint was insane, and he just pulled off a 4.19-meter vertical jump. That is unreal. Chingham wiped the sweat from her brow as she walked over to him. He asked warmly, Chingham, how did you do? She replied, I ran the 100-meter sprint in 9.32 seconds, got a vertical jump of 1.62 meters, and lifted 125 kilograms with one arm. But even so, I'm still nowhere near your level, Zikin. Zikin gently patted Chingham's head. Are you kidding? You're a total elite female martial artist. He walked up to them. Zikin, Chingham, the written exam scores are out. I heard Wang Shuji and Lu Gang both scored over 80. I was just 1 point short. How about you guys? She checked nervously. I'm looking at mine right now. Chingham squealed with excitement. 82 points. He praised her. Wow, that's even higher than mine. You're amazing, Chingham. Then, both of them turned their heads toward Zikin. He asked, what about you, Zikin? Zikin casually held up his scorecard, showing a perfect 100. She stared in awe. You are incredible, Zikin. He grumbled in frustration. This guy is still a total freak of nature, just like always. Later, as they walked home down the street, Chingham spoke up. Zikin, tomorrow starts the week-long real combat exam. I wonder what the forest at the test site is going to be like. He gently took her hand. Don't worry about a thing. I'll be right by your side to protect you. Chingham smiled happily. I'll stick to you like glue, Zikin. Crowmask spoke. The real combat exam starts tomorrow. When the time comes, you must use your position as a security guard to help suppress and contain the top 10 geniuses. He held out a box. Inside this box are 10 demon seeds. Crowmask emphasized, they will give you the edge you need. If you pull this off, I'll introduce you to my superiors and make you an official member of our organization. The man hesitated. I'm in no rush to become an official member. Right now, I just want a mutant fruit. He scoffed. Young man, you are incredibly short-sighted. A single mutant fruit will only help you evolve to an ordinary tier 7 at best. But if you join us, you can become a high-level life form. Tempted by the offer, he subconsciously swallowed hard and agreed. You are right, sir. Becoming an official member of the organization first will definitely make me more valuable. Attention students, we are about to arrive at the testing site for your combat assessment. Please prepare to get off the bus. Zikin gently shook Chinghan awake. Han, wake up, we are at the testing site. She opened her eyes sleepily, blinking at him with a dazed look. Are we already there? All candidates at Gate 9. Please get off the bus and head to the assembly area. There are lots of scorecards scattered throughout the forest. Each is marked with a number, and that number represents its point value. These cards will be hidden in tough spots like treetops, cliffs, or guarded by wild beasts. Some are even attached to mutant beasts. Don't worry, every wild beast and mutant beast is monitored by security staff. You can call for help in an emergency, but doing so means instant disqualification. The mutant beasts are located deep in the forest, so please stay calm. Besides your individual points, your final combat assessment score will also be graded based on video footage of your performance. There are 1 million candidates in total, but only 500,000 point cards available. That means more than half of you won't get one. We highly encourage both cooperation and competition. You can work together to share point cards, or you can take them from others. Get ready. You'll enter the testing area in 1 hour. The students immediately started whispering among themselves. One bragged, my dad is a senior executive at the Jichin Group. If any heavy hitter carries me through this, they'll be handsomely rewarded. Another said excitedly, I'll take you. I'm the top student from the genius class of Changzhou No. 1 High School. A teacher chimed in. First warning, teaming up so openly is strictly forbidden. The guy instantly shrank back and apologized. I'm sorry, sir. Other students quickly surrounded him. Lin Zikin, you're so amazing. Carry me, please. But Zikin coldly replied, no thanks. A girl pouted. Why not? Junping walked up to them and said, hey there, classmate. I'm actually pretty hungry right now. Could you sell me some of your food? Zikin tossed some food over. Don't worry about paying. It's on me. Junping looked surprised. Wow, are you really this nice? How about the three of us team up? I'm Hong Junping, from the elite class at Chanwon High. Zikan turned him down. Thanks for the offer, but we are good. He shrugged and turned to leave. All right, no worries. Thanks for the snacks though. Ching-han looked puzzled. He's so weird. There are plenty of food stalls around, so why did he come all the way here to ask us? Zikan grinned. He had an ulterior motive. What did you expect when I'm walking around with such a gorgeous girl? She blushed deeply. Oh, so he was just trying to hit on me? Zikan took her hand. Our time is almost up. Let's get moving. To give Ching-han some time to get used to the pace, they decided not to head deep into the forest just yet. Instead, they started searching for point cards along the outskirts of the forest. Zichen activated his special ability, the Eye of the Sky. Instantly, his surroundings unfolded before him like a miniature map. Zichen pointed and guided her. There's a point card right at the top of that tree. Go grab it. She nodded happily. On it, Ching-han leaped gracefully onto the branch and held up the card. Zichen, I got it. Immediately after, Zichen used his special vision to scan the next area. They kept repeating this process over and over. Zichen's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden light as he utilized his power. He kept guiding Ching-han, pointing out one spot after another. Before long, her hands were full of point cards. Ching-han squealed with excitement. Zichen, you are unbelievable. How on earth are you doing this? While the two of them were celebrating, a voice called out, well, what a coincidence. Junping waved and approached them with a grin. Looks like we ran into each other again. I've already got 28 points, and a guy like me always repays a favor tenfold. But in his head, he was thinking, she is absolutely adorable. I have to get her number today, no matter what. Junping suggested, how about I lead the team for you guys? We can split all the point cards 3 ways. Zichen pulled Ching-han behind him and said flatly, no need to team up, but if you really want to repay us, you can start by giving us all the point cards you have. Hearing that, Junping's face fell, and his eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Junping angrily raised his hand and sneered. Hey, classmate, you're narrowing your options here. He then swung his fist forward, grunting. You're really narrowing your options now. Zichen casually ran a hand through his hair and replied, yeah, you're right. It is a bit tight. Before Junping could react, Zichen effortlessly threw a quick punch right into his stomach. Junping immediately doubled over in agony, coughing up blood. Zichen casually snatched his point cards, took Ching-han's hand, and walked away. Thanks for the contribution. Ching-han looked back, worried. Zichen, is he going to be okay? Zichen replied casually. Don't worry. I barely used any strength. Over the next few hours, he kept helping Shen Ching-han find point cards. He even showed her how to use the cards as makeshift weapons to hunt wild boars. Zichen guided her patiently. Aim carefully before you strike, and make sure it's fast and precise. They even picked wild fruits to share, and occasionally teamed up to teach a lesson to anyone foolish enough to ambush them. Together, the two of them easily cleared out enemies wherever they went. Whenever they got tired, they would lean against each other to rest. They both silently wished that these peaceful moments could last just a little bit longer. Ching-han sighed. Zichen, we've finally reached the mutant beast zone in the center of the forest. But look, it seems we're too late. All the mutant beasts are already gone. Ching-han looked disappointed. What a shame. If we had gotten here earlier, you definitely would have earned the title of mutant-slaying genius. Zichen gently comforted her. There's nothing to regret. Honestly, a title like that doesn't really mean much anyway. He grabbed her hand and said, all right, we should head back. Zichen thought to himself, there are cameras and security guards everywhere, so even if I kill the mutated beast, I won't be able to devour it. It's better to focus on helping Han train her survival skills. A wild place like this is much more valuable. Now that the combat test is over, the next step is the gene fusion compatibility test. Everyone moved to the island's Gene Research Institute. The instructor told everyone to line up at the testing windows. A moment later, the announcer's voice echoed, next. Ching-han asked curiously, Little Chen, are those reagents over there used for the gene fusion compatibility test? He replied, that's right. Those are flowing cloud jellyfish gene reagents. The genes of the mutated flowing cloud jellyfish have a very high correlation with humans. They can easily trigger a unique chemical reaction when mixed with human blood. Because of that, they're used as a reagent to test gene fusion compatibility. The testing process is simple. They draw fresh blood from the candidates on the spot and inject it into the flowing cloud jellyfish reagent to initiate a chemical reaction. Based on the intensity of the reaction, They can determine if a candidate is suitable for gene fusion. He said anxiously, I really hope I pass the gene fusion test. I really don't want to go through that mechanical modification compatibility test. Chu Xin agreed worriedly. Same here. I heard the mechanical modification test requires implanting special alloy materials into your body. The pain level is supposed to be as bad as giving birth. The two of them prayed together, Please, God, let me pass the gene test. A little while later, Qing Han started getting her blood drawn, her whole body tensing up. Zichen said, We should get the results in about 1 hour. Someone cheered excitedly. My gene fusion compatibility is 8. I can actually become a gene fusion warrior. Someone else groaned. Only a 4? I knew I couldn't become a gene fusion warrior. Wait, I just barely passed. Awesome. He thought to himself, 6 is a pass, 8 is excellent, and 10 is enough to get into prestigious schools like Jingdu University or Sanhe University. Yet that genius from the capital has a compatibility score of 16. Since my physical conditioning is way stronger than his, I should be able to reach around 20. She tugged on his arm. Little Chen, I can't do this. I'm so nervous. Zichen reassured her. It's okay, it's completely normal to feel nervous. But in his mind, he worried that if Han Han's compatibility wasn't high enough, she wouldn't be able to stay by his side anymore. Suddenly, Chu Xin let out a loud shriek, startling them both. Oh my God, I got accepted into both top universities. I can't believe I got a 10. He grumbled, Why is mine only 11? It should have been 12 or 13. Zichen stood up and said, Those two were behind us in line, and they already got their results. That means ours must be ready too. Let's go check. Qing Han shrank back. I'm too scared to look. You check yours first. And once you're done, can you look at mine for me? Zichen pulled out his phone. Sure, I'll check yours right after. The screen lit up, showing Lin Zichen's gene fusion compatibility score was 15. She hugged him excitedly. Little Chen, with a score like this, you're definitely going to be the provincial champion. Zichen thought to himself, only 15? Is that really lower than that genius from the capital? It seems physical strength isn't the only deciding factor for compatibility. He spoke up. Han Han, it's your turn to check. She nodded. All right. Her friend beside her comforted her. Don't worry, Han Han. Even a bottom-tier student like me got a 10. So you'll definitely ace this. Suddenly, Zichen looked at the screen, and a look of pure shock washed over his face. The others followed his gaze and gasped, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The screen read, Shenqing Han's compatibility score is 21. Inside the Jiangnan Province Board of Education building, high-ranking officials were busy reviewing the exam results. One of them spoke up, The gene fusion compatibility results for all schools are in. Please take a look. As the screen lit up, everyone gasped in surprise. Who would have thought this year's provincial champion would come from Shanghai High School? Others chimed in with congratulations, Principal Bai, congratulations. Your school has produced the top scorer. She replied modestly, Oh, it was nothing. But inside, she was ecstatic. Way to go, Zichen. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You really made this principal proud. Just when everyone assumed Zichen was the top scorer, Qing Han's test result left everyone utterly speechless. What? A score of 21? Is that even a number a human can achieve? Principal Bai gasped in utter shock. Shenqing Han, Lin Zichen's childhood friend. She usually seems so ordinary. The official asked, What kind of student is this, Shenqing Han? She replied, Her performance has always been quite average. Could there be a mistake with the test results? Hearing this, the official sighed. Well, it can't be helped. It looks like I'll have to make a trip down there myself. The hall erupted in whispers. What is going on? 21 points? Did the machine malfunction? Qing Han asked in a daze. Little Chen, how did I get 21? Is there some kind of mistake with the test? He stepped forward and held her hand, saying, I don't think it's a mistake. You're naturally highly compatible with the water element, and the flowing cloud jellyfish genes used in this compatibility test happen to come from a water attribute mutated beast. It's incredibly strong. Shenqing Han finally understood. So my compatibility with water attribute beasts is extremely high. Am I a genius? Deep down, she was overjoyed, thinking she was finally worthy of Zichen. He was also happy for her, thinking this was absolutely amazing. Suddenly, someone yelled, Look over there. What is that? Emerging from a colossal tsunami was none other than Yuan Dongji. Someone shouted in excitement. The woman standing on top of that massive wave is a dragon maiden. Is she a heretic? Is she trying to submerge this entire place? Dongji's long legs stepped gracefully off the wave. The staff on site bowed down in deep respect. Principal Yuan. The students began to whisper in shock. Principal Yuan? Could she be Yuan Dongji, the vice principal of Shanghai University? Is she from the Yuan family, the 1,000-year-old martial arts clan? I heard the Yuan family once slaughtered a dragon. Isn't integrating the dragon clan's gene a water attribute fusion? No wonder she can control the waves like that. She walked over, looking her in the eye, and asked, Are you Shen Qinghan? Intimidated by her overwhelming aura, she stammered, Yes, that's me. Dongji waved her hand and ordered, Draw her blood 3 more times for testing. The staff bowed respectfully and replied, Understood. Chu Xin whispered, Oh my god, who is she to order 3 more blood draws? But Qinghan, are you okay? Qinghan raised her hand and said, My arm feels a little numb. The doctor called out, Shen Qinghan, please come with me. A moment later, she walked into her office and politely said, Excuse me for disturbing you. Dongji gently spun her chair around and smiled. The results are in. It's truly hard to believe, but all 3 tests came back at 21. Qinghan was bewildered. Really? She said, I'll get straight to the point. Qinghan couldn't believe her ears and pointed at herself. You want to take me as your disciple? Dongji said, If you become my disciple, riding the waves will be second nature to you in no time. She replied timidly, But this is just so sudden. Can I have some time to think about it? Deep down, she thought, I still need to ask Zikin about this first. She continued, There's nothing to think about. Becoming my disciple brings only benefits and absolutely no downsides. I am the Minister of Education and Training, as well as the Vice Principal of Shanghai University. If we establish a master-disciple relationship, then Shanghai University is where you'll go. Do you have anything to say? She blushed and replied, No, ma'am. Dongji pulled out her phone. Great, come on, let's add each other on WeChat. Qinghan pulled out her phone to scan the code, thinking, I'm completely being led by the nose here. She added, Oh, by the way, besides you, I have another disciple. She joined 10 years before you, but since you two are around the same age, she's your senior sister. I've sent you her picture, and I'll introduce you two when we get the chance. She looked at the girl in the picture in surprise. Qinghan couldn't help but recall her past, whispering the name, Bai Shui. Qinghan hastily asked, Master, what's senior sister's name? Dongji was surprised, Luo Tiangshou. Why, do you two know each other? She shook her head. When I was in elementary school, I had a close friend named Bai Shui who looked exactly like senior sister, but she transferred schools shortly after. I was wondering if she could be Bai Shui. She replied with absolute certainty. Impossible. Qinghan, your gene fusion compatibility is higher than anything I've ever seen. Now, I'm going to check your entire body to see if there's anything unique about it. She agreed. Okay. Then, Dongji placed her hand on Qinghan, channeling a surge of power to scan her body. Suddenly, her expression changed, and her eyebrows furrowed deeply. Dongji pulled her hand back, her voice filled with bewilderment. She quickly grabbed her hand. Is there something wrong with my body? Dongji shook her head. No, it's actually because everything is too normal that it's weird. This is clearly a body with a 21% compatibility rate. To protect you, I will change your actual score to 16 and announce it to the public, just in case anyone with bad intentions tries to harm you. Qinghan obediently replied, Yes, master. She looked at her phone. It's getting late. I've said all I needed to say, so you can head back now. She walked toward the door, turned around, and said, See you later, master. Right after, the door shut with a loud slam. Sitting alone in her office, Dongji made a phone call. The voice on the other end asked, How did it go? Dongji replied, Dad, the girl with the 21% fusion rate I mentioned earlier. I've taken her in as my disciple. He said with satisfaction, Good, well done. You must nurture this disciple. Dongji continued, I've already done a thorough background check on her. Moreover, the second-place scorer, Lin Zichen, is her childhood sweetheart. Her father remarked, This is not simple. Your disciple is bound to achieve great things. When that day comes, what we stand to gain will be beyond imagination. Also, regarding the terrifying talent of this genius disciple of yours, you must never let anyone else find out. Dongji complied. I understand, Dad. As night fell, Zikin rode his bike with Qinghan on the back, speaking in an annoyed tone. You're really something, you know? Why did you suddenly take on a master out of nowhere? She sighed. I feel weird about it too. It was just so sudden. He reassured her. Well, whatever. Let's just wait and see. If she doesn't mean any harm, then having a master is fine. But if she turns out to have bad intentions, once we're strong enough, we'll just. Qinghan agreed to take the initiative and end this master-disciple relationship. Back at the house, Wan Xin waved her hand as Xu Meng ran out, asking, Xiao Chen, Han Han, you two are back. She continued, You came back at the perfect time. Tonight, we're going to Ming Xiang restaurant to celebrate. She added, I heard Han Han was the top scorer in the province this time. That's incredibly impressive, Xu Meng said happily. Now Han Han can go to the same university as Xiao Chen. That is so wonderful. Later, everyone raised their glasses in a toast, celebrating Han Han and Xiao Chen as the top scorer and the runner-up. Yan Sheng waved and said, It's getting late. Everyone, get home safely. Shen Jian replied, You too, let's hang out again next time. As night fell, only the light of the full moon remained. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Wan Xin quickly ran to open it, calling out, Coming! Seeing Qinghan, she blushed and asked, Han Han, did you come to sleep over with Xiao Chen again? Qinghan shyly explained, No, it's not like that. I just have some really important things I need to talk to Xiao Chen about in person. She rushed inside, her face bright red. Aunt Xin, I'll go find Xiao Chen now. Wan Xin thought to herself, an important matter discussed in person. Could she be planning to confess? She ran to his door and knocked. Xiao Chen, I have something really important to tell you. Zichen opened the door, looked at Qinghan and asked, What's going on? She stepped inside and replied, It's about the master I took on this morning. He asked in surprise. Your master? Qinghan sat on the bed, hugging a pillow, and replied, Master gave me a full-body checkup today, but the results showed nothing special about my body. I'm just like a normal person. As for my body leaking water, she couldn't detect anything at all. Zichen pondered. If even Dongji, who could control massive ocean waves, couldn't see the secret inside Han Han's body, it seemed her body was far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. He gently touched her shoulder and advised, We must keep this between the two of us for now. If anyone else finds out, we can't predict what the consequences might be. Once we get stronger and learn more, we can take our time figuring it out. There's no need to rush. Qinghan agreed. I'll do as you say. She took out her phone and added, Oh right, there's one more thing. When I was still at the base, Master told me that I have a senior disciple sister. I saw a picture of her, and she looks incredibly similar to Bai Shui. He took the phone to look, falling into deep thought. She really did look a bit similar, but their vibes were completely different. Zichen asked, But do you know where this background is? Qinghan looked at the photo again and shook her head. I don't know. Let me ask Master. The message read, Master, where did senior sister take this picture? Dongji replied, Yuan Di. She texted back, Where is that? She responded, I only know it's Yuan Di. Nothing else can be asked. Qinghan repeated this to Zichen. She only knows it's Yuan Di, and nothing else can be asked. He sat down next to her, then let's worry about it later. A moment later, Qinghan crawled onto the bed to lie close to Zichen while he scrolled through his phone. Her face was pressed against the pillow, her eyes filled with thought. Qinghan spoke up, Xiao Chen, do guys really like women in Cheongsams? Hearing her question, Zichen fell silent. Had she been influenced by her master? Imagining her wearing a Cheongsam, he blushed and said, They look nice. To himself, he thought, if Han Han wore one, she would probably look incredibly beautiful. Suddenly, Qinghan pinned Zichen down. So, do you like it? He blushed deeper. I do. She pushed further. What about fishnet stockings? Black, white, or nude? Zichen stammered in confusion. Why are you asking me such weird questions? If I had to choose, then black or white. Instantly, Qinghan added cheongsams and fishnets to her shopping cart and ordered them all. He was utterly bewildered. What on earth was she doing? Just then, another knock came at the door. Wan Xin called out with a knowing tone. Han Han, your mom just dropped off your toiletries. You should sleep over tonight. Embarrassed, she took them. I didn't even ask my mom to send these. Why is she taking matters into her own hands? She reassured her. It's fine. You two are adults now. There's nothing wrong with sleeping together. With that, Wan Xin closed the door, giving them their privacy. Qinghan looked at Zichen, both of their faces red as tomatoes. She walked over and emptied the bag. "It's fine, I'll just change and go to sleep." Suddenly, Qinghan jumped. "Wait, what's this?" Reading the packaging, she shrieked. "Ultra-thin natural condoms!" Blushing furiously, Qinghan quickly threw it aside. Why would Mom pack this? She scrambled off the bed in a panic. I'm going to change first." Looking at her flustered state, he let out a sigh. What a mess. Then, Zichen said, "Let's go, hold on tight." Both he and Han had been admitted to the Evolution Academy of Shanghai University. Qinghan wrapped her arms tightly around Zichen's waist. She grinned and declared, "And we're off." Just like him, Qinghan had also signed a contract with Hiyu's family dojo. Today, they were heading to the dojo to participate in a promotional event. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hello." Unexpectedly, they hadn't been out for long before running into a group of strange people who blocked their path. Chuan Wu spoke up. "Excuse me, are you classmate Lin Zichen?" Zichen stopped and asked in confusion, "Who are you guys?" The man replied, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Chuan Wu, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Today, we're here representing the Tianren Pavilion." Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. The Tianren Pavilion had made headlines before. They were a conservative organization that opposed gene merging and cybernetic enhancements. They were quite popular online, but mostly through comments bashing them for negatively influencing the younger generation. The dean spoke up. "On behalf of the Tianren Pavilion, I'm here to invite you to join us." Zichen gave him a cold glance. "Please get out of my way." Suddenly, Chuanwu reached out and grabbed his shoulder to stop him. "Could you spare me a moment of your time? If you do, I can give you this latest model iPhone." Feeling helpless, Zichen sighed. "Dean Lu, this way, please." A moment later in a coffee shop, the dean began, "Our Tianren Pavilion researches how to tap into the potential of pure-blood humans without relying on gene merging or mechanical augmentations, breaking past the limits of the ordinary level to evolve into high-level, rare-level, and even epic-level beings. We've already achieved significant results. Just watch this video, and you'll see exactly what I mean. My biological level is only ordinary level 9. But this video shows me fighting above my level and killing a high-level gene merger." He was stunned as he watched. It showed Wu Tiancheng, a powerhouse who had single-handedly slaughtered the members of the rat god cult. In the arena, the beastman was constantly using the power of his wings to dodge. What's more, each of his feathers acted as a secret weapon. Once they pierced the body, they would cause severe, unavoidable damage. Right then, Tiancheng landed softly on the ground, retracting his wings. At that exact moment, Chuanwu threw another punch. His fist was so powerful that it completely disfigured the man's face. And just like that, Tiancheng was knocked down, nearly flying out of the arena. Chuanwu continued to explain, "The human body is naturally invincible. Why borrow the traits of other races? Pure-blood humans training in body-tempering methods that is the true future of humanity." Hearing this, Zichen was still skeptical. Is this for real? Was the video edited? Or is Wu Tiancheng just a fraud? The dean confidently reassured him, "This video has absolutely no post-processing done to it, and I'll continue challenging other high-level gene mergers in the future. You're welcome to come and watch anytime." He asked, "Why don't you post this video online then? Wouldn't that be a great advertisement for your Tianren Pavilion?" Chuanwu explained, "We want to, but the current authorities won't allow it." Curious, Zichen asked. "Why's that?" He replied, "The authorities believe that if our biological level doesn't increase, there's no future, so they think it's not worth promoting. But without promotion, we can't get more people to research it, making a breakthrough incredibly difficult. After all, quantity leads to quality. But if a genius like you joins our organization, it won't be like my case. I've been bitterly training for 50 years and I'm still stuck at ordinary level 9, but you can definitely evolve into a high-level being." Zichen was startled. "Hold on, 50 years? But he looks like he's only 50 years old." Chuanwu said confidently, "Don't let my 50-year-old appearance fool you. I'm actually nearly 100 years old. I've maintained this youthfulness entirely through our body-tempering methods." Chuanwu added, "If you don't believe me, you can look me up on Baidu, Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University." Zichen looked at the search results and thought, "So body tempering really can grant longevity. I wonder if my parents can train in it too. Let's see if there's any other useful information here." In his youth, he was the young master of the Liu family, one of the top martial arts families in Nanjing province, famous for Lu-style martial arts. However, when the era of gene merging arrived, they refused to adapt, leading to the decline of the entire family, as the young master, Liu Chuanwu, ended up being abandoned by his wife and children, all because he stubbornly refused to undergo gene merging, while his family fully supported it. If it were Han Han, she would never leave me. That's the strong bond of childhood sweethearts. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he scrolled down. Yuan Dongji. Isn't this Han Han's master? His relations with Liu Chuanwu, ex-wife Yuan Dongji, son Yuan Shusheng, daughter Yuan Xiaoyi. The photos of his son and daughter are blurred. Does that mean they're both dead? Zixin glanced at the dean, realizing this man was definitely not to be underestimated. Chuanwu said proudly, "Even at nearly 100 years old, I still look like this. This is proof enough that pure-blood humans still have a bright future. That's exactly why our Tianren Pavilion exists. Do you know what Tianren means? Mans will conquers heaven, that is what Tianren means. Gene merging relies on exotic beasts. You can never surpass them that way. In the end, we won't be able to stop their invasion, which will lead to the extinction of humanity. Cybernetic enhancements are no different. Most of the materials used for mechanical upgrades come from exotic beasts, so we're still relying on exotic beasts, meaning we can never truly surpass them. It's not that our Tianren Pavilion completely opposes gene merging and cybernetic enhancements. I just don't think we should put all our chips on those two paths. We should rely on gene fusion and mechanical modification to survive the early stage. Then, during this time, we can research other paths to prepare for the later stages. Lin Zikin, I sincerely invite you to join our Tianren Pavilion so we can work together for the future of humanity. I am absolutely certain that you can become the first pure-blood human to break through the shackles of the ordinary rank." He scratches his cheek and asks, "You've been talking about this body tempering method for so long, but what exactly is it?" He continues, "Our Tianren Pavilion's body tempering method is the blood tempering art, which was recovered from ancient ruins. Just as the name suggests, the blood tempering art uses vital energy and blood to temper the body, strengthening your physical form and boosting your combat power. According to the records of the ruins, mastering the blood tempering art to its highest realm can elevate your physical body to sainthood, allowing you to fly, burrow through the earth, shatter mountains with a single punch, and tear giant beasts apart with your bare hands. However, only pure-blood humans can cultivate this technique. Gene fusers have impurities in their blood, so they cannot practice the blood tempering art. As for those with cybernetic bodies, their physical forms are incomplete, preventing vital energy and blood from circulating properly, so they can't practice it either. This is exactly why we believe that only pure-blood humans have a future, while gene fusers and cyborgs have none. Zhou, Lin Zichen, are you willing to join our Tianren Pavilion, practice the blood tempering art, and walk the path of a pure-blood human?" Zichen declines, saying, "I feel like I still know too little about pure-blood humans. I should wait and see for now." Suddenly, Chuan Wu stands up, slams the table, and says, "You can take your time to learn, but Lin Zichen, with your incredible talent and physical strength, it would be a real shame if you didn't try the pure-blood human path. As far as the Tianren Pavilion is concerned, the provincial top scholar with a 16% gene fusion rate is not even worth mentioning compared to you." This statement clearly implies that Shen Qinghan, the top scholar, doesn't even hold a candle to him. "We have always believed that you, with the #1 physical stats, are the true top scholar of Nanjing province. If you choose to follow the pure-blood human path, you will definitely crush her in the later stages." She puffs her cheeks in annoyance, thinking, "I didn't even say a word, and yet I'm the one getting targeted." Suddenly, he raises his hand, catching Chuan Wu off guard. Zichen introduces her. The provincial top scholar, with the 16% gene fusion rate, is her. Qinghan gives a forced smile and says, "Hello." He places his hand on the phone box and says, "It's getting late, and we have other things to attend to. Thank you for the phone and the milk tea. We'll be taking our leave now." Chuan Wu reaches out to stop him. "Wait, just try joining for 6 months. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy is offering you, our Tianren Pavilion will double them. If double isn't enough, we will triple it." Hearing such a lucrative deal, Zichen is stunned. "Triple?" He immediately returns to the table. "You know, I've always deeply respected the ideals of the Tianren Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talent to the Tianren Pavilion and contribute my strength to the cause of pure-blood humanity." Chuan Wu says helplessly, "I'm glad you understand." Internally, he is crying a river. Triple. How many resources am I going to have to pour into this kid? Zikin nods. Oh right, I have a question. Do you know what kind of place the Origin Land is? He is surprised that this kid even knows about the Origin Land. Chuan Wu explains that it is believed to be the birthplace of life. He emphasizes, all the aberrant beasts that exist today come from there. Zichen thinks to himself, the birthplace of life, the origin of aberrant beasts, the Origin Land. So humans actually know quite a bit about these beasts, and can even enter the Origin Land. He asks, so, does that mean the aberrant beast meat sold at the mall also comes from there? Chuan Wu assures him, of course. Otherwise, the limited meat left on Earth would only go to the higher-ups. Ordinary citizens wouldn't stand a chance. Zikin asks, do you have any videos of the Origin Land? He shakes his head. No, all electronic devices are disabled there. If you want to record anything, you have to draw it. He realizes, so that picture was actually a drawing. Suddenly, his phone rings, and a voice on the other end says, hey, handsome. Hey, gorgeous. Our martial arts gym's promotional event is about to start. When are you two getting here? Zikin replies, we're heading over now. The person urges, then hurry up. He stands up and says, I have to run. Let's catch up another time. Chuan Wu pulls out a book and explains, this is the translated version of the blood tempering art. It has the detailed cultivation methods inside. However, the blood tempering art has certain requirements. Your biological level must reach ordinary level 4, and your vital energy and blood must be abundant enough. Since your physical stats are close to ordinary level 4, you can look it over during summer break, and once you evolve to ordinary level 4 when school starts, you can start practicing immediately. Zikin feels a smug sense of satisfaction, thinking, is that so? I'm already at ordinary level 6. I'll give it a shot when I get home. Later, on the streets outside where towering skyscrapers rise, Njia Qingyan is training intensely in her room. She winds up and delivers a powerful kick, completely denting the heavy punching bag. Seeing Truyenvo walk in, Ngok Nyen stops her movements. She wipes away her sweat and asks, Director, what has got you in such a great mood? He says smugly, under the spell of my irresistible charm, the runner-up of the Namjiang Provincial College entrance exam, and the top scorer of the province's physical exam has officially joined our Tiannan Pavilion. Ngok Nyen asks skeptically, for real? Truyenvo pulls out his phone and says, of course it's real. I already got his contact info. Stunned, she asks, Director, how did you even manage that? He boasts proudly, I told you, it's all thanks to my irresistible charm. Njia Qingyan rolls her eyes and says, cut the act and tell me the truth. Truyenvo calmly replies, well, I told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy offered him, our Tiannan Pavilion would triple it. She shrieks in horror, triple? We are already drowning in debt. He reassures her, don't worry, I've got dates lined up with 3 wealthy ladies. Tripling his benefits is well within our budget. Njia Qingyan sighs helplessly, Director, please stop acting so recklessly from now on. Truyenvo asks, Njia Qingyan, back when you practiced the blood tempering technique, how long did it take you to sense your vital blood? She replies, that was 10 years ago. If I remember correctly, it took about a week. He asks, what about controlling it? Ngok Nyen responds, 2 months. Truyenvo nods in satisfaction. Impressive, as expected of the capital's college entrance exam runner-up. Your talent is truly outstanding. Even a self-proclaimed genius like myself took 2 whole weeks to sense my vital blood back then. Suddenly, she sighs gloomily, please don't bring up that runner-up title again. Ever since I gave up gene fusion to join the Tiannan Pavilion, I haven't been able to evolve into a high-level life form. You have no idea how many people have mocked me over the years. He pats her shoulder to comfort her. Let them laugh. In a few years, when you finally evolve into a high-level life form, won't you just mop the floor with them? Ngok Nyen says dejectedly, I've already gone through 2 rounds of body tempering, yet I still haven't opened a single acupoint. What about that Lam Tu Than kid? How long do you think it'll take him to sense his vital blood? Truyenvo predicts, that kid's physical stats are insane, only slightly lower than yours back then. My guess is about 10 days. She says in surprise, really? Then I'll have to do my best to teach this genius junior of ours. Meanwhile, as night falls over Tuthan's house, he sits on his bed, cultivating his vital blood while focusing on a book. Tuthan thinks to himself, sensing vital blood is way too easy. It only took me 3 seconds. The next step is controlling it to start body tempering. He decides, I'll start by tempering my right hand first. A system prompt appears. You are using vital blood to temper your skin. Half an hour later, Than thinks, I've completed the first round of tempering on my right hand. Let's test its toughness with a knife first. Just one round of tempering, and it's already completely blade-proof. No wonder Lu Truyenvo could withstand Ingo Thienthua's feather barrage after tempering his body 3 times. I wonder just how ridiculously strong my body will become after 5 rounds of tempering. 3 hours later, panting heavily, he analyzes, at this rate, it'll take less than a week to fully temper all the skin on my body. I've already finished tempering the skin on both arms, and I've only used about 1/3 of my vital blood. Suddenly, Than's phone buzzes with a message from Than. Than, are you asleep yet? He replies, not yet. She texts, I prepared a surprise for you. Can you come over to my room to check it out? Than asks curiously, what kind of surprise? Than replies, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. He agrees, all right, I'm heading over now. Than gets up, feeling totally baffled. What on earth could this surprise be? Why would she ask me to come over this late? Tu Meng opens the door and asks, Than, are you here to see Ham? He replies, yes, she sent me a WeChat message saying she prepared a surprise for me and told me to come over right away. She giggles, covering her mouth. Well, hurry upstairs then. Don't keep her waiting too long. A moment later, Than knocks on the door and says, Ham, I'm here. Than calls out from inside, come in. He pushes the door open and steps into her room. Than looks in confusion at Than, who is completely wrapped up in her blanket. What's all this about? Her face blushes bright red as she says, this is the surprise I prepared for you. Than is incredibly curious. What kind of surprise requires her to be wrapped in a blanket? Blushing, he can't help but let his mind wander. Wait, she's not offering herself to me, is she? Or is she going to show me her glow-in-the-dark watch? Than coos, come over here and take a look. Her face is burning hot as she watches Than approach. Pull it back and see. Overcome with shyness, she buries her face in her pillow, too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Than's face is flushed red, his lips pursed. Bracing himself, he reaches out and firmly pulls the blanket back. As the blanket falls away, the sight of Than wearing a stunning cheongsam leaves Than completely speechless, his eyes wide with shock. She asks shyly, does this look good on me? He nods repeatedly, his face flushing crimson as he stammers, yes, it's beautiful. Twirling a strand of her hair, she asks softly, I actually bought some black fishnet stockings too. Do you want to see me put them on? Than eagerly replies, go ahead, let's see how they look. She pulls out a pair of black stockings and begins sliding them up her legs. Her movements are slow and gentle, and watching her makes Than's body temperature soar, causing him to unconsciously bite his lip. Once she finishes putting them on, she asks, do you like it? He instantly replies, I love it. They look great on you, she teased, testing the waters. These fishnets feel amazing. Want to feel them yourself? Shu Chen reached out to touch them and replied, wow, they really do feel amazing. Qing Han asked curiously, so, which feels better to touch? The fishnets or my legs? Shu Chen replied, definitely your legs, no contest. She agreed, yeah, I think so too. Just then, Shu Meng's voice came from outside. Xiao Chen, your mom just stopped by to drop off some of your personal stuff. I'm hanging it on the doorknob so you can grab it in a bit. Shu Chen got out of bed, walked to the door, and replied, okay, got it, Aunt Meng. After that, he brought the basket of stuff his mom had sent inside. Finding a box of condoms inside, Shu Chen was completely speechless. As expected, he tossed them back into the basket in defeat. We haven't even kissed yet, what's the rush? Just then, Qing Han walked over and said, Xiao Chen, it's getting late. You should sleep over tonight. I'm going to change, so turn around and don't look. Shu Chen immediately turning around toward the door, she walked back over. I'm all changed. Let's turn off the lights and go to sleep. It's fine as long as you're okay with it. A moment later, they were lying in bed, facing each other. Ziken spoke up. Han, why does your bed smell so good? Did you use some kind of perfume? Qing Han smiled back. That's just my natural body scent lingering on the bed. If you don't believe me, take a sniff. Skeptical and surprised, he said, how is that even possible? She remained quiet, just lying there, gazing at him silently. Ziken stared back at Qing Han, his face instantly turning as red as a tomato. Suddenly, she gently parted her lips, and Zikin subconsciously did the same. He then wrapped his arm around her neck, pulling her closer. The two shared a passionate kiss, born from genuine feelings. But as Zikin was kissing her deeply, Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes wide and pushed him away. Gasping for air, she stammered, "Wait, hold on." Watching Qinghan rush out of bed, Zichen asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Blushing with embarrassment, Qinghan covered her legs and said, I peed myself." Instantly, the atmosphere between them became incredibly awkward. Suddenly, Zichen spoke up, "Wait a second. How did you feel just now? Did your mental energy fluctuate wildly?" She shyly replied, "My heart was racing, pounding like crazy, and my body suddenly got super hot. And then, I peed. My mental energy was definitely fluctuating like crazy just now." Having pieced it together, he said, "It's just as I suspected. I suspect your unknown superpower is linked to mental energy, and controlling it depends on your mental strength. As long as your mental strength is high enough, you might be able to fully trigger and control this power. Come here, let's keep kissing. Let's see if the same thing happens when your mental energy fluctuates wildly again." Qinghan stopped him. "Hold on, let me change my diaper first," Zikin countered. "You're just going to wet it again anyway. Let's keep going first." She then got back into bed, and the two resumed their passionate kiss. Looking at Qinghan's blushing face, he asked, "How did you feel this time?" She sheepishly replied, "The same as before. My mental energy fluctuated wildly, and then, I peed." Zikin suggested trying a few more times. "Now we can pretty much be sure that your superpower is triggered by mental energy." She turned away and said, "I'm covered in sweat. I'm going to take a shower." A moment later, Qinghan called out from the bathroom, "Zishin, I forgot to bring my clothes. Can you grab a set of pajamas and bring them in?" Zikin replied, "Sure, got it." He then walked over and opened Qinghan's closet, which was packed with all sorts of different outfits. Zichen picked up a pair of panties and remarked, "Cute. Since Han Han wears diapers to bed, she probably doesn't need underwear, right?" He pulled out a set. "Let's go with this one." Afterward, the two of them slept in the same bed. Zikin woke up and opened his eyes, looking at the girl beside him. Qinghan was still fast asleep, with a little drool trickling down her cheek. Smiling, he gently wiped her face, then stepped out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Outside, Shumeng called out, "Zishin, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you have some before you leave?" "All right, I'll head out after breakfast then." Sitting at the dining table, Jianye asked, "Is Han Han up yet?" Sitting down, Zichen replied, "Not yet, Uncle Jianye. Just let her sleep a bit longer." He praised, "If only Han Han were as disciplined as you." Zikin smiled and said, "Han Han brought home the top score in the province on the college entrance exams for you, Uncle Jianye. Letting her sleep in a bit during summer break is totally fair." Jianye agreed, "That's true." Zichen waved goodbye, saying, "No need to see me out, Aunt Meng." Shu Meng watched him leave, closed the door, and smiled knowingly. Nudging Jianye's shoulder, she said, "I got up in the middle of the night to wash my hands, and I heard someone showering in the upstairs bathroom. Do you think our daughter and Zikin did it last night?" Jianye caught on and said, "Now that you mention it, that must be the case." Shu Meng quickly pulled out her phone. "This is a huge development. I have to share this good news with Wang Xin." Meanwhile, Zichen had made it home, and was pushing the door open. Taking off his shirt, he said to himself, "I need to wash yesterday's dirty clothes." Seeing Zikin quickly trying to leave, Wang Xin stopped him. "Son." Her praising attitude left Zikin totally bewildered as she added, "You did amazing." At that moment, sunlight was shining brightly over a high-rise building. Chen, he walked in aggressively and barked, "Lu Chuanwu, you owe me an explanation about Lin Zichen." Lu Chuanwu calmly replied, "What about Lin Zikin?" "I have no idea what you're talking about." "Chen," he yelled, "Lin Zikin clearly registered for my Evolution Academy, yet you went behind my back and pulled cheap tricks to drag him to your martial arts academy. Have you no shame?" Lu Chuanwu raised his voice in response. "What cheap tricks did I pull behind your back? Is your Evolution Academy the only one allowed to recruit? My martial arts academy can't do the same?" "Chen," he snapped, "there's a proper order to these things. You've lived this long, and yet you still don't understand this basic principle?" Refusing to back down, Lu Chuanwu retorted, "I don't care about any proper order. All I know is that as long as school hasn't started, he's not a student of your Evolution Academy. If I want to recruit him, I'll recruit him, and it doesn't violate any school rules. Chen He shot back. But the school rules don't say that. Hey, but you went against the agreement we deans made. He scoffed. Ridiculous. That is your agreement. What does that have to do with me? In short, my recruitment is perfectly reasonable. A fair competition. If you are not happy, you can go find Lin Zixin and recruit him back to your Evolution Academy. Zhenhei's face darkened. Does a despicable scoundrel like you even deserve to talk about fair competition? If you are so capable, get in the ring and fight me. Now that is what you call fair competition. Chuanwu picked his ear and challenged him back. Get in the ring and fight? Do you think I am stupid? A high-level 5th stage master like you, using your strength to bully an ordinary 9th stage guy like me. And you are not even ashamed to talk about fairness. Where is your self-respect? Zhenhei said angrily, I am 48 years old, and you are 95 years old. He joked, how am I using my strength to bully you? You are the one bullying an old man. Zhenhei was furious. Lu Chuanwu, as long as you have not undergone genetic fusion, you can only be a weak, ordinary 9th stage scrub for the rest of your life. In your eyes, ordinary living beings are no better than ants. Why don't you just keep messing around with your so-called pure-blood humanity nonsense? A moment later, Dongji reassured him, don't worry, Dean Ma. Give it some time after school starts. Once that Lin Zixin sees peers who were not as good as him, surpassing him through genetic fusion or cybernetic enhancements, at that time, he will naturally want to switch majors. Zhenhei reminded her, Vice Principal Yuan, that is not the point. The point is that Liu Chuanwu broke the rules, and he must be punished. She advised him, if you are unhappy, then give him a taste of his own medicine. Go and recruit the runner-up. He agreed. Then let us do as Vice Principal Yuan says. Dongji watched as Zhenhei left in a huff. She remarked that while Ma Zhena was usually quite calm, he always lost his mind with anger whenever he was in front of that Lu guy. Even after all these years, that Lu guy has not changed a bit. His mouth is still as sharp as ever. His strength could have been as impressive as his mouth, but unfortunately, he took the wrong path in his youth. Otherwise, he would be at least a university president by now. Meanwhile, on the road, Qinghan and Ziken were jogging together. Drenched in sweat and exhausted, she panted, I cannot do this anymore. I cannot run another step. He handed her a bottle of water. Get some water in you. That is enough training for today. Let's go to that bench over there and stretch. Afterward, Qinghan lay down on the wooden bench while Ziken helped massage her muscles. Blushing, she turned her head and said, Zichen, thank you. He smiled and replied, with our relationship, saying thank you is way too formal. Qinghan sat up and asked shyly, so what exactly is our relationship now? Are we friends, childhood sweethearts, or lovers? Ziken gave a sweet smile and said, we are family. Qinghan was puzzled. Family? What kind of family? What kind of family do you want us to be? Her face flushed red as she whispered shyly, like, a fiancé? Right after hearing his answer, Qinghan beamed with joy. Yeah, fiancé. She hooked her pinky finger out and suggested, then can we get married after we graduate from college? Zichen hooked his finger with hers and agreed. Deal. They pinky promised in unison. No changes for 100 years, and after 100 years, we will see. Later, his whole family was watching the news on television together. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yan Sheng walked over. Coming. As soon as he opened the door, he looked at the visitor in surprise. Dean Ma? What brings you here? Zhenhei waved in greeting. I am sorry to bother you so late, but I came to talk to Zichen about choosing an academy. Yan Sheng was surprised. The academy? He thought to himself. Has he not made his choice a long time ago? Why is he coming all this way to talk about this so late at night? He quickly brought out a gift. Inside are 2 ice crystal fish. They are very fresh and delicious. One of my former graduates gave them to me, and since he gave me so many, I brought 2 for your family to try. Dean Ma. Yan Sheng replied, you really should not have. Zhenhei casually responded, it is just a small token of my appreciation. Yan Sheng invited him in. Dean Ma. Ziken is in the living room. Let us head inside and sit down to talk. He walked inside. Thank you for having me. A moment later, inside the house, Zhenhei began. Ziken's genetic fusion compatibility is at 15%. If he goes down the path of genetic fusion, his future prospects will be limitless. There's really no need for him to go down the path of that pure-blood humanity nonsense. It would be a complete waste of his talent. The original goal of the Tianren Pavilion is good, but their pure-blood human theory has made no real progress lately. It's nothing but a scam. If Zikin chooses this path, he will only end up hurting himself. Zikin, take my advice. Don't go down that pure-blood human path. It will only make you an ordinary person like everyone else. Your best option is still the Evolution Academy. At that moment, Zichen fell into deep thought with a serious expression. Wan Xin spoke up hesitantly. Dean Ma, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Hasn't Zikin already enrolled in the Evolution Academy? He spoke up to explain, Mom, Dad, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Heavenly Human Pavilion. I have already transferred my registration to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to follow the pure-blood human path. Hearing this, his mother was stunned. Little Chen, what on earth is going on? Zikin looked at his parents and began to explain. First of all, I really agree with the philosophy of the Heavenly Human Pavilion. Plus, they showed great sincerity by offering 3 times the benefits of the Martial Arts Academy. So, I agreed to join the Heavenly Human Pavilion for 6 months to try out the pure-blood human path. If there is no progress after 6 months, I will return to the Evolution Academy and go down the gene fusion path. Hearing this, Zhenhe cursed angrily to himself. How could that dirt-poor old geezer afford to pay 3 times the benefits? Then, he said in a low voice, Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Sure, 3 times the benefits is a lot, but looking at the big picture, that is just a tiny, short-term gain. There is no need to sacrifice long-term success for immediate petty gains. Even if you are only joining for 6 months as a trial and can return if it does not work out. But that short 6-month window is more than enough to make you miss out on invaluable knowledge, so much so that even 3 times the benefits will not make up for it. He politely replied, Thank you for the warning, Principal Ma. But right now, I strongly believe in the philosophy of the Heavenly Human Pavilion. If I do not give it a shot, I will definitely regret it forever. And it might even turn into an inner demon for me. In his mind, he thought, I did not want to either, but 3 times the benefits is just too good to pass up. Hearing those stubborn words, Zhenhe sighed softly and stood up. Since you are so persistent, nothing I say will make a difference. I have other matters to attend to. Yansheng stood up to show him out. Principal Ma, let me see you out. High above, white clouds blended with a soft pink hue, while the house cast a faint glow under the starlight. Zikin was drinking some water while scrolling through today's news. But the moment he saw the headlines, he was shocked. What is going on? The official announcement flashing on the screen shook Zichen to his core. Lin Zichen, the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam, has joined the Heavenly Human Pavilion to pursue the pure-blood human path. What a shame that this runner-up has chosen to become just another ordinary nobody. The news even brought up the capital city's runner-up from 10 years ago, stating that this female genius also faded into mediocrity after joining the Heavenly Human Pavilion. The trending search list was flooded with comments like, the cherry blossoms have bloomed several times, yet the Heavenly Human Pavilion is still so good at scamming people. He wondered why all the comments were negative. It looked like hired trolls were manipulating public opinion. My personal information has been completely exposed. Getting cyberbullied is one thing, but if I catch the attention of the cultists, I will be in serious trouble. Could Ma Zhenhe have leaked it? Or did another faction have a bone to pick with the Heavenly Human Pavilion? None of that mattered right now. The urgent thing to do now was to make a quick call. Hello, I would like to report an article for leaking my private information. 2 hours later, he looked at his phone and let out a soft sigh of relief. Luckily, the post had been taken down. Then, Zikin quickly checked his group chats. Everyone was spamming messages. Why did Lin Zikin join the Heavenly Human Pavilion? Is the Heavenly Human Pavilion leading the youth astray? Someone had even leaked a photo of Lin Zikin. Now the entire online community was talking about him, with a whole bunch of trolls roasting Lin Zikin mercilessly. Lin Zikin, say something. Is Lin Zikin even here? Zikin frowned, feeling a wave of annoyance. My photo got leaked. This is getting way more troublesome. As night fell, only the moonlight illuminated the entire city. Qing Han gently suggested, Zichen, stay over and sleep with me tonight. Are you reading those posts about you? Those awful people are literally weaponizing an innocent student. They do not have a shred of basic decency, Zikin explained. This is just how power struggles go. Those who play by the rules end up at a disadvantage, while the ones without any principles get the upper hand. She mentioned, Little Chen, my master seems to be really powerful. Do you think we could ask her to help sort this out? He shook his head tiredly. This factional warfare was nothing new. The Gene Fusion faction was actively suppressing the pureblood faction. Your master is a supporter of the Gene Fusion faction, so there is no reason she would help with this. Qinghan urged. It would not hurt to try. She pulled out her phone and sent a message to her master. Receiving a reply that it was already taken care of, Qinghan was surprised. That fast? It has only been half an hour. Hearing the notification, Zichen gasped in disbelief. How is that even possible? She assured him, Little Chen, it is really resolved. You cannot even find the news anymore. Searching for Lin Zichen shows no results. Zichen thought to himself, she actually helped me? Is she just spoiling her disciple? Or is she doing this because of her past marriage with Lu Chuanwu? Whatever the reason, having her step in works to my advantage. Han Han, please thank your master for me. I am incredibly grateful for her help. Qinghan replied. You thanked my master, but how are you going to thank me? Zichen asked curiously. How do you want me to thank you? She leaned in close to him flirtatiously. Well, then give me a kiss. A long time later, Zichen sat in his room, deeply immersed in cultivating his energy. He let out a soft breath, exhaling spiritual mist. System, my biological level has increased by 7 stages. Zichen felt a wave of relief. He had finally completely refined his skin. Status window. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 18. Zichen pondered. These 9 biological attributes were basically equivalent to having undergone 10 gene fusions. At this rate, he would completely crush those geniuses at Jingda University who only had 4 gene fusions. Just then, his phone buzzed with an alert, catching his attention. It was a message from Han Han. Zichen, Chushen asked me to go retrieve my eggs on Monday. Can you come with me? Han Han would definitely have to undergo gene fusion sooner or later, which would eventually lead to a loss of fertility. That was why she needed to retrieve and preserve her eggs now, so she could have in vitro fertilization later. The message read, Zichen, Chusen asked me to go retrieve my eggs on Monday. Can you come with me? Zichen quickly replied, sure. Outside, the campus looked incredibly peaceful. On Monday, Qinghan was lying on a bed in the infirmary. The nurse gently reminded her, the ovulation stimulation injection is done. Come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval. She politely replied, thank you, I appreciate it. Afterwards, as they walked, Chusin grumbled, what a hassle. I thought we could do it right away. I didn't expect we'd have to wait until the next day. Qinghan said nervously, I'm still a bit anxious. Chuzin put her arm around Qinghan's shoulder and suggested, well, since we went through all the trouble of getting out of campus, how about we go shopping? It'll help ease your mind. Qinghan smiled and agreed. Sounds good. Chushin turned around and asked, Zichen, do you want to join us? No, I'll pass. Zichen declined. I have to get back home to take care of some things. She turned around excitedly. Awesome. Today is going to be just the 2 of us, Han Han and me. Later, at home, Zichen focused on his training. Now, it was time to temper his muscles. System, muscle strength, +1. Blood tempering mastery, +1. He thought to himself, the burning sensation from muscle tempering is even more intense than skin tempering, but it's still bearable. After an entire afternoon, he had tempered his entire right arm, though his head was starting to feel a bit dizzy. Afterwards, Zichen went to grab some food. He needed to replenish his blood and vital energy. Just the strength in my right arm alone has increased my overall power by 50%. The blood tempering technique really suits my physique perfectly. Just then, a voice called out from outside. Zishen, I need to talk to you about something. The door's unlocked. Zichen called back, come on in. Qinghan walked in and said shyly, Chushin suggested we go out and have some fun before classes start. He is coming along too, so I went ahead and agreed on your behalf. Zichen took her hand. If you're going, then of course I'm going too. She hesitated, saying, but Chusin said she wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to ruin her mood, and I didn't know how to say no, so I promised her we'd go. But you know, I used to hear terrifying sounds coming from the ocean, so I'm really scared. Zichen comforted her gently. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. Worst case scenario, we just won't go into the water. Elsewhere, in a chilling scene, bathed in an eerie red light, a massive creature appeared right in the center. The Rat King asked excitedly, Lord Envoy, I've had all those sewer rats dig a total of 108 tunnels. Next, I must trouble you to establish the biological coordinates here. Hearing this, the Crow Mask suddenly unleashed a wave of killing intent. He raised his staff high and slammed it down with massive force. The ground immediately cracked open in a terrifying display. The crow mask then sliced his wrist with a knife, letting it bleed. He let his blood drip onto the staff, drop by drop. Afterward, the crow mask announced, "I have established the biological coordinates here. Now, we just need to find a corresponding point back at the origin land and set up the same biological coordinates there. Once the coordinates sync up, we will be able to connect the tunnels straight to the origin land." Inside the car, Chushin's voice rang out. "He-Yu, when on Earth did you get your driver's license?" He-Yu replied, "I spent 10 days of my summer break getting it. My dad pulled some strings to get me into an express course." She gasped in surprise. "Wait, they actually have classes like that?" He replied confidently. "If you three want to sign up, I can just talk to my dad when I get back. Do you guys want to sign up?" Everyone chimed in at once. "Are you kidding?" "Of course we do." A little later, the car pulled into the parking lot. "We're here." He-Yu stretched out his arms, taking in the sea breeze and the peaceful, picturesque scenery. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "The ocean!" He-Yu then eyed the girls in the water. "Bikinis!" Chusin angrily smacked his head. "Can you not be so vulgar?" "Let's go, Han-Han. Let's go change into our swimsuits over there and ignore him." Ching-Han agreed. "Okay," He-Yu grumbled from behind. "Hey." Then, he threw his arm around Zikin's shoulder. "Come on, let's go change into our swimsuits too. I can't wait to jump into the water." Suddenly, someone nearby muttered, "Isn't that the runner-up from the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam? He joined the Tianren Pavilion. Did he get brainwashed or something? Or was he always just an idiot? Talk about ruining your own future." He-Yu immediately lost his temper, the veins on his neck bulging. "Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're qualified to judge the runner-up of the Nanjiang College entrance exam?" He glared, scaring them as he demanded, "Why'd you stop talking? Keep going." Zichin grabbed He-Yu's hand to hold him back, advising, "Forget it. Don't waste your breath on them," he complained. "Shu-chen, you are way too nice. If I were you, I would have punched them in the face a long time ago." Shu-chen explained, "It's just that I don't really care about stuff like this. If it were something I actually cared about, I definitely would have thrown a punch too." He-Yu wondered, "So, what do you actually care about?" Just then, Chusin's voice cut in. "Do you even need to ask?" Shu-chen obviously cares about Han-Han the most. He scratched his head in embarrassment. "Yeah, that was a pretty dumb question." She reminded them, "You two should go change into your swimsuits too." A little later, Shu-chen offered, Han-Han, do you need me to put some sunscreen on you?" Lying under the sun, Ching-Han replied, "Sure." He then walked over to help her. "Is this good?" Ching-Han replied, "Yeah." With a blush, He-Yu watched and appraised them. "Wow, you really know what you're doing." He then called out, "Chushin, let me put some sunscreen on you too." Chushin snapped coldly, "Get lost." Looking at him, Ching-Han's face flushed as she thought, "Oh, Xiao Chen," but right at that moment, she gasped in horror at what she heard. "The great god awakens. Ground zero of the sea." Flustered, Ching-Han sat up abruptly, fully awake. She looked around in confusion. Ching-Han stared at the distant water. That voice had come from deep within the ocean. Noticing something was wrong, Shu-chen walked over with concern. "What's wrong?" Terrified, Ching-Han replied, "Xiao Chen, I heard that voice again. It was babbling about some great god awakening and ground zero of the sea. It's just as creepy as before." He replied, "Could it have something to do with ground zero? Our knowledge is pretty limited right now, and we can't find anything online. We still need to gather more information about ground zero first. Once we start university, you can try asking your master about it." After Shu-chen finished tempering every single muscle in his body, he smoothly transitioned into bone tempering. He had not expected bone tempering to be 100,000 times harder than flesh tempering. Lying on his bed in deep thought, he finally finished tempering all 206 bones in his body. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully evolved into a Tier 9 ordinary organism." Shu-chen sighed in frustration. He was only one step away from evolving into a high-tier organism. As long as he could successfully open an acupoint in his body, even just one, he would be able to evolve into a high-tier organism. But how do you open an acupoint? The methods described in the book were extremely vague. Closing the book, he realized, "Looks like I will have to figure this out on my own." At Shanghai University, an excited voice cried out, "Xiao Chen, Han Han, We're here. Excitedly, Qinghan pointed. Xiao Chen, look, that ice cream shop is still there. He agreed. Yeah, that's the same shop we went to when we came here for a walk. Wan Xin suggested, let's go grab some ice cream. It's still early anyway. We can register after we're done eating. Qinghan chimed in. Mine is strawberry milk tea flavor. It's so good. She gently offered him a spoonful of ice cream. Xiao Chen, try some. Suddenly, Xu Chen was startled. Come on, pour me another glass. Outside, someone said. Jia Xin, that skirt you're wearing today is way too long. It's hard for me to feel you up. Jia Xin replied coquettishly. You can just slide your hand underneath. I don't mind. Someone teased. Brother Yang, don't just spend all your time feeling up girls. Hand over the cards and guess. They were chatting up a storm. You lost. Drink up. Someone gossiped that Huang Jiaxin always acts like some cold, aloof goddess back at the art academy. Yet here she is, throwing herself at guys from the Evolution College and letting them touch her all over. Well, who can blame her? The Evolution College guys have a bright future. If you were a girl, you'd throw yourself at them too. Fair point. If I were in the Evolution College on the inner campus, I'd probably hang around the outer campus chasing girls all day too. Eating his ice cream, Xu Chen pondered about the inner campus. Shanghai University was divided into two main areas. The outer campus was for liberal arts and fine arts students. The inner campus was dedicated to evolution, mecha, and martial arts students. Because the inner campus involved highly classified research on genetic fusion and mechanical modification, it had to remain secure. Only faculty and students from the inner campus were allowed inside. Even students from their own university's outer campus were strictly forbidden from entering. Wan Xin advised them seriously. Now that you two are in college, you'll have more freedom, but don't go fooling around like those people drinking outside. You must keep working hard. Got it? We got it, they replied. Yansheng stood up and patted their shoulders. Xiao Chen and Han Han have always been sensible kids. They would never turn out like that. It's getting late. Xiao Chen, Han Han, you two should head over to the inner campus now. Your mom and I can't go inside. Xu Chen, make sure you take good care of Han Han. Dragging his suitcase, Xu Chen replied, Don't worry, Mom, Dad. A moment later, a security guard stopped them. Excuse me, please show your admission letters. Qinghan handed hers over. Here is mine, the guard replied. Great, no problem. Oh, you don't need to look for yours. I recognize you. The provincial runner-up who joined the Heavenly Pavilion. Go right on in. On the inner campus, genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans were everywhere. After completing their registration at the freshman desk, Xu Chen and Qinghan were assigned their dorms. She waved. Xiao Chen, see you at the banquet. Xu Chen replied. Yeah, see you at the banquet. After dropping Han Han off at the Evolution Academy dorms, he headed over to the Martial Arts Academy. Instantly, the girls there began buzzing with excitement. Junior Zichen, you are so handsome. Hey, Junior Zichen, can I add you on chat? Junior Zichen, let me help you with your bags. Junior Zichen, let me show you to your dorm. Zichen replied. Thank you. I appreciate it. Xiaodong spoke up. Junior Zichen, the school's combat leaderboard is right over there. Do you want to check it out? He replied. Yes, please lead the way, senior. She politely replied. It's no trouble at all. Guiding a handsome junior like you is an absolute honor. Zichen looked at the board, lost in thought. There were two distinct combat leaderboards, the peak leaderboard and the freshman leaderboard. One ranked the top 500 strongest students in the entire school, while the other ranked the top 100 most powerful newly enrolled freshmen. The top 3 on the peak leaderboard were all high-level powerhouses, majoring in either evolution or mecha, and they were all fourth-year students. The Martial Arts Academy only had 3 people on the entire list. All of them were fourth-year students, and they were all ranked at the very bottom. Xiao Dong explained, Actually, our Martial Arts Academy used to have a senior who made it all the way to the 6th spot on the peak leaderboard. Just like you, she was the runner-up in the college entrance exam and chose the Martial Arts Academy. But because her path as a pure-blooded human hit a bottleneck, she was gradually overtaken by students who used gene fusion or mechanical body modification. Her name is Song Yuyan. Now, she's an instructor at our academy, and also a lead researcher at the Tianren Pavilion. She's also Dean Lu's right-hand assistant. A moment later, she announced, We're here, Junior Zichen. The perks of being the entrance exam runner-up are amazing. Having a private room to yourself is so envious. Junior Zaichen, walking around outside just now, was so hot. Mind if I sit inside and cool down for a bit? Zichen politely replied, You've worked hard, senior. It just so happens there's a boba shop right across from the dorm. Let me buy you a drink. She replied, Sure, that works. But in her mind, she grumbled, How did this guy not bite the bait? After Zichen bought the senior a boba tea with extra toppings, he considered his debt for the tour fully paid. Suddenly, a message from Han Han popped up. Little Chen, have you arrived at your dorm yet? Hurry and take a picture of your room so I can see, he thought to himself. Compared to Han Han's luxurious apartment, this tiny single room instantly felt pitifully plain. The Evolution Academy was definitely much wealthier. Qing Han immediately texted back in frustration, Your room is way too small. Why don't you just move in with me? The dorm bed here is even bigger than the one at home. Zichen readily agreed, Moving. I'm definitely moving. I'm heading over right now. He thought, the Evolution Academy really is filthy rich. Their student dorms are absolutely magnificent. Compared to her luxury apartment, the room the Martial Arts Academy assigned him was basically a doghouse, and that was supposed to be their best unit. Could that Liu Chuanwu guy actually deliver on his promise of triple benefits? A moment later, she stepped out to welcome him. Little Chen, you're finally here. Come inside, quick. I turned on the AC in the living room. It's super cool. Zichen remarked. This place is incredibly luxurious, and it's spotless too. It's clear your master really looks out for you. You definitely chose the right master. Qing Han replied. I think so too. Master treats me really well. From now on, this is our little home. Our parents aren't here, so even if we run around naked, nobody can stop us. He blushed and snapped. What do you mean run around naked? Don't be ridiculous, Qing Han casually said. I'm drenched in sweat, so I'm going to take a shower first. Zichen called out, Don't leave your clothes on the floor. Since he had some free time now, he decided to check out what was on the freshman app he had downloaded earlier. This was it, the official school app of Shanghai University. In the shop, there were high-speed mechanical prosthetics and beast genes. Zichen was surprised. These are all evolution resources that require points to redeem. How do you get points? There were 3 ways to earn points: climbing the peak or freshman leaderboards, accepting and completing university missions, or representing the school in competitions and achieving outstanding results. This actually seemed easier than making money. Just then her voice echoed from the bathroom. Little Chen, I'm done showering. Can you grab my clothes and bring them to me? He agreed. Sure, I'm coming. Zichen knocked gently on the door. Here are your clothes. Qing Han said coyly. Little Chen, soaking in this tub feels amazing. Do you want to get in and soak with me? Qing Han added. It's such a huge tub. It's a waste for me to soak in it all by myself. Zichen took off his jacket and replied, Sure, let's soak together then. Later, while they were in the tub, he offered, Let me scrub your back for you. She agreed. Okay, once you're done, I'll scrub yours too. Zichen accepted. After bathing and having dinner, he began his second skin refinement. Zichen realized that the second refinement was indeed much harder than the first. It took him 2 hours just to refine his right arm. He called out, Han Han, do you have a sewing needle? Qing Han replied, Yes, I'll go get it for you. What do you need a sewing needle for? Zichen explained, To test my skin's durability after 2 rounds of refinement. After practicing his blood refinement technique, a system notification popped up. You are pricking the back of your right hand with a sewing needle. Skin durability of your right hand's back, +1. She gasped. All that from just a tiny sewing needle? Even stabbing with all that force, it couldn't pierce the back of his hand. Talk about being completely invulnerable. Right after that, Zichen used a needle to prick his own skin. She remarked that even the needles were completely bent and broken, saying this blood-tempering art was just way too powerful. It makes me want to become a pure-blood human too. Zichen then reminded her that next, it was time to test the heat resistance of his right palm. Zichen stepped forward and placed his hand directly over the flame. The system chimed. You are currently burning your right palm with fire. Right palm heat resistance +1. He muttered to himself. It took over a minute to even feel a bit of heat. The tempering effect of this blood-tempering art is insane. With the boost from my body's evolutionary adaptation trait, it's only a matter of time before this body reaches godhood. Suddenly, Zichen paused as his phone buzzed. A text message? He realized it was from Liu Chuanwu. The message from Liu Chuanwu asked, Zichen, have you registered at Shanghai University yet? He replied, I got here this morning. The dean followed up. How's that luxurious single dorm I set up for you? He replied, It's pretty good. The dean asked, Are you free right now? Want to take a walk over to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters? I can show you around to get you familiar with the place, and you can meet the other members of the Tianren Pavilion while we're at it. He agreed, Sure, I'm free. Great. Just wait downstairs at your dorm. I'll send someone to pick you up. Actually, Dean, I'm not in my own room right now. I'm over at my childhood friend's dorm, Building 8 of Zhongyuan, room 603, Chuanwu replied. Got it. I'll have someone pick you up at Building 8 of Zhongyuan then. Feeling a bit helpless, he figured he should head down and wait. Zikan let Qinghan know. The dean of the martial arts academy invited me to check out the Tianren Pavilion headquarters, so I'm heading out for a bit. Qinghan waved, Go ahead. As he walked down, he thought to himself, There's some shade over there. I'll wait for the Tianren Pavilion staff there. Right then, Mo Yu walked up to strike up a conversation. Hey, I know you. You're Lin Zichen, the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province college entrance exam who joined the Tianren Pavilion. Zichen replied, Hey there. He thought to himself, Wow, I guess I really am famous. Mo Yu immediately went on a rant. I actually really admire you, you know? Giving up gene fusion to walk the path of a pureblood human. I've always believed that no matter which path you choose, as long as you have a good starting point, you should be encouraged. I'm a freshman this year just like you, but I'm from the capital. My house is super close to Imperial Capital University. When I was a kid, I used to hang out at Imperial Capital University all the time. They used to have a pure human research institute there, too. But after over 20 years of research, they made absolutely zero progress in the end. Zikan thought to himself, Where did this chatterbox even come from? Mo Yu waved as he walked away. I hope you can achieve great things at the Tianren Pavilion. Good luck. Right then, Zikan was startled by the roar of an engine. A girl pulled up and asked, Hi, are you student Lin Zikan? Zikan nodded as Yuyan approached. Yes, that's me. She introduced herself. I'm Song Yuyan, an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and also a researcher at the Tianren Pavilion. I'm here to take you to our headquarters. He politely replied, Nice to meet you. Meanwhile, Song Yuyan thought to herself, the college entrance exam runner-up chose the pure blood path, only to be forgotten by everyone. A moment later, Yuyan teased, Zishen, you can hold on a bit tighter. Having a gorgeous older sister like me pick you up, aren't you thrilled? Zikan replied, The honor is all mine. She asked curiously, By the way, you're a student at the Martial Arts Academy. Why were you hanging around the luxury dorms of the Evolution Academy just now? Zikan answered honestly, My childhood girlfriend lives there, so I moved in with her. Yuyan sighed with envy. Must be nice to be young. Unlike me. I'm almost 30 now, and haven't even held a guy's hand, let alone lived with one. A little while later, she announced, We're here. Standing in front of the Pure Human Research Institute, Yuyan said, Let's head inside. Zichen thought to himself, Pure Human Research Institute. Is that short for Pure Blood Human Research Institute? She introduced, This is our institute's lounge and recreation area. Research work can get pretty dry, so you can come here to relax. Everything in the fridge is bought with our research budget, so grab whatever you want to eat or drink. Come on, let me show you around the actual research labs. Zichen asked curiously, Sister Yuyan, why is the institute so empty? I don't see anyone around, Yuyan explained. The Tianren Pavilion has never been popular. The school barely gives us any funding, so we can't afford to keep many people on board. To be exact, the current members of the Tianren Pavilion are just the dean, me, you, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Zikan fell into a daze, thinking, so the first time I met him, all those people following him around were just hired actors to make him look cool? Whatever. As long as they give me triple the benefits, nothing else really matters. Yuyan knocked on the door. Dean, I've brought Zikan. A weary Chuanwu replied, Zikan is here? Come on in. She complained, Dean, you look terrible. Just how long have you been cooped up in here without stepping outside? Almost half a month now. I've been completely absorbed in researching how to unlock the blood apertures for the blood tempering art. Sadly, there's been no progress. It's just too difficult. He pats his shoulder and says, But now that Zichen has joined us, the path of the pure-blooded human is bound to make a massive leap forward. Don't let Yan's goofy attitude fool you. She was actually the runner-up in the capital's college entrance exam back then. Smirking, Yuyan says, My physical index back then was 1 point higher than yours. Feeling a bit discouraged? Chuanwu sighs helplessly. All right, we get it. You're amazing. Stop teasing your junior already. But honestly, it was her joining that kept me stuck at the second body tempering stage for decades, allowing me to ultimately pull off a successful third tempering. With just an ordinary level 9 pure-blooded human body, I can crush those advanced tier 1 gene fusioners. Zichen, even though your exam scores weren't as high as Yan's, life is a long game. There are plenty of people who build up strength slowly and make a massive breakthrough later on. You still have plenty of chances to overtake her in the future. I have high hopes for you. She nods in agreement. The director is right. As long as you build up enough foundation, you'll make a breakthrough. Overtaking me isn't impossible. He asks, by the way, how's your progress with the blood tempering technique I gave you over the summer? Have you learned to control your blood yet? Zichen replies, I've mastered it. Curious, Chuanwu asks, has your evolutionary level reached level 4 ordinary yet? He replies, yes, it has. He praises, excellent. Next, we'll have Yan guide you through skin tempering. Back in her freshman year, she successfully completed her first skin tempering within less than 3 months of school starting. With her guidance, you'll easily complete your first skin tempering by the end of this semester. Excitedly, Yu Yan says, leave it to me. But Zichen flatly refuses, no need. I already finished my first skin tempering over the summer. She stands there in a daze thinking, what did he just say? He's completely stunned. Is there something wrong with my ears? Yu Yan screams, are you kidding me? You were home alone all summer with no one to guide you. Mastering blood control on your own would have been impressive enough. How could you possibly learn skin tempering and fully temper all of your skin? In reality, it only took him half an hour of reading to figure it out. Zichen indifferently replies, the translation of the technique had detailed annotations. I just studied it for a few days and figured out skin tempering. Chuan Wu bursts out laughing. Zichen, you must have mistaken something else for skin tempering. Come on, give me your hand so I can verify it. Biological attribute system, natural camouflage, Zichen thinks to himself, I'd better mask my stats. Right after that, Zichen rolls up his sleeve to show his arm. Take a look. He's totally bewildered. How is this possible? This really is the first stage of skin tempering. Shocked, she gasps. What? How did he do that? Chuanwu screams, Zichen, what is your current evolutionary level? Scratching his cheek to avoid their gazes, he replies, level 9, ordinary. He instantly yells, an absolute prodigy. We did it. The path of the pure-blooded human is saved. With you here, pure-blooded humans can finally break through the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into high-level ones. Yu Yan silently thinks, there's always a bigger fish, but now that someone even more capable is leading the way, pioneering the path of the pure-blooded human and going even further is definitely a good thing. She suggests, Director, we should promote Zichen's potential right away to attract more prodigies to join the Celestial Pavilion and secure more funding. Chuan Wu shakes his head in refusal. No, we cannot let word of Zichen's talent get out for now. Carelessly revealing his incredible compatibility with the pure-blooded human path will only put a target on his back. Besides, we need quality over quantity. Now that we have Zichen, we must dump all of our resources into him and do everything we can to help him break through the shackles of ordinary creatures. Yu Yan realizes, I see. But if we do that, how much funding will we lose? Without enough funds, how can we keep researching the pure-blooded human path? He reassures her, don't worry. I'll pull every string I have to secure evolutionary resources for Zichen. Once Zichen shows mind-blowing results, I'll find him a powerful backer to ensure his safety. And then we'll heavily promote him to spread the philosophy of the Celestial Pavilion. Yu Yan praises. As expected of the director, you've thought of everything. Smug, Chuan Wu replies, of course I have. Zichen wonders, if I told them I'm already at level 9 ordinary, and have already finished my flesh and bone tempering, and am currently on my second round of tempering, how insane would they go? He says, Zichen, you don't need to attend classes at the Martial Arts Academy anymore. Those basic lectures won't be of much help to you. Just come straight to the Research Institute. Yan here will act as your assistant. She complains, make me an assistant to my junior? Director, have you no respect for my pride? Chuan Wu retorts, we're all researching the pure-blooded human path here. What pride? Our skin is already thicker than a castle wall. Tomorrow afternoon, the school is hosting a welcoming party for the freshmen. Afterward, there'll be a trial to choose the top freshman. With your current strength, if nothing unexpected had happened, it turns out this top freshman title would probably have been yours. When you take part in the trials, make sure to rough up the freshmen from the Evolution and Mecha Academies a bit, and blow off some steam for our martial arts academy. Once it's done, I'll give you 10 blood qui pills, she chimed in. Dean, that's your real goal here, isn't it? Plus, winning the top freshman title will also get you 10 academic points from the school. His body glowed with a faint light. 10 academic points. Soon enough, the day of Shanghai University's freshman welcoming party arrived. Everyone started whispering, isn't that the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province college entrance exam who joined the Tianren Pavilion? Why is he sitting with Shen Qinghan? What's his deal with my goddess? Moyu walked over to strike up a conversation. Hey, Lin Zikan, remember me? Zikan looked up and nodded. I remember. Looking at them curiously, he asked, so, what's the deal between you two? He held Qinghan's hand up and said, we're engaged childhood sweethearts. We'll get married right after graduation. Hearing this, both Moyu and everyone around them were stunned. Inside the hall, people were chatting and laughing merrily. Her figure was graceful, and she took part in the ceremony with utmost seriousness. Her gaze was ice-cold, completely devoid of warmth. Zichen felt a bit wary, looking into those deep eyes, while Moyu quickly and continuously chatted up everyone around. On the stage, the host was gesturing with his hands when suddenly, at that exact moment, he stood up. The crowd went wild. No way, he's the freshman representative? Usually, the representative is the absolute strongest among all the freshmen. I totally thought it'd be Ma Shiwei, the one who underwent gene fusion. This Li Moyu has dyed blonde hair and talks way too much. He doesn't look like a genius at all. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Moyu grinned inwardly. That's right, stay shocked. I dyed my hair blonde and became a chatterbox just to create this contrast. Now, I finally get to flex and look cool. He stepped onto the stage and raised his voice. Has anyone here heard of Li Yijin? Zichen thought to himself, who doesn't know about that genius from Beijing University? Moyu continued, then surely, none of you know that Li Yijin has an equally genius younger brother, who is this year's top scorer in the capital's college entrance exam, with a gene fusion compatibility rate of 16%, on par with the provincial top scorer of Nanjiang Province, and his physical stats are also ranked first in the country. And that genius brother of Li Yijin is none other than me, Li Moyu, standing right here before you. Back in middle school, I made a promise to my older brother that he would be in charge of setting records at Beijing University, while I would take care of breaking them at Shanghai University. In the future, every single record of these two prestigious universities will be completely dominated by us, the Li brothers of the capital. Next up, let me give you all a little taste of the pressure from an ordinary level 5 being. Moyu smirked with pride, while the crowd whispered in awe. Is this the pressure of an ordinary level 5 being? Most of us are only at ordinary level 3, or even ordinary level 2. Is this the massive gap between us and a genius? It's honestly depressing. He raised his voice and introduced himself. My name is Li Moyu, and you'd better remember it. Qinghan whispered. Zichen. That Li Moyu guy is such an idiot. He's only an ordinary level 5, yet he acts like he's invincible. He has no idea you could easily crush him with a single finger. He reminded her, let's keep a low profile. She agreed, I know. The host then continued, next, please give a round of applause for Zhou Shuihong, the president of the student union, as he comes up to speak on behalf of the student union. The host said with deep respect, President Zhou, here is your microphone. Shuihong spoke, hello, freshmen. I am Zhou Shuihong, the president of the Shanghai University Student Union. Today, I am here mainly to tell you 3 things. First, student discipline is not managed by the teachers, but by the student union. The student union holds far more power than you can possibly imagine. Second, at the beginning of each semester, the student union will recruit 10 members from the incoming freshmen. Selection is based purely on strength. Any freshman who wants to join us over the next 6 months must show what they're truly capable of. Third, the internal campus of Shanghai University is a place where raw power reigns supreme. It's a primal environment, survival of the fittest. Seniors dominating juniors and the strong bullying, the weak will be an everyday occurrence. You'd better brace yourselves for that. That is all I have to say. Before I step down, let me give you a small taste of what a high-level biological being can do. Everyone was paralyzed with fear by his raw power. This biological pressure is insane. I can barely breathe, it hurts. Zikan pondered. The pressure from high-level beings is indeed immense, but at this distance, it poses absolutely no threat to an ordinary level 9 being like me. The others sighed in relief. Thank goodness he only released a fraction of his aura. For a second, I thought I was a goner right here. Is this really a high-level biological being? It truly is terrifying. The host announced, following the freshman orientation, all of you will participate in the entrance trial right here. The rules are very simple. There is a martial stage, out on the massive arena in the center of the sports field, who can stand alone on the platform for over a minute. Whoever claims the title of this year's new Rookie King will receive 100 credits, 10 times more than last year. The second person to hold their ground on the stage for over a minute will secure second place and receive 90 credits. The rankings will continue this way until the final 10th place is determined. That person will receive 10 bonus credits. Someone shouted in excitement. In previous years, the geniuses from our class always dominated the top 10, and this year will definitely be no exception. During the entrance trial, if even a single person from the regular class, meaning a non-genius freshman, manages to break into the top 10, then, aside from that regular student, every other freshman will receive 1 credit. Someone analyzed, 1 credit is worth 10,000 yuan. If we work together and secure a spot in the top 10, we'll all make a profit. Just then, a voice yelled out, everyone, quiet down. He grabbed the microphone and said, my name is He from class 6 of the evolution department. My deskmate is Lin Zikan. You all probably know him. He scored the second highest in the entire Nanjiang province college entrance exam, and he is a member of the Tianren Pavilion. His strength is unmatched among all the freshmen in this school. We're going to team up to take down the genius class and push Lin Zikan into the top 10. The others chanted in unison, Lin Zikan will make the top 10. Clear the path for Lin Zikan. Lu Chuanwu sneered. President Zhou, you're acting incredibly petty. Earlier this year, you were utterly humiliated on stage by Li Yijin, so why are you taking your anger out on Li Yijin's younger brother? Ma Zhenhe said with disdain. When it comes to being petty, out of the nearly 20,000 people at Shanghai University, who could possibly match you? Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu joked, if I were petty, I'd only target the specific individuals involved without dragging their families into it. Just then, Zhou Shuihong walked over and chimed in, Dean Ma, I heard your daughter scored incredibly high on the college entrance exam, didn't she? He replied, she did all right. She ranked 3rd at Jingdu University. Zhou Shuihong continued, Dean Ma, please have your daughter join the student council. I will personally groom her to become a prime candidate for the next student council president. Ma Zhenhe agreed. She'll definitely join the student council. I'll have to trouble you to look after Shi Wei in the future, President Zhou. Zhou Shuihong said firmly, as long as they are geniuses, I will always look out for them. The crowd whispered among themselves. Between Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, these 2 outstanding freshmen, who do you think will become this year's Rookie King? One guy asserted confidently, definitely Li Moyu. His biological level has already reached Tier 5, making his physical strength practically invincible among the freshmen. A girl countered. Dean Ma's daughter scored just a little lower than Li Moyu on the exam, but during the summer break, she successfully fused with the genes of a nightcat. Her current strength might not be any weaker than Li Moyu's. The guy insisted, I still think it'll be Li Moyu. Even if Ma Shiwei underwent gene fusion, it was only a partial fusion, so her power boost is limited. Just then, Liu Chuanwu's voice rang out. If you ask me, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei has a shot at becoming the Rookie King this year. The Rookie King will obviously be none other than Lin Zikan, a member of my Tianren Pavilion. Ma Zhenhe scoffed. Lin Zikan's physical test score on the entrance exam wasn't even in the top 10 among this year's freshmen. How could he possibly become the Rookie King? Is it just because he's in the Tianren Pavilion that some random hype men are singing his praises? He continued to provoke him. Dean Ma, if you don't believe me, do you dare to make a bet? Ma Zhenhe replied arrogantly, why wouldn't I dare? Lu Chuanwu continued. Then let's bet 100 credits. Ma Zhenhe agreed. You're on. Just don't run away when you lose. Lu Chuanwu told the others to join in and place a small bet for fun. They chimed in. Sure, we're in too. Lu Chuanwu suggested, Dean Ye, with your status, you should bet 1,000 credits. Ye Ji agreed. All right. Ma Zhenhe watched this and cursed inwardly. How does this old geezer dare to make this bet? Did he bribe Li Moyu to rig the matches? But my daughter is here too. Could that Lin Zikan really become the new Rookie King? No, that's impossible. Just then, A teacher walked up. Dean Ma, Lin Zikin, the second-place scorer in the provincial college entrance exam, was supposed to join your evolution academy, but instructor Liu snatched him away halfway through. Doesn't that sting a little? He shot back. He's just a provincial runner-up. In my evolution academy, we have as many of those as we want. We're certainly not losing sleep over one student. The teacher thought to himself. I heard old Ma recruited the remaining 3 fourth-year students from the Tianren Pavilion, yet he claims he doesn't care. Isn't he obviously planning his revenge? Lu Chuanwu was secretly thrilled. This is perfect. Everyone's betting 100, plus one betting 1,000. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Below the stage, the crowd roared. Let's go, everyone. Wipe out the genius class, someone yelled. It's starting. The entrance trial is descending into pure chaos. Hey, watch the head. Zikin stood there quietly, thinking to himself. He realized that while many in the elite class relied on high gene fusion compatibility, there were still those with genuine strength. This was the peak combat force of the elite class, led by Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, with a total of 12 people. Suddenly, the system displayed his danger perception biological trait. He pondered. The two strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, had both reached Tier 5 common biological levels. The remaining 10 all had biological levels of Tier 4 common or higher. Someone shouted, "The elite class is nothing special. We have already beaten them to the ground." The elite class snapped back. "Don't just hide up there. Get down here and face your doom." Suddenly, Lukizi leapt down, sneering, "Bullying the weak with your numbers, then bragging after beating a few weaklings? Bring it on. I am standing right here. Attack me as much as you want, and you will soon realize just how pathetic you really are." The crowd roared. "Charge! Get him! We have the numbers. What is there to fear? If we all rush him together, and each land a single punch, we can definitely take him down." Utterly confident, he threw a punch, muttering in disdain. Insects. In no time, everyone who rushed him was taken down by Lukizi, with countless regular class students sent flying. He bragged, "Insects are just insects. No matter how many of you there are, you cannot even budge an elephant." A student screamed, "Lin Zichen, this guy is way too arrogant. He keeps calling our regular class insects. Go teach him a lesson." Walking up from below, Zichen shoved his hands in his pockets and said with calm confidence, "If that is how it is, then bring it on." Lukizi sneered, "So you are the top scorer of the physical test in Nanjiang province? I have been wanting to trade blows with you for a long time. I, Lukizi, am the top scorer of the college entrance exam in Yuntian province. I ran 100 meters in 5.69 seconds, and my standing high jump is 4.52 meters. My single arm lift reached 1,150 kilograms. Lin Zikin, why don't you share your physical exam results from the college entrance test?" Zikin's face turned serious. As he launched a strike, he said coldly, "No need to share. You can just feel it for yourself." Immediately after, Lukizi was kicked and sent flying. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting, "Lin Zichen is the absolute best." Moyu thought in sheer disbelief. "I thought Lin Zichen would win through trickery, but I never expected him to dominate with sheer, brute force." Lukizi wondered, "Just how strong is this Zikin guy?" "Chen," he observed. "He looks refined on the outside, but in reality, he is a ruthless monster." As Zikin stepped off the stage, someone announced, "The champion of Dajiang province, Luo Yongjian, is sprinting at 100 meters. A challenger rushed forward, only to be instantly blown away by Zichen. The students cheered in excitement. "Awesome! Crush those high and mighty geniuses from the elite class. Our regular class has geniuses too. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, if you two don't step up, the title of freshman king will go to the regular class." Someone couldn't help but yell, "Sister Vi is unstoppable. Crush him, Sister Vi. Show him the true level of the elite class. Brother Zichen, whatever you do, don't go easy on her just because she is pretty. Brother Zichen is going to win." Zichen thought to himself, "This is a perfect opportunity to closely observe those with gene fusion." Watching Jiwei move, Zichen sighed in admiration. "She is incredibly fast. So this is the attribute boost from the Shadow Owl?" Shocked to see him easily dodge her, she gasped. How did he dodge that so effortlessly? Right now, I cannot even pose a threat to him. Continuing to attack like this is completely pointless. Suddenly, Shiwei spoke up. "Give me 30 seconds. Once I fully activate the Shadow Owl gene in my body, we will settle this." Zichen replied calmly, "Take your time." This was a rare opportunity to witness gene activation, so how could he refuse? In the stands, people whispered, "Dean Ma, has the shadow owl gene in your daughter's body already developed to this level? Her talent for gene fusion is incredibly high. She is a genius, even more of a genius than I imagined. No wonder she placed third in the capital city college entrance exam. In terms of talent, she easily surpasses the top scorers of other provinces." He immediately frowned. This child has only recently undergone gene fusion. Pushing herself like this could trigger a severe backlash in her body. She is still as fiercely competitive as she was as a kid. She suddenly sneered, "Lin Zichen, you are far too arrogant. To think you would actually wait for me to activate the shadow owl gene in my body. Now, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Zichen watched Ziwei launch a kick, analyzing. She was at a tier 5 common level earlier, but now she seems to be bordering on tier 6. Surprised by his calm composure, she thought in disbelief, "I still cannot even land a single scratch on him." Following that, Ziwei unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, while Zichen effortlessly dodged them all. She began to panic. "Why can't I hit him? It makes no sense. It is impossible." Zichen, on the other hand, was calmly analyzing the traits of a Shadow Owl fusion user, with his data collection now nearly complete. Then, Zichen clenched his hand into a fist, making up his mind. There is no need to waste any more time on her. The moment he unleashed his strike, Ziwei fell into complete panic. How could she get sent flying like that? Even though she was unwilling to accept it, what could she do? The crowd immediately erupted into excitement. Oh my god, she had such a beautiful face, but Lin Zichen beat her to a pulp. She sat up, clutching her face as she sobbed. "My face!" Chen He rushed over, deeply worried. "Shiwei, Lin Zichen, you have some nerve. How could you beat a girl like that? Are you even a man?" Zichen shot back. The path of evolution does not differentiate between men and women, only the strong and the weak. Moyu stood in the stands, crossing his arms as he said, "Well said, the path of evolution only differentiates between the strong and the weak." As he leaped down, the crowd grew even more excited. "It's Li Moyu, he's finally stepping up. Brother Moyu, you're the only hope for the genius class. Crush him and avenge Shiwei." Moyu spoke. "Lin Zichen, I didn't expect you to be such a show-off. You intentionally pretended to be just the runner-up in the college entrance exam just to knock out the provincial top scholar with a single punch during the opening trial. Too bad you're not the only one hiding your true strength." He smirked smugly. "My body is rapidly evolving because I did the same." The crowd gasped. "Wow, Li Moyu is a gene fusion user too." Someone added, "And it's the gene of the demon-eyed giant ape. That requires an incredibly high physical strength to fuse with. His biological level has probably reached ordinary rank 6 by now. He's clearly still in the ordinary stage, yet he fused with the demon-eyed giant ape gene. The Li brothers are true geniuses." Seeing this, Xuanwu froze in sheer panic. "I'm ruined. I'm going to lose everything, down to my underwear. That's 1,900 credits, $19 million. Over in the corner, Lu Gang was busy. "The organization has issued a mission," the voice on the other end said. "I just placed a high-level demon seed in the garden outside the school. You two make sure to go get it. Then, find an opportunity to get Li Moyu to consume this high-level demon seed." Shuji chimed in. "Li Moyu is the young master of the Kyoto Li family. Having him consume the demon seed is way too risky." The person on the other end reminded them, "The power of our organization is far greater than you can imagine. A tiny Li family from Kyoto can be crushed with a single finger." He asked in a deep voice, "Gee, are you doing this or not?" Shuji shot back. "Do we even have a choice?" Zichen silently assessed. "The demon-eyed giant ape has maxed out strength and defense, but the beast's speed is relatively slow. Upon reaching adulthood, the average biological level of this species is usually at the high rank, with only a few powerful individuals reaching the rare rank." Moyu crossed his arms and said arrogantly, "Although Lin Zichen and Ma Shiwei might be considered the top duo among the new students at Shan University, in reality, there's a world of difference between them. I wonder if you'll still have such an easy time dealing with me now." Before he could even finish his sentence, Zichen lunged forward with a punch. His reaction time was impressive, managing to dodge Zichen's punch thrown at ordinary rank 6 speed. "Then let's try ordinary rank 7 speed." Zichen's punch was so powerful that it twisted Moyu's face. Zichen silently praised him. "His defense is incredibly strong, probably higher than ordinary rank 6. He snarled in anger. A sneak attack? You have no honor. My focus is at 100% now. Your punches won't be able to touch me. Before he could even finish his sentence, Zikin suddenly appeared right in front of him. The crowd began to gossip. Even though Lin Zikin's speed is incredibly agile, it's a pity he can't deal much damage to Li Moyu. Li Moyu is indeed slower, but he has a major defensive advantage, giving him a high margin for error. On the other hand, Lin Zichen won't be able to survive a single blow from Li Moyu. It looks like the winner is already decided. Zikin thought to himself, the reaction speed test is pretty much complete. The next test will evaluate his final attribute, strength. Moyu roared in fury. Lin Zichen, my speed might be slower than yours, but your strength is way too weak. You can't even scratch me. You're dead meat in this match. He flew into a frenzy and charged forward. Now, it's my turn. Someone in the stands screamed in worry. Lin Zikin, run. Up in the stands, some people reminded Xuan Wu. 100 credits. Don't forget about that. Everyone present stared at the arena, holding their breath in extreme tension. In an instant, Moyu's hand bones shattered silently. He clutched his hand in agonizing pain. My hand! It's completely shattered. The crowd was bewildered. What just happened? What's wrong with Li Moyu? Did Lin Zichen just win? This is so bizarre. Zikin fell into deep thought. The strength of a demon-eyed giant ape gene fusion user is immense, so much so that he broke his own hand. It seems his strength far exceeds his defense. He spoke up. It looks like Li Moyu's right hand is completely shattered. Quick, someone come help him. The medical team replied. Got it. Suddenly, Dongzi appeared and commanded. Out of the way. Let me check. Could his entire right hand have shattered just from the impact of hitting Lin Zichen's face? If that's the case, just how hard is Lin Zichen's face? Suddenly, the system popped up. Skill activated. Natural camouflage. Zichen wondered. Should I use my mental power to check my own strength? Hopefully, natural camouflage can help me get through this. Dongji glanced at him. Ordinary rank 6 biological level, but the durability of his skin far exceeds others of the same level, and the structural strength of his facial bones and muscles is ridiculously high. He asked urgently, but is that all? So, how did it go? Just how strong is this Lin Zichen guy anyway? She replied, he is just an ordinary rank 6, with a slightly tougher body. Nothing else seems out of the ordinary. Zikin was secretly watching from above, realizing he had successfully fooled them. Meanwhile, Moyu was completely bewildered, wondering what kind of miracle drug he had just taken. He actually fully recovered? He asked. Your hand. It is completely healed, isn't it? The guy happily replied. Yes, it is completely back to normal. Zikin demanded. In that case, you can get down now. Suddenly, the guy screamed. Lin Zikin! Once my gene fusion technology reaches a whole new level, I will absolutely crush you in the arena. Immediately, a heated argument broke out between the two classes. So what if you confuse genes? Lin Zikin can do it too, and he will keep running circles around you for the rest of your life. This is the first time in my life I have ever seen someone lose so miserably, yet still act so full of themselves. Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichen, not to you. If Lin Zichen wins, then our class wins. Then, Zikin looked up, realizing a full minute had already passed. An announcement echoed. Congratulations to Lin Zikin from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's Rookie King. His classmates erupted with excitement, shouting, Brother Zichen is the absolute GOAT, the glory of the ordinary class. He then leaped down and made a decision. Since he had already secured the title of Rookie King, then, suddenly, Zichen scooped her up in his arms, leaving everyone utterly dumbfounded. Isn't that Shen Qinghan from the Genius class? What on earth is Lin Zichen doing with her? Qinghan blushed furiously, thinking to herself, is Zichen really? Is he trying to make our relationship public right now? And then, Zichen boldly announced, Next, I'm going to take all the spots from 2nd to 10th. Someone shouted in outrage, Lin Zichen, you are going way too far. Everyone from the Genius class, charge. Let's beat him up and cripple him. And don't forget that traitor, Shen Qinghan. Beat her up too. But one by one, anyone who dared to rush him was instantly knocked flat by Zichen. Shi Wei, her face already swollen, charged forward screaming, Traitor, prepare to die. But in the blink of an eye, she was sent flying by a single kick from him. Seeing his daughter get hurt, he panicked, deeply worried about Wei Wei. Zichen thought to himself, now that all my opponents from the Genius class have been wiped out, surely no one else will dare to object, right? The system announced, "Congratulations to Shen Qinghan for securing second place in the entrance trial." Zichen then requested that the remaining ranks be distributed to everyone in order. "The ranks belong to you guys, but the credits are mine." The other students immediately cheered with excitement. "Brother Zichen, here I come." "Me too. I want a spot in the top 10. Just like that, the total credits for the top 10 reached 550 points. Xiaoyu was thrilled to receive his reward so effortlessly. Adding the 9 credits that all freshmen had accumulated from their regular classes, the total score came to 559. He said angrily, "Principal, what Lin Zichen is doing goes against the rules. He already won the Rookie King title, so how can he hog all the points for the top 10 by himself?" Chuan Wu stepped forward to counter him. "How is that against the rules? Since when did the entrance trial rules state that one person cannot sweep the top 10? Even if there is no explicit rule against it, that doesn't make his actions right. Lin Zichen is clearly exploiting a loophole in the system." Dongji agreed. "Dean Ma is right. This is indeed a loophole in our current rules, but we can only change it next year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to Lin Zichen." Zhen, he was extremely frustrated, but he had no choice but to go along with it. "I got it. Tell Lu Gang that there has been a change of plans. We don't need Li Moyu anymore. Switch the target to Lin Zichen. Force feed him that high-grade demon seed, and make him a member of our organization." Once the entrance trial ended, he rushed over with his arms wide open, shouting, "Zichen, just how many more surprises do you have in store for me?" But Zichen quickly dodged him, not forgetting to remind him, "You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Chuan Wu replied, "Of course not. Here are 10 blood chi pills, along with triple your benefits for this semester. I have already transferred 300 credits directly to your account, so you can buy whatever you need." He thought to himself, "After all, you rascal just helped me win a bet of 1,900 credits." He leaned in and whispered, "Zichen, tell me honestly, how much of your strength are you still hiding? What is your actual level?" He replied, "Just ordinary rank 6, refined my skin once, tempered a bit of muscle, plus I was born with thick facial bones." Chuan Wu was completely shocked. You've actually managed to temper your muscles? I can say for certain that before graduating from college, you will be able to evolve into a higher life form, far transcending a pure-blooded human. You must stay committed to the path of the pure-blooded human. In the future, you are bound to achieve greatness." Zichen assured him, "Don't worry, Dean. I will do exactly that." Later, back in his private room, he muttered, "So, is this the blood chi pill?" And so, Zichen decided to swallow it to test its effectiveness. The system notified, "Blood Qui plus 108. He muttered in disappointment. "Is that all the blood Qui it adds? This boost is even worse than going for a few kilometers run." Realizing it was a waste, Zichen decided it would be much better to feed the rest to Han Han. Just then, Qinghan asked curiously, "Zichen, when did you get back?" He replied, "About half an hour ago. Come on, take this blood vitality pill, and let's see how it works." Her eyes widened in absolute shock as she asked, "A blood vitality pill?" Tu then gently asked her how she felt. Thanham replied, "I feel this sudden warmth spreading through my body, and my energy is surging like crazy." "Then, the effects of this blood vitality pill are amazing," he explained. "This pill doesn't do much for me anymore. Keep the other 8 pills. Just make sure to take 1 a day at most." She agreed. "All right." The next day, Tu Than greeted her. "Hello, Sis Nyen." She replied, "Well, hello there, our new human king. I heard from the director that your biological level is actually at a normal stage 6, and you've even mastered flesh refining." He replied, "That's right." Ngok Nyen gasped. "Oh my god, Tu Than, you are a complete genius. With you joining the Celestial Pavilion, we'll definitely shock the world and change how everyone sees things." Tu Than smiled helplessly. "Sure, let's work hard together." Later, he thought to himself, Lu Truyen Vo and Tong Nok Nien have spent years studying the blood-tempering acupoints awakening technique without making any breakthroughs. It looks like I'll have to search through the original texts myself. With the boost from my biological attribute, the celestial wisdom root, researching this should be a walk in the park. She said, "Tu Than, some members of the student council are looking for you at the Research Institute's gate. They probably want you to join them because of your outstanding performance yesterday." Tu Than rejected, not interested. Ngoken Yen reminded him, "But as a student council member, you get bonus academic credits every month." Just then, Chu Hok Hong came over to strike up a conversation. "Hello, I am the student council president, Chu Hok Hong. Tu Than replied, "Hello, president." He said, "I came here today to invite you to join the student council. We want to groom you to be the next president, as our official successor. Joining the student council comes with a ton of perks. Aside from 3 special meals a day, you'll also get a say in all the school's major decisions and earn extra academic credits every month. Are you interested in joining us?" He immediately perked up. "Of course." Chu Hok Hong continued, "However, I do have one condition. You must abandon your pureblood human status and choose the path of gene fusion." Tu Than was surprised. "Why is that?" Crossing his arms, he explained, "The student council only accepts future geniuses, and while you are talented right now, if you don't pursue gene fusion, even the most gifted person will eventually be left behind. The pureblood path has no future. Director Liu and Instructor Tong are living proof of that." Tu Than asked, "So, President, you're saying I have to take the gene fusion path just to join the student council, right?" Hok Hong nodded. "Exactly." He said, "Then forget it. I won't be joining." To him, the benefits of the student council couldn't even compare to the celestial pavilion. The students behind the president immediately started whispering, "Is there something wrong with this new human king's head? He actually still wants to follow the pureblood path? Just because he won the title of the new human king, he's acting all high and mighty. What a stupid freshman. He's going to regret this big time later on. President, I told you so. The brainwashing from that celestial pavilion is insane. There was absolutely no point in wasting our time on him." Hok Hong turned to leave. "Forget it. Let's go recruit other geniuses. A genius without a future isn't a genius at all, they're just trash." Meanwhile, Ngakun Yen was fuming. How can a bunch of kids in their 20s on the student council think like stubborn old fossils? They're completely hopeless. She slammed her hand on the table, but stopped abruptly. "The director is back." The two of them looked at Truyen Vo's expression in surprise. "Director, you are truly magnificent. For the sake of pureblood humanity, you didn't hesitate to sell your body day and night just to secure investments. You will definitely go down in history as a hero of the pureblood path." He cursed inwardly. "Would you die if you didn't mention me selling my body?" Truyen Vo walked over and patted him on the shoulder. "Tu Than, remember this well. Women are nothing but obstacles on the path of evolution. They will break your bones and drain your marrow. Avoid them whenever you can." "Oh, right. Tu Than. The school provides housing for the families of geniuses and can even arrange on-campus jobs. Do you want to bring your parents over to live with you?" Tu Than replied. "I understand, Director. I'll head home this weekend and talk to my parents about it," he instructed. "Also, I've unlocked your system permissions, allowing you to take on school missions. With your current strength, you don't need to wait until the second semester of your freshman year. Just jump straight into taking missions and earning academic credits. Don't waste any time getting stronger." Ngokking Yen stood up and patted her chest proudly. "You're Sissing Yen here and goes off campus every week for missions to stack up credits. You can tag along with me later to learn the ropes and gain some experience. In a little while, I'll take on a mission to hunt down an exotic beast, and I'll bring you along to show you how it's done." He replied, "Then I'll be in your care, Sissing Yen. First, let's see what missions are available on the school app." Tu Than thought to himself, the school-assigned missions are mostly small tasks, usually only worth 1 or 2 credits. Even though it doesn't offer many credits, the low difficulty makes it incredibly popular. Let's see if any of the tasks posted by the students are a good fit. A quest, recruiting a gene fusion training partner, requires a female gene fusion user, preferably with animal ears, fair skin, a pretty face, and long legs. Is this really just looking for a training partner? I should probably check the off-campus quests instead. There are plenty of them, and they offer a lot of credits. But these 2 locations are a bit far. A mission to capture a 7-member gang that's repeatedly hijacked mutant beast meat trucks, and a mission to hunt a common rank 9 mutant beast. In the end, he made his decision this quest was perfect. The screen displayed a mission to capture a rogue gene-fused cat girl. He tapped to accept. Yu Yan leaned in curiously and asked, "Did you take that cat girl quest? Why don't I come with you?" Zichen declined. "No need." "But how did you know, Yu Yan?" Yu Yan smiled and explained, "You can actually see who accepted the quest on the mission page." Hearing this, he fell into thought. So that was true. A total of 28 people have accepted this quest. 26 of them are upperclassmen, and besides me, there's only one other freshman, Ma Shiwei. She's only a common rank 5, yet she dares to take this quest? She must have someone backing her up. Zicken waved as he left. Yu Yan, it's getting late. I should head back for lunch. Yu Yan reminded him. All right, take care. Later on the road, he felt someone tailing him. With his danger perception system, Zikan realized the other person was a common rank 7. Just then, someone ran up from behind, shouting, Lin Zichen, what the hell did Wei Wei ever do to you? Why are you constantly targeting her? During the entrance trial, you slapped her face and even kicked her in the butt. And now you're trying to snatch this off-campus quest from her too? Did Lu Chuanwu put you up to this? What's so great about bullying a girl? Do you have the guts to fight me? He calmly asked. Did Ma Shiwei send you? Or did Dean Ma tell you to come here? He roared. Neither. I came on my own. I just can't stand the sight of you. Zikan raised an eyebrow. So what? He continued to challenge him. Do you dare to fight me? Annoyed, he walked away, thinking to himself. Even in college, I still have to deal with annoying simps like this? The guy grew even more frantic. Hey, stop right there. He calmly threw a punch. So noisy. Zikan asked coldly, Are you satisfied now? Later, when he got home, he called out, I'm back. Qinghan smiled and replied, You're back? Lunch is ready. Go wash your hands so we can eat. Xiao Chen. Those 10 kilograms of raw snail meat you bought at the mall yesterday have been delivered. I helped you put them in the fridge. He replied, Got it. He thought to himself, Originally, I wanted to buy them all to unlock the entire beast compendium, but that would be too flashy and easily draw attention, so I only bought 10 kilograms first to test the waters. The system announced, You have absorbed a large amount of raw snail origin essence. Qinghan walked over and asked curiously, Xiao Chen, why did you put the raw snail meat in a trash bag? Zichen explained, This snail meat went bad, you can just throw it away. Qinghan asked in confusion, But when I signed for it, it still looked really fresh. He explained, It was fresh when you signed for it, but I just absorbed all of its inner essence, which is why it spoiled so quickly. She was surprised. Absorbing essence? Is that your superpower? He nodded. Yes. I can absorb the essence from the meat of mutant beasts, which allows me to gain some of their abilities. Qinghan was dumbfounded. Are you even human? No wonder you didn't choose the gene fusion path and went with the pureblood path instead. With a superpower like this, you don't even need gene fusion. Zikan remembered. Oh right, Dean Lu told me. The school can relocate the families of genius students here and arrange jobs for them. Should we bring our parents over? Qinghan hesitated. Is there really such a good deal? Of course we should, Zikan suggested. Since we have this weekend off, let's go home together and talk to our parents about this. She shared, Xiao Chen, during class today, my teacher mentioned there's an epic match happening at the arena at 3 p.m. today. It's really worth watching. It's a challenge match between the 9th-ranked mechanical student and the 8th-ranked gene fusion user. Do you want to go watch it with me? Zishan agreed. Then let's go watch it after we eat. Aside from teachers and students, representatives from the Jichen Corporation will also be attending. The Jichen Corporation is the biggest partner of Shanghai University's Mechanical Engineering Department, so their presence is hardly a surprise. The host introduced, Everyone, take a look at the second-floor corridor. The mechanical genius girl we always see online is here too. The reason the Jichen Corporation spends so much money supporting the Mechanical Academy is simply to expand their own influence. Qinghan spoke up. Zishan, what do you think? If the genius from Imperial University and the mechanical genius girl fought each other, who do you think would be stronger? He replied, Well, we'll just have to wait and see who wins and who loses the next match. It's honestly impossible to predict right now. If the 8th-ranked evolved student wins, then Jingda's genius is clearly superior. But if the 9th-ranked mechanical engineering student takes it, then that mechanical genius girl is the real deal. Then, the announcement rang out, and the duel began. The mechanical genius girl quickly soared high to take the upper hand, immediately raining down a barrage of lightning-fast bullets on her opponent. The commentator shouted, The 8th-ranked fighter is completely overwhelmed. There's absolutely no way for him to fight back. Is the mechanical fighter switching to close-quarters combat? Right then, a fierce clash erupted on the ring as a barrage of punches rained down like a storm. In the center of the arena, the 8th-ranked fighter took a brutal hit straight to the jaw. He collapsed unconscious onto the ground, instantly defeated. The crowd went wild, screaming, Oh my God, the mechanical fighter actually won. Meanwhile, Shu Yun was giving a report. Second lady, the area around Wasteland 36 has been strangely quiet for the past few months. I'm not sure if the other side abandoned their passageway there or if they're plotting something big. The director asked, "What about Tianshu? How is she doing in the wasteland? Has she adjusted yet?" She replied, "She's adjusted perfectly, ma'am. She's growing incredibly fast and is about to evolve to advanced rank 2. Second lady, who exactly is Tianshu? How is her constitution so unique? Honestly, she doesn't seem like she's from Earth at all." She warned, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't be asking." Terrified, Shu Yun stammered, "I'm sorry, second lady. That was incredibly out of line of me." The director instructed, "All right, I have a shareholders meeting to attend, so I'll let you go for now. Get back to work." She acknowledged the order. The director switched channels and noted how mechanical fighters held an advantage against evolved lifeforms. This Shenji group is stronger than I expected. Mechanical modification has the advantage of wide application, but no matter how powerful those machine upgrades are, they can't enter the wasteland. Once inside the wasteland, all electronic and mechanical equipment glitches out and completely shuts down. Even the most powerful robot would be reduced to nothing but a heap of scrap metal. Zikin and Hanhan planned to visit home over the weekend. They brought up the idea of having their family move into the school grounds permanently, and everyone agreed. Up next was completing the Catwoman mission. Catwoman, a standard rank 6 creature, possesses incredible speed. She frequently targets the red light district of Shanghai City to seduce men, only to torture and brutally murder them. According to the screen, the target is extremely cunning, highly skilled in disguise, and specializes in using various drugs. He muttered thoughtfully, "The square is a massive area, and the target is both crafty and elusive. No wonder this mission has gone uncompleted for so long. I should use my sky eye and danger perception to do a thorough sweep first." Meanwhile, on the bustling street, people began whispering, "Dude, that guy's gaze is absolutely terrifying. What is he even doing? He's pretty handsome, but those eyes of his, they give me the chills." Just then, a burly man stepped forward. "Hey brat, who do you think you're glaring at?" Zikin coldly ordered, "Out of my way," as he quietly activated his biological suppression. "I've fully scanned this area, and there's nothing suspicious. Guess I'll move on to the next red light district." Suddenly, Zikin's eyes widened in surprise. He had just run into someone he knew. It was Ma Shiwei, accompanied by 2 upperclassmen who were standard rank 7. They must have tagged along to help her complete the Catwoman mission. She whispered, "It's Lin Zichen." Shiwei grimaced in disgust. "Ugh, what bad luck. Let's get as far away from him as possible." The 2 beside her agreed. "Right." Watching them walk away, he couldn't help but sigh in sheer helplessness. Sensing something odd, Shiwei explained, "Lin Zichen also took on the Catwoman mission, so he's definitely here looking for her. We absolutely have to beat him to it, and make sure all his efforts go down the drain." The male senior took up the challenge. "Leave it to me. I've fused my genes with a demon hound, giving me an incredibly sharp sense of smell. I'll definitely find Catwoman before he does." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "I've got her scent. She's inside that bar right across the street." She quickly bolted forward. "Once we catch Catwoman, we'll parade her right in front of Lin Zichen just to rub it in his face." Shiwei suddenly stopped in her tracks and asked, "Where is she?" The upperclassman pointed. "Right over there." Shiwei raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Are you sure? She looks just like an ordinary college student." He explained, "The scent coming off her is an exact match to the one I picked up from Catwoman's personal belongings at the police station. There's no way I'm wrong. That Catwoman really is a master of disguise and incredibly cunning." She made her move, saying, "We can talk about that later. Let's go grab her first." Sensing the group approaching, Catwoman noticed them and let out a faint, wicked smirk. Suddenly, she smashed right through the glass window and bolted. They yelled, "Crap, she's trying to escape." Jiwei's group immediately took off after her. She realized, "Damn it, Catwoman is way too fast. We're about to lose her." He reassured her, "Don't worry, I can keep tracking her scent. She has to stop and catch her breath eventually." "Got her. She's hiding in there." Shiwei ordered everyone to charge in and end it quickly, warning them not to let her escape. Suddenly, the Catwoman spoke up. "If I really wanted to run, do you honestly think you could keep up? The better the hunter, the easier they become the prey. Do you guys not even understand that basic truth?" Instantly, they went on high alert as she began releasing her biological pressure. Everyone panicked. She was actually an ordinary Tier 9. Shiwei felt a wave of caution and unease. This Catwoman had been hiding her true strength. Shiwei screamed, "Run! We cannot complete this mission." Sensing their move, the Catwoman sneered, "Trying to run? None of you are getting away. Spotting the handsome senior, she felt like teasing him. Hey there, handsome. From the moment you walked into the bar, I have had my eye on you. She quickly created a massive cloud of smoke, thinking, I have to try this. This smoke will dull the five senses of any living creature, so use this chance to get out of here. Tang Chi gasped. That was way too close. The mission intel was completely wrong. We almost died back there. He praised her, and Shi Wei quickly called Dean Ma to explain the situation, telling him to update that damn Catwoman mission as soon as possible. Shi Wei anxiously pulled out her phone and said, I am calling right now. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. Oh right, Lin Zikin took this mission too. If he runs into the Catwoman, he is dead meat. No, I have to warn him. He might be annoying, but I cannot just stand by and watch him die. Since I do not have his contact info, I will have to reach out to Shen Qinghan first. Meanwhile, the Catwoman fumed. I cannot believe my prey just slipped away. Just then, her eyes caught sight of Zikin. She gasped. Well, aren't you handsome? Definitely my type. Talk about a blessing in disguise. What I lost, I just got back. But since you ran into me, handsome, you can only blame your bad luck. On the other side, he looked at the Catwoman. She was actually an ordinary tier 9. She gasped in sheer shock. How is his speed even faster than mine? Zikin hurled a punch packed with massive energy straight at the Catwoman. The sheer wind from his fist was so powerful it twisted her face. The Catwoman was sent flying, her back slamming hard against the wall. Holding her face, she muttered, taking just 50% of his power, and it already tore a layer of skin off my face? How can a student this young be so incredibly powerful? And he is not even a gene fusion cultivator. If I keep fighting, I will definitely lose to him. Surviving is what matters most. Wait. How can he even keep up with this speed? Zikin rushed forward. Then try 100% of my strength. After the attack, he looked at her and gasped. Her neck is literally broken and she is still not dead? I beat her to this point and she is still alive? But her biological pressure is getting weaker and weaker. I must finish her off before she recovers. Suddenly, Zishan froze at the sight before him. He cried out, Oh no, the biological pressure inside her is suddenly surging. At the brink of death, she actually triggered a bloodburst. I can feel that she is just a hair away from reaching the threshold of a high-level being. The Catwoman went completely feral. Who the hell are you, brat? She thought to herself. I was just forced to fully activate all the Catwoman genes in my body. Even though the power boost might save my life, my beastly nature will be permanently worsened, and I will be much more vulnerable to backlash from the exotic beast genes. Zikin quickly forced a weak smile. Oops, my bad. I think I got the wrong person. She gritted her teeth as she watched him walk away. His strength was completely unknown, and his actions made absolutely no sense. Besides, I have run out of trump cards and could face a genetic backlash at any moment. If he attacks me again, I am dead meat. To stay alive, I need to get out of this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the Catwoman whipped her head around, startled. What is that sound? A weapon struck her right in the forehead, catching her completely off guard. She was pinned straight to the wall. Right in front of her, Zichin rushed in at blinding speed, driving his weapon deep into her body. With a look of doubt on his face, Zichin stared intensely at her, delivering a relentless barrage of follow-up attacks. Zichin sensed that her biological pressure had completely vanished. He observed her skeptically. Is she finally dead for real? Zichin thought. Next, I need to upload this to the school app's mission system to prove I completed the job. After that, I will notify the security department to clean up the scene. He pulled out his phone. Hello? I am currently at lane 20, street 20, and I have found the body of a Catwoman. Zikin reached his hand out, thinking, next, I can devour her Catwoman genes. The system chimed. You have absorbed a massive amount of the Shadow Catwoman's life source. He was amazed. He never expected that absorbing a high-level Shadow Catwoman gene fusion cultivator would accelerate his diagram's progress this much. It might be because she suffered a backlash from the Shadow Catwoman genes, resulting in a higher concentration of dark cat genes in her body. Meanwhile, Shi Wei was speaking to Zhenhe. Dad, the Catwoman mission I took almost got me killed. The mission details were completely wrong. That Catwoman's rank was not just an ordinary tier 6. It was an extremely high ordinary tier 9. Surprised, he asked, What? Shi Wei, tell me exactly what happened. My dad is going to have a word with Director Ha. the head of the mission assignment system, in a bit. She was stunned, so this is what had actually happened. Shiwei thought to herself that she should get back to school as soon as possible and avoid lingering outside to prevent that Catwoman from seeking revenge. Dan Chi, standing next to her, asked curiously, "Wei, look at this. What's going on? How on earth did Lin Zikan complete that Catwoman mission?" She replied in utter confusion, "That Catwoman's level is an ordinary level 9, and he's just a freshman. How could he possibly pull that off?" When the weekend came to an end, Han Han and Zishan headed back to the school dorms together. Just then, he got a text notification. "Your 300 academic credits have been transferred." Zikan muttered to himself, "The reward for the Catwoman mission has cleared, but why did I get more than expected?" Right after that, another notification popped up. Shanghai University announced that the previous information regarding the Catwoman mission was incorrect. Her level has now been updated to ordinary level 9. Qinghan was shocked. The school's mission system is seriously unreliable. "Thank goodness you're strong enough, otherwise you would have been totally screwed," he replied. "It really was a trap. From now on, we'll have to be a lot more careful when taking on missions. If there's a suitable mission in the future, I'll take you along so you can see some real action and toughen yourself up a bit." She smiled joyfully. "That's amazing. I can finally go on missions with you, Zikan." Zikan stared at his phone, lost in thought, before immediately ordering 90 pounds of raw snail meat and activating the pattern. "At first, I was worried that buying so much would attract too much attention, but it seems like that wasn't an issue at all. Exotic beast meat is highly nutritious and really aids the evolution process. Since Han Han's health is so fragile, I need to buy more exotic beast meat to help her build up her strength," he asked. "Han Han, have you ever thought about eating exotic beast meat?" As they walked together, Zichen mentioned, "I already ordered some." Sitting down on a chair, Qinghan replied, "Let me see. How about we get some violent giant eagle meat? 1 credit gets us 6 pounds, and putting it in the fridge will keep us fed for days." He agreed. "All right, I'll place an order for the violent giant eagle meat then." Qinghan stopped him. "No, don't. Let me do it. I still have those 90 credits you gave me." He agreed. "All right then." Zikan thought to himself, "After all, we're living under the same roof like family, so there's no need to draw a line between what's yours and what's mine." While they were eating, the doorbell rang. He stood up and said, "I'll get the door." Upon receiving the delivery, Zikan was surprised. He hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. He put the violent giant eagle meat in the fridge first, preparing himself to start the devouring process next. The system notified, "You have absorbed a massive amount of life force from the live snails." Zikan realized that although these snails were alive, they were severely injured. He observed them closely and muttered, "Their healing speed is incredibly fast." The system announced, "You have successfully unlocked the live snail pattern, obtaining the ultra-fast self-healing biological attribute." He was astounded. This was an absolutely invincible self-healing ability. The description panel for ultra-fast self-healing read, "Your self-recovery ability has been significantly enhanced." Zikan decided to test out this self-healing ability first to see how it worked. He focused his gaze, closely watching the cut on his hand. Slowly, the large wound on his hand began to shrink, eventually vanishing completely, without leaving a single trace. In less than a few seconds, the bleeding stopped completely, and the wound sealed shut. With this rapid self-healing ability, as long as I'm still breathing and have a steady supply of energy, I can keep regenerating my health indefinitely. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Who could it be this late? Did you order something else?" Qinghan replied, "No, I didn't buy anything." The moment the door opened, a loud, apologetic voice called out, "I am so sorry." Shi Wei said with an apologetic look, "I'm so sorry to bother you guys this late." Zichen asked in a serious tone, "Why are you asking about this?" Shi Wei crossed her arms and said, "I'm just really curious about how you managed to complete that Catwoman mission. Would you mind sharing a little?" He bluntly replied, "I'd rather not." Hearing this, she immediately turned to leave, saying, "In that case, I won't bother you any further." Qinghan quickly chimed in, "Shi Wei, why don't you come in for a cup of tea? I have some tea leaves from home that my mom roasted herself." Shi Wei politely declined. "Maybe next time. I still have some things to take care of." She gently explained to him, "Zishan, Shi Wei is actually a really sweet person. She was worried you'd be in danger because of the incorrect mission info, and she even texted me to make sure I warned you. We should try to be friendlier with her from now on." Zikan replied dotingly, "If that's what you want, you can invite her over to hang out whenever you like. After all, She lives right downstairs. Chuan Wu walked over to start a conversation. Zi Chen, you're only an ordinary rank 6. So how on earth did you pull off this mission? Yu Yan asked suspiciously. Zi Chen, did you ride some big shot's coattails? Did you get some top expert to help you? Or did you set up some kind of trap? He replied, no big shots and no traps. I just relied purely on my raw physical strength to solo it. She gasped, what do you mean solo? While he asked in shock, don't tell me, you've been hiding your true strength? They couldn't believe their ears. Solo? I'm not hearing things, am I? Are you pulling our legs? He thought with a sigh. After spending a few days together, I think these two are actually pretty decent people. Letting them know my actual body tempering progress and rank will do more good than harm. Plus, we can work together to figure out how to unlock my acupoints. So, I might as well just be upfront. Zi Chen turned around with a sheepish grin. Actually, my real strength recently reached ordinary rank 9. Hearing this, the other two were completely dumbfounded. Plus, I've already fully completed 1 round of body tempering, and I'm currently working on my second. Chuan Wu clenched his fists and gasped, 1 round of body tempering fully completed. Heaven does not abandon those who persevere. All these years of stubborn struggle, I, Lu Chuan Wu, am finally seeing it pay off. Zi Chen, with you here, the path of the pureblood humans will definitely succeed. When that day comes, your name along with the Tianren Pavilion will absolutely shake the entire world. He broke down in tears, thinking about how he had poured his blood, sweat, and tears into researching the pure-blood human path for so many years, even to the point of ruining his own family and losing his wife and child, all without making any real progress. But today, he had finally met an absolute genius who was a perfect match for the blood-tempering art. With him paving the way, the path of pure-blood humanity would surely shine bright, becoming mankind's ultimate weapon for salvation. Zi Chen watched in utter confusion. What on earth was going on? The man was crying and laughing at the same time. Chuan Wu patted his shoulder and said, Zi Chen, your physical talent is honestly insane. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have a single drop of primal energy in your body, I would have suspected you were a mutant from the primal realm. Upon hearing this, Zi Chen got curious. A mutant from the primal realm? He explained. If mutant beasts exist in this world, then naturally, mutants must exist as well. It's just that they usually reside inside the primal realm instead of on Earth, so we virtually never cross paths with them. She asked doubtfully, do mutants like that actually exist? Director, you're so biased. I've been in the Tianren Pavilion for so many years, and you've never mentioned this once. Director, Zi Chen asked, what exactly is primal energy? He explained. Primal energy is a unique source of energy possessed by creatures of the primal realm, much like blood vitality and mental energy. Excited, he pressed on. How do you use this primal energy? What are its actual effects? Chuan Wu hesitated. To be honest, I'm not even sure how to answer that right now. After all, in all my years, I've only ever met 2 mutants. Yu Yan fired back. Are you bluffing? Director, your rank is stuck at ordinary rank 9. There's no way you could have ever entered the primal realm. Curious, Zi Chen poked further. Are there rank restrictions for entering the primal realm? He emphasized. According to regulations, to enter the primal realm, your rank must be at least high tier. Otherwise, you're just going in as cannon fodder. Hey, who said I met them in the primal realm? I met them right here on Earth. One was a female disciple my ex-wife took in 10 years ago, God knows from where. He realized, so Han Han's master, Luo Tiangshu, is actually a mutant? Chuan Wu continued. The other one I met in a mysterious, super ancient ruin, which happens to be the very ruin where the blood-tempering art was discovered. The secrets I'm about to tell you today must absolutely never be leaked to anyone else. Keep it completely under wraps, understand? She assured him, don't worry, Director. My lips are sealed. I won't say a single word. He nodded. I trust you guys. Zi Chen, for now, keep your abilities under wraps and don't draw too much attention to yourself. We need to avoid getting you targeted by the cult. It's highly dangerous, even inside the school, because they have eyes and ears everywhere. If you want to take on missions that match your actual strength to earn points in the future, just use your sister Yan's account ID. Yu Yan said confidently, I'm also an ordinary rank 9. If you use my account to accept missions, you can go all out with your full strength without worrying about blowing your cover. Zi Chen agreed. All right. Director, do you have any information regarding the primal realm? I'd really love to learn more about it. Chuan Wu lowered his eyes and replied, everything about the primal realm is classified, and even I know very little. But don't worry too much about it. Before you evolve to a higher rank, knowing more about the primal realm won't do you any good anyway. All you need to know is that, to us, the vast majority of creatures in the primal realm are enemies, and they are constantly seeking to invade Earth. As for why, some powerful experts speculate that Earth has something those primal creatures desperately want. They're constantly trying to invade Earth. As for the reason, some top powerhouses speculate that Earth holds something these native creatures desperately crave. Right at that moment, his phone rang, blasting the song, "You Are My Little Apple." The person on the other end quickly spoke up. "Baby?" Chuanwu let out a forced laugh and explained, "An old friend invited me over for dinner, so I won't be staying here. If anything comes up, just message me on WeChat." Yu Yan complained, "The dean is so hard-working. He's out again, helping Tianren Pavilion look for investors. Oh, by the way, Zichen, how did you manage to hide your biological level and body tempering progress? Even the dean and vice dean couldn't detect it." Zichen replied, "I'm really sorry, Sister Yu Yan, but I can't really talk about that." He thought to himself, "My system's ability is my ultimate trump card. How could I possibly tell you?" Yu Yan clasped her hands together, pleading, "Oh, come on, little brother Zichen, don't be so stingy. Just tell me, okay? I'll even trade you a secret. You can ask me literally anything." But Zichen quickly waved his hands, glanced behind him, and refused. "I'm really sorry, but it's just not possible." Seeing his reaction, she could only sigh and give up. "Fine, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. But since we're both at ordinary tier 9, how about we spar a bit?" He agreed right away. "Yeah, I can do that." He thought to himself that sparring with an opponent of the same tier would help him gauge his own strength and improve his real combat skills. Yu Yan excitedly got into a fighting stance and revealed, "My body tempering is already 1/5 complete. That's skin tempering twice, flesh tempering twice, and bone tempering twice. So in a moment, make sure to come at me with everything you've got." "Yeah,